right, Council. Let's officially begin the proceedings of our June 25th regular scheduled meeting. Before we start our meeting, Council, I'd like to have just a reminder that, as you can see, we are in a series of plastic cages. I do want to thank the coronavirus for allowing us to legally put one of my council members in a plastic cage. So for the record, it's legal and necessary. But more importantly, I want to thank everybody who's going to be here today and to support in a position to help us run this meeting in the most, health conscious way, starting with the folks from Alliance Council. As you can see, their council chambers looks a little brighter. The Alliance Electric Company went ahead and replaced the lights. Not all of them are fully replaced, but it's a much brighter day in the city of Fresno, thanks to Alliance out of San Diego. So thank you, gentlemen. And if it breaks, we know where you live and how to find you. Secondly, I want to thank some of our staff who's going to be here today. You will see a series of folks coming in and out of these chambers, disinfecting, replacing the cloth protections on the chairs. With those folks is Alicia Rio, Anthony Mestores, Tiffany Salinas, Isra Scott, Eugene Vasquez, Samuel Hernandez, David Bolton, and Shannon. And of course, Courtney. These are all folks that it takes to run a meeting in the fashion that we're about to run it, where we are constantly disinfecting and making sure that the public who's here today is as protected as possible. As a reminder, we do have still a record infection rates in our county and in our city, climbing every day. And as much as we want to be available and transparent to the public, we also have to keep their health and safety in the foremost of our actions today. Joining us via Zoom will be Councilmember Chavez and Council Vice President Capriolio. So with that, Council, I would just simply ask, as you're walking around behind here, please wear your facial mask. Let's try and limit, the behind the dais small group conversations. We do have plenty of plexiglass around us to protect us from each other and the public from us, and vice versa.
I apologize for the interruption, but I understand there's no audio right now on the Zoom link.
All right.
And so I don't know if we
Good.
want to take a minute to get that situated.
We'll do that. We'll take a moment to continue to work out the technical kinks before we officially roll call and start the council meeting. So with that, Jennifer, again, thank you too for your whole team who spent quite a bit of time planning all the details of today. We will begin the meeting in about 10 minutes after we confirm that the audio on Zoom is working so that our council members and the public can fully participate in today's council meeting. To the budget at 1:30. We will also at that time take public comment on any budget motions. So I ask the public, if you want to speak on any of the budget motions, please hold off until 1:30. At that time, we will take public comment on the budget motions and the full budget, and we will accommodate your request to address the council. Gavin is our IT point person. If this doesn't work today, it's all his fault. Thank you, Gavin. All right, City Clerk, I think we're officially ready to begin the council meeting. Can you conduct roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Esparza?
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer? Council Vice President Capriolio? President Arias?
Present. Councilmember Carbasi, can I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's good to have a good old-fashioned Pledge of Allegiance today. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
I have a whole list of changes, and it's probably more current than what was sent out this morning. Okay, so the first change is the item 1A is moved to July 16th meeting for approval. Item 1T, approval of a Fourth Amendment to the agreement entered between the City of Fresno and the Central California Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in the amount of $5,345,000 for a one-year term beginning July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. The following changes were made. On page 2, the first paragraph, the rest of the first sentence that carries over from the bottom page of 1 should read, renewal term of amount sufficient to make payments due hereunder during successive renewal term for up to 6 renewal terms, not 7. The second change in the same agreement is on page 2, second paragraph. The first sentence should read, the 6th renewal term may be extended up to 90 days at a cost of $1,350,000. The word 6 was added. And finally, on Exhibit B, Fee Schedule 2, the last 2 words of that paragraph, this agreement, were changed to the third amendment. Those are the changes for that item. Then item 1U, it is file ID 20-00842, is removed from the agenda by the Council President. Item 1X, resolution amending Save Our Small Business Act. Councilmember Kabazis was added as a sponsor and should read subject to mayor's veto. Item 1Y, file ID 20-00854, Bill number 20 amending 9-3316 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to initial application process for cannabis retail business and commercial cannabis business. The bill number should be 22, not 20. Item 1Z as in zebra is the bill for introduction amending section 9-2601 of the Fresno Municipal Code related to use and possession of weapons is being removed by Councilmember Kabasi. Item 4B, file ID 20-00855, resolution not to support any further annexation into the city unless and until a fair tax sharing agreement is in place, was moved to the consent calendar. Then we have, item 5A, which is a closed session item, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation case, City of Fresno versus Donald Krasnick, trustee of Elrich Investment Trust. The name should be read as Donald Krasnick, but it's also being removed from the agenda. And finally, the 9 o'clock item number 3, which are all the enabling budget documents, A, B, C, D, E, and F, are continued to June the 30th, 2020. Those are all my changes.
Thank you, City Clerk. And just a reminder, the council will continue with budget hearing today, voting on new budget motions and all budget motions, and we will come back on June 30th to adopt the final budget action. With that, do any council members have changes to the agenda? Councilmember Kabasi, your first step. All right, Councilwoman Sawyer. Oh, all right. So we're going to do hand signals now, since names are still connected to your old sitting area. Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
Good morning, Council President. I wanted to request the item scheduled for 10 a.m. be continued. It is a big project in my district. I would like actually to get some analysis from city staff on different infrastructure in that area and what costs would come with the annexation.
All right. Any other changes on the agenda, council members? Councilmember Chavez, Council Vice President Carollo, any changes to the agenda?
No, so item 4B was moved to consent,
Yes.
and we will deal with consent. When will we deal with consent, President?
After we approve the agenda.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion from Councilwoman Sawyer. Is there a second to approve the agenda? Councilmember Carbasi seconds the motion.
Can we have a date certain for the 10 o'clock item for noticing purposes? the item that you're asking to be moved off the calendar.
How long will it take staff to get us that analysis? I just want to make sure that I have that information prior to the
We could
hearing.
reach out to your office and set up a meeting. So as long as we have a date certain for noticing purposes.
Let's do tentative July 16th.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So the 10 o'clock item will be continued tentatively to July 16th, City Clerk. With that, there's a motion by Councilwoman Soria, second by Councilmember Carbasi to adopt the agenda as modified. We do have to do roll call since we have two members virtually. So roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Aye.
Vice President Capriello? President Arias?
Yes. All right, Council, that takes us to the ceremonial presentation of the agenda, a proclamation of recognition and appreciation of the Fresno Police Department, sponsored by Councilmember Bredefeld, Carbasi, and Chavez. Council members, you have the floor. City staff, let's make sure we spray down the two council members who's disinfected before they come back up.
Okay. I want to welcome my colleagues, if we spread out, to come down here and stand in solidarity with our law enforcement officers who risk their lives every day to keep us safe. Start.
My God.
Oh, no.
Andy, Todd? Kind of keep our distance here and best we can. Wherever. Not going to worry about it. We wanted just to, as a city, recognize the great work that the police department does. We know that there's a lot of criticism. We're all working together to look at doing things better, and I think you support that, we support that, the community supports that. But while we're doing that, I also want to recognize the tremendous work that you and all of our law enforcement, all the men and women who put the blue uniform on every day, have been for years. Where would we be if we didn't have that? And so I, of course, know many of the men and women who serve. They are our neighbors. They are our community. And they have a very, very difficult job. They're entrusted with a lot of responsibility. They're given a lot of power when you put that shield on. There's a lot of power, a lot of responsibility. And they handle it well every day. We have sometimes problems. We address them. But every day, they protect us. It's not a job I would ever want to do. It's a tough job. If you ever want to understand how tough the job is, go on a ride along with them, and you'll see. So I just wanted you to know, I want our law enforcement to know that for me personally, I love them. And I'm grateful every day and appreciate all that they do. They are the line of defense to protect all of us, that we live in a community and a nation under law and order, with civil rights, that we can't have some of the things that we see across the country, which we all disagree with, which is basically mob rule. Can't have that. And what prevents that is laws, our laws, and law and order. And those people who enforce that are the people we call 911 to help us. And so we're grateful and wanted just to take the time to say thank you. We recognize all that you do for us every day, and we're very appreciative. Mike?
I just want to, on behalf of the residents of Northwest Fresno, District 2, thank you for your service. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Todd, and members of FPOA. This has been a very challenging time for communities across this country, and Fresno's included in that. But you've also done a great job protecting the First Amendment rights of so many people that want to peacefully protest and be heard, and you were right there with them, making sure they had that right. And in the meantime, you've been protecting our neighborhood from the things that have been happening. Unfortunately, violent crime and, of course, property crimes, and protecting our life and property. And that sacrifice doesn't go unnoticed and unappreciated in this community. Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, gentlemen. I want to first and foremost thank both of you for your leadership. I do want to echo the words that were shared by my colleagues. I think in difficult times, we've seen you guys step up to the occasion, and so I want to say I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all our good law enforcement officers that live here in the city of Fresno that serve our community, and I appreciate the fact that you guys have stepped up and been open to, I think, what can be positive change to not only improve the profession, but improve the safety of our community and the relations and the trust with our community. So I'm looking forward to an awesome year. As over the next few months, we will be having some very difficult conversations, but I believe that they're going to be fruitful and will probably be a good part of the legacy that you leave behind, Chief. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank the elected officials who are standing with us. This is a difficult time for law enforcement. We acknowledge that we want to work with the community. We've heard them, and we're looking forward to moving forward as an organization. I agree with Councilmember Soria that we can do better. I think all agencies and all government should strive to do better, and I think we can do that. I would like to also acknowledge the men and women of the Fresno Police Department. If you look at across the country, the 35th largest cities in our country, Fresno is one of the only cities that hasn't had a riot or civil unrest. And I think that goes back to our community and how dedicated they are to keeping our community safe and moving forward. So we are looking forward to that. I want to remind the community to look at the facts. And not be clouded by emotion as we move forward in the city. My house is open to the community. Come in and look at our numbers. Come in and look at our stats. Look at the hearts of our officers. I think you're going to find out that our police department is much different than some of those portrayed across the nation. And I'd like to dedicate this to a person. On the 20th, Anita Acosta was sitting with her husband in Southwest Fresno, watching TV, doing nothing more than watching TV when a gunfire rang out near her home. It went through her residence and hit her in the back of the head. She's fighting for life right now, and she may never be able to. If she survives, she may never be able to hold her children. And I think it's important that someone speaks out for Anita, and we not lose sight of that. And those people are in this room who are supposed to look out for Anita. And as we move forward, we should never lose sight of her. And God bless, and I hope she has a successful recovery.
Thanks, Chief. Hey, I just want to, again, for the Fresno Police Officers Association, I want to say thank you for this proclamation. The men and women of the Fresno Police Department have been showing up in greater numbers, even though they are on a daily basis exposed to COVID. They don't have the luxury of the social distancing we're seeing here today inside the chambers. They're out there having to get up close and personal with any type of element in the community, whether it's a person just out there lawfully protesting to a person who's out there committing violent crimes each and every day. Our officers are out there doing their best and dealing with trauma and witnessing trauma on a daily basis. Again, this is for them who are those who are working hard, diligent to maintain safe and an orderly Fresno for everyone to enjoy. So thank you.
Yes. Madam Clerk, please read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the mayor and the city of Fresno City Council acknowledge the sacrifices made by the men and women of law enforcement in Fresno who provide services to its citizens, and whereas the brave men and women of our law enforcement community continuously provide a vital public service and ensure the safety of our community and offer a sense of security our citizens need. And whereas it is important that we recognize the duties, responsibilities, hazards, sacrifices of our police department, members of the Fresno Police Department willingly serve the people by safeguarding life and property. And whereas the ability to work well in the face of danger and other difficult challenges is extraordinary. and we have incredible appreciation for their public service and selflessness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the City Council of the City of Fresno do hereby call upon citizens to commemorate law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to the community, and in doing so have established themselves an inviolable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens, and proclaim Thursday, June 25th, 2020 to be recognition and appreciation of the Fresno Police Department Day in the City of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hall and President Frazier, for your years of service, and more importantly, thank you to the rank and file of our officers in the department for their service to our city on a daily basis. With that, Council, we will move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to start off with Councilmember Chavez and then go from my left, right, and identify each council member. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I want to thank the Fresno Center for coordinating the Big Food giveaway. We had hundreds of folks show up to the Fresno Center over on Kings Canyon, just highlighting the need in our community for assistance and support. And so they were very happy, very appreciative. I just want to thank them, and then also thank our police department for helping with the traffic control there. We had a line all the way from the center to Willow and Winery and a little bit beyond. So I just wanted to be brief and thank them publicly, and that's about it for me, President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Butterfield, you have the floor. Councilmember Carbasi.
No comments or motions at this time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Soria. These are council comments and an opportunity for any new motions for related to the budget.
Okay, so I have a few comments, and then I do have actually a couple motions that I wanted to make, new motions. So one, as you guys may have heard, kind of very unfortunate news in terms of what happened at Central Unified this past week with the comments that were made by a trustee. But I just want to say that I'm extremely proud of the Central Unified community for holding leaders accountable. And I think that more and more we're beginning to see our community step up and hold leaders accountable when they are making remarks that are insensitive or racist. And so I think it's a reminder that we as a community and in different organizations need more cultural awareness training. But beyond cultural awareness training, I think it's an important time for folks to begin to learn the history of our community and the history of racism, so that we understand what the various underrepresented groups have gone through in our community. But I do want to say that I'm proud of the young people that stepped up and that spoke this week on Tuesday. And now it's a time to move forward, to heal, and to do the hard work to make sure that we improve student outcomes in Central Unified and throughout the other districts in the city of Fresno. So I wanted to make sure I made those comments. The other thing I wanted to share, so earlier during this budget process, I did a monkey survey where I allowed residents of the city of Fresno. Most of them were from District 1. There are a number of other folks that chimed in that were from other districts in the city. We had almost 1,000 residents participate, and so I want to thank them for giving us the feedback. We did get a lot of positive feedback in terms of where they want to see their money's investments. And so as you guys will see, the motions that I've presented and the motions that I will present are a reflection of what my district and the residents that gave input have spoken about and what they want to see in this budget moving forward. So I do want to thank folks for chiming in. So now with the motions that I want to make, we have to hold on for a second.
Having problems again with the audio.
Did I take out my? Can you hear me?
Gavin, it looks like we've lost audio on Zoom. Thank you.
Yeah, I texted him.
We appreciate your patience as we try to accommodate this in-person virtual meeting, so. Is it back?
Oh, something turned off. Can you hear us? You can hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, Soria, can you speak again and see?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing. Can you hear me?
I didn't touch nothing.
Councilwoman, proceed with your motions.
Perfect. So the first new motion is I want to move the graffiti abatement division or the department that is in the police department to code enforcement. And with that, create a pilot program to create murals and work with local artists to deter the repeated graffiti, and especially in certain walls in the city of Fresno.
I'm going to second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Proceed.
The next motion that I will make is to move 3 positions, which are part of the investigation of Office of Neighborhood Safety and Communication from the Police Department to Parks, and it would be a standalone division. And we want to call it the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement.
I'll second the motion.
Can you clarify which positions, Councilmember Soria?
There are 3 positions. They are under the Investigation Office of Neighborhood Safety and Communication in the Police Department.
And Councilwoman, can you just email those to city staff so they can do whatever research they have to before the 1:30?
Perfect. So that's that motion. And am I able to now amend motions?
Yes.
Okay. The motion that I want to amend, earlier in the process, I motioned to move the dollars allocated for the homeless task force out of the police department. What I want to do is take 60 days to do that process. I want to make sure that we engage our homeless advocates. I want to make sure that we work with the homeless task force so that we get their feedback as we move forward in shaping what would be a new way of responding to homeless encampments in the city of Fresno.
Can you clarify exactly the amendment for the motion?
It is, I don't even know what number it is.
And I have some clarifying questions, even before she emails those motions, if I can have a minute when we, okay, thank you.
I don't know what number. It's the one where I motioned to, motion 4. So the motion number 4 is amended to state, give 30 days for us to work with the homeless advocates, our behavioral health, and our police department to put a new plan forward to address the homeless encampments in the city of Fresno without using the police department as the first responders, only as backup.
Is that 30 days or 60?
60 days, sorry.
60
Did I say
days.
30?
Yes, all right.
Sorry,
Then
60 days.
I seconded your motion, so I agree to the amendment. Can you speak to the mic? Sorry, we can't hear you.
Who was the second on that?
I am,
Okay.
yes. On motion 4 was made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by me.
Okay. Got it.
And I'm in agreement with the amendment.
Can I ask ask my question?
Yes,
now?
City Manager, you have the floor.
Okay, so, and just bear with me for a second. So the second motion you made, Councilmember Soria, was to move 3 positions from the police department. But I believe that I don't know if the division that you're mentioning in the police department actually exists. So if you could be more specific about what positions you would like to move?
Well,
that-
there's the 3 positions, they're civilian positions. They are
In what division in particular?
investigations, I believe, and
Do I
they're,
have Chief Hull online? Can we open up his, I want to make sure that we understand before, especially if you're going to be voting on them this afternoon.
yes, and I'm happy to provide more information. I've had an opportunity to talk to the mayor and to Tim, and they were supportive
So,
of
Council, let me do this. If you guys can offline and get on the same page on the
Okay.
exact positions, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda.
And then my next question then is the homeless task force. You mentioned the funding associated with that. Are you thinking about defunding the positions or just taking 60 days before positions are defunded?
Well, we'll take the 60 days to come up with an alternative plan, and then the decision will be made at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilman Soria, would you like to proceed?
I think that those are all my new motions that I had.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor for comments or any new motions related to the budget.
No new motions at this point. I guess my only comments involved would just be, this is our first day back in the chamber. I do appreciate the efforts made to put up the plexiglass and social distance. But I look around the chamber and there are a whole lot of people not wearing masks, which I believe is part of our own emergency order within businesses and different establishments, including our own building. Folks should be wearing masks indoors. So I hope that's an issue we can take up at some point, more appropriate point during this meeting and going forward as we ease our way back into this chamber.
Thank you, Councilmember, and for the understanding of the council, this is our first day trying to do a virtual and in-person meeting. We will take all your suggestions on how to improve it and make it easier for the council and the public as we go forward. So please feel free to shoot me an email with any suggested changes after today's experience. Councilwoman Soria?
Sorry, Council President, I had missed one of the pages where I had some notes. I did want to amend motion 27. Motion 27 was to split the 2 receptionist positions evenly between City Council and Mayor City Manager Department. I wanted to amend to the motion to transfer oversight of the 8th budget and staffing to Council President's office, Mayor City Manager to reimburse 8th budget for half of the staffing expenses.
The amendment is agreed upon by the second maker of the motion on that. Any other changes?
One last one, 43, motion 43. So I want to amend that if the study is not CDBG funding eligible, identify available funding and fund construction, vacation, and realignment of the Echo Weldon by $100,000.
Can you clarify that motion, Councilwoman Soria?
That was my amendment,
Okay, that was an amendment.
yes.
To what motion?
So I'm going to make number 43. I will make sure that my staff, if my staff is hearing, if they can submit them to the clerk and to the city manager.
All right. If you are done, Councilwoman Soria, I will go to Councilmember Carbasi next.
The last amendment of my motion would be to motion 44, which was to use CDBG dollars to complete the acquisition of the street widening on Polk and Shaw. That's the Highway City area. So if the acquisition of the street right-of-way is not CDBG eligible, I'd like us to identify funding and fund final engineering and acquisition of the east side of Polk Avenue widening from Gettysburg to Shaw, with a priority in the southeast corner of Shaw and Polk to fund up to $3 million.
All right. For the record, Councilmember Carbasi had seconded your motion. Are you in agreement with that amendment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are you done, Councilwoman Soria? Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
I just removed my mask in the chamber, but I'm very far away from anybody, so my vapors won't cause anyone to get COVID. So when we approved the original Save Our Small Businesses Act, that was paid for through general fund revenues. And it took about $250,000 from the city attorney budget for those loans. But I recall a condition being in there that in the budget, that office the carryover for that office will remain within that office. I don't think that was accounted for in what I've read. So I want to make a motion that to restore the, I'm sorry, before I go do that, City Attorney, can you provide more background on that, just to clarify my comments from before?
Yes. The City Attorney's Office budget prior to moving the money for the small business loans was about $17.1 million. $250,000 was transferred for the small business loans, and a condition of that approval was that the City Attorney's Office would then retain its carryover at the end of this fiscal year. What became the status quo budget for the City Attorney's Office then as of May 15th was 17.1 less the 250. So the administration has programmed in only 16.8 for this next fiscal year. So if the council wanted to follow the direction at the time of approving the small business loan program, the motion would be to restore the City Attorney's Office carryover at the end of this fiscal year to the next fiscal year's budget.
And that is the motion.
It's expected to be about 1.5.
And that is the motion for the 1.5 I'd like to make.
I'll second that motion. Okay. Councilmember Carbasi, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of changes, just one change to motion 33, city staff. I'd like to amend the motion from $500,000 towards the historic Armenian town renovations to $1 million, an increase of $500,000 from the CDBG budget. Councilmember Carbasi has seconded that motion. Are you in agreement with that amendment?
Proudly.
Okay. And then I do have one new motion, and that is to allocate $250,000 for regular cleanups of Chinatown and the Santa Clara Street, utilizing homeless funds.
Second.
All right, did I second it? And I hope that was simple enough for staff. I would ask our council, please email the exact language on your motions to city staff. They're going to work through this morning and lunch to get us a final copy so that we can run down one by one each of the motions. All right, council, I think we're done with motions. I do just have one comment. I want to acknowledge the inappropriate comments by former trustee Richard Atkins and former trustee Sarah Wilkins from Madera County Office of Education. We all know that their comments were inappropriate and were out of line, especially given that we're trying to move towards a more inclusive and diverse community that we're all seeking. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that as elected leaders, we all make mistakes. But it's also very refreshing to know that these two elected leaders acknowledged those mistakes and immediately resigned, allowing their respective institutions to move forward on focusing on their mission, which is educating our kids. It's not too often you find elected officials willing to step aside and allow their colleagues to keep the focus on their primary mission. So that is very refreshing to see that when elected leaders are out of line with their constituencies and with the trust that's been given to them, they're willing to not only acknowledge mistakes, but to step aside and allow their colleagues to move the institutions forward. That's a good thing for our valley. It's a good thing for Madera County Office of Education and Central Unified. And I think it's a good thing for everyone that we don't have to continue to be distracted with inappropriate comments, with the social media back and forth, but that those institutions can focus on reopening schools this upcoming school year, making sure that our kids have everything they need to get back to a good public education. So acknowledging that work and the fact that it is a little refreshing to see elected officials be held accountable and hold themselves accountable at the same time. With that, council, let's move on to the consent agenda. We will go ahead and begin on the consent agenda. Council members have already submitted what items are going to be pulled from consent, which will be heard immediately after the consent items are approved. For the record, City Clerk, what items are being pulled from consent? That will be heard separately.
Remaining is item 1P as in Paul,
Okay,
and that was pulled by Councilmember Soria.
thank you. All right, is there a motion to approve the consent?
Miguel?
Yes. Councilmember Bertefeld.
Yes, on item 1S, I need to recuse myself from a potential conflict, so I will recuse myself on 1S. And I would like to register a no vote on Y. And the tax sharing plan 4B has been moved to consent. Has that been pulled?
No.
I'd like to pull that item then.
Okay. Perfect. All right, Councilmember Bertefeld will recuse himself from item 1Y, from 1S, I'm sorry, and a register no vote on 1Y. Councilwoman Soria?
I'd like to register a no vote on item 1T.
Okay. Any other requests from the council?
Council
right.
President,
Yes, Councilmember Chavez?
was item 4B pulled, or is it still on
It's
consent?
being pulled as a contested consent item.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, except for item 1P as in Paul and 4B, the tax sharing resolution?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilman Soria. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak on this consent calendar? And for the information of the council, when we do have public speakers on Zoom, we will go to Gavin, will identify them, we will give them 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next person. There is no public comment on this item, so City Clerk, roll call on approving the consent calendar.
Councilmember Bertefeld.
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriello will be absent for the remainder of the meeting.
Council President, I'm sorry to interrupt, but apparently we do have a few members of the public on Zoom that wish to speak.
Okay. All right, then we will pause on the final approval of the consent calendars to allow the members of the public to address the council. Gavin, would you like to identify the first person?
Yes, the first person is Tony Gonk.
All right, Mr. Tony, please identify yourself and you'll have a minute to address the council.
All you ladies, pop your pussy.
Goodbye, Tony.
All right,
Arthur Morgan.
Arthur Morgan.
Goodbye, Arthur.
That's it.
The next we have Lillian.
Lilia. Let's move on to the next person.
The next is Carolyn Evans.
You have the floor.
Please give me your number now. Give me your number. Give me a number. Give me a number.
Okay, Michael Patterson, I believe.
Go ahead, proceed.
My name is Michael Patterson. I just want to say, kill all niggers.
All right, folks. Let's go ahead and end public comment. For the record, the FBI is observing our meeting today, and we'll be following up with anybody who makes threats to the council or the public in this forum. So let's move on from public comment on consent. City Clerk, please roll call on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. All right, council, we will take up the contested consent now. Item 1P as in Paul. City staff, you have the floor on this item. And Councilwoman Soria, you pulled the item, so you will have the floor with any questions.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning, City Council. This is Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This presentation covers the renewable energy and storage proposal for the Department of Public Utilities. Attending with me today is Ann Cluse, the Sustainability Manager with the Public Works Department, and we have been working closely with Kevin Flanagan with Spur, as well as Sam Zanzinger with Forefront Power, who also in attendance here today.
Yeah. Gavin, can you enable me to share my screen, please?
You'll be able to share your screen.
Great, thank you.
Over here. Are the council members going to be able to see the presentation on our screens?
Yes. We're working on that.
That is what we're doing right now.
Okay, it should be on your screen now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the Department of Public Utilities is a large consumer of electrical power, and three of our largest energy demands are our three treatment facilities, which include the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility in Southwest, as well as the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility and the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. This project proposes 3 ground-mounted solar voltaic systems that will produce over 20 megawatts of clean energy, providing a 64% energy saving offset to projected PG&E time of use rates. This project also incorporates 5.5 megawatts of battery storage across all 3 sites that will provide for energy banking during off-peak hours that we can then draw upon that banked energy during the most expensive time of day. Looking at the bar chart on the slide, so looking at the bar on the left, the demand and energy bill for the treatment facilities will likely exceed $10 million at the time the project is fully implemented. Under this proposal, the expected year one savings will be close to $2.7 million. We have a PPA rate that has a 0% escalation. That means the rate that we're paying today is going to be the same rate over the next 20 years. And if you project that out, the savings will amount to over $100 million over the 20-year term. Forefront Power will finance, they will design, construct, operate, they will maintain this solar system, and in doing so, they're going to provide a 95% performance guarantee that will make sure that the system is going to function properly. They are committed to competitively bidding the construction project as well as utilizing local labor. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ann Cluse. She's going to provide some additional details about the project, along with some background on Spur and Forefront's experience and track record.
Good morning, Council. As you can see on this particular slide, there is a curve that goes upwards. Now, I know we're all programmed to want to flatten the curve and have the curve go down, but trust me, in this particular case, this is a good thing. So how does the savings occur? As you can see, year one, we're projecting about a $2.7 million in savings in year one, which spikes up to over $100 million at the 20-year. That's able to occur because 64% energy offset means that 64% of the solar that we're generating, we get locked in at that low rate. And again, we can't say enough great things about a zero escalation, because the only way this curve would flatten, again, we don't want this curve to flatten, but the only way that would really happen, primary contributor would be that PG&E's rates stay flat and they have no rate increases. I think we all know that's not going to happen. The odds of PG&E not increasing the rates every year for the next 20 years is very low. And so that is the reason that this is showing these type of savings. It could actually be better than this because we're assuming a 2.7% increase. So again, these are conservative estimates, but this is how it works. Next slide. As far as why did we select the JPA route? And I could tell you is that following extensive research, a lot of information that we went through really showed that Spur has the experience and success that we were looking for. The reason this is so successful is they have a buying consortium and they have a power of 250 public agencies in California that are part of this JPA. And the JPA is governed by a board of public agency administrators that are all very like-minded. So this is really offering us, quite a good path forward. It also satisfies the City of Fresno's piggyback ordinance, and the city attorney purchasing. We're very satisfied with it as well. The other thing I want to point out is this map with the red dots. When it comes to solar specifically, there's been over 40 public agencies in California that have used the REAP program, which is the solar aspect of the JPA. And before I ever made the decision, or we collectively made the decision to go with Spur, I started calling around to different municipalities ahead of meeting with the folks from Spur and Forefront to ask questions like in Paso Robles, San Luis Obispo County, and then also County of Fresno. And I really asked the tough questions, candidly. How did it go? Are you seeing the savings? Would you use them again? And I'll tell you, they got rave reviews from everybody that I talked to. So gave us a lot of confidence to move forward. The other thing too is we know how important local hiring is. Local jobs have never been more important to put people to work. And so we did build into the agreement, and Forefront was gracious enough to agree to adhere to our ordinance as well as even higher targeted goals. So, it's great to get it into the agreement, but I wanted to know, what is the track record of this organization? Seeing is believing as far as I'm concerned. So I'm really happy to say that of the last 4 projects that they have done, Forefront has done in the Fresno area, out of those 4, they've had a local hire rate of between 40 to 50%. And those are documented results. So that gave a level of confidence. Not only are they saying they could do it, they've proven over and over in the Fresno area they can. Also, out of the 4 most recent projects, 75% of them were done with local union labor. So that was, also a plus. And I can tell you, we're very humbled to have that letter sent to you all from the Local 100 because they really spelled out why this project is important to Fresno and to their organization. And again, we can't thank them enough. We were really humbled by that. Next slide.
Can I ask some questions?
Oh yeah, you bet. I'm sorry.
So the reason that I pulled this item was for a couple of reasons. One, 3 years ago, and this was before you were back working at City Hall, Ann, there was a proposal that came to us to do solar. And at that time, I think Oliver Baines made a pretty good argument about why it wasn't the best deal for the city of Fresno. So we scrapped it. And so now we're coming back 3 years later and bringing this. I think last time we did go out to an RFP or an RFQ. I don't remember what it was. But we had only gotten, I think, 1 response, and so that's what was brought forward, if I'm recalling correctly. Now, we didn't go to RFP or RFQ, and we used that local ordinance that allows us to do a piggyback. I'm just wondering, what is your guys', what's the difference between what happened 3 years ago in terms of the proposal? How better of a deal is this? And then second, why, can you guys walk me through your guys' process of deciding to go to RFQ or RFP versus doing these types of piggyback? Because I feel like we're very inconsistent in our process. I don't think and I don't know if the council has to establish some better policy so that we're consistent. In a previous project, you guys wanted to go to RFQ or RFP, whatever it was, so that we could have more energy efficiency projects, because you guys said that that's what the council has directed you to do. But then in this instance, we didn't go to RFQ, RFP. So I'm trying to understand how you pick and choose what projects go out to the public. I get it that local labor is supportive. I am supportive of that. But beyond that, I really want to make sure that we're being consistent. So if you can answer those 2 questions.
I can answer the second question first. We have been very consistent on our competitive process, and we have consistently used both RFQ or piggyback cooperative bids and such, and that's part of the allowable methodologies, both by our charter and typically through our granting agencies. What we are not allowed to do as a regular practice, unless there are extenuating circumstances, is waive competition completely. In this case, the consistency lies in whether we want to expend the additional staff effort to go out to RFQ when somebody else has already done that work for us. And in this case, somebody has done the work for us. Our job was really to verify whether the competitive process completed by, was this Fresno Unified and others?
Yeah, the JPA
By
had done
the
an
JPA
extensive.
was, first of all, met our competitive requirements, which I believe the attorney's office has signed off on, as well as is a good deal from a practical standpoint for us. Now, the other item that you referenced, I believe, is the citywide energy efficiency and solar program. In that case, we saw that there was ample competition out there, and we did not identify a piggyback that would be available to use for that project, and therefore we determined that it would be in the city's best interest to competitively bid it through our normal process. So that is the consistency I see.
And then if I could also.
Jim, and just let me interject there, Jim. So I guess I don't see the consistency, because how do we truly know that if we had gone to RFP or RFQ in this process, that we would not have gotten a better deal? We don't know that because we didn't put it out on the street. We're going off, and I get it that Spur has, maybe a great track record and has done work here locally and so forth. I'm all about that, but I also want to make sure that we're not just picking and choosing, because the former process that we went through, when I pushed you guys, hey, can't we use our own RFQ that we had done? It was a smaller RFQ that we did for the first phase of the energy efficiency. I said, can't we just piggyback on that, since we already had the opportunity to go out and interview, several folks that put in bids, rather than, again, wasting staff time, as you said. So that's the only concern that I have, that I feel that there is, in my perspective, from my view, lack of consistency in the process. And so we're picking and choosing, how to go about this. And I don't know if it's because there are certain folks that we want to work with and there are certain folks that we don't. So I'm not too sure, and I don't know how we can better work together to improve this process and being consistent. Most importantly, I think, is the other question about how this project differs from the 3 years ago project that wasn't the best deal for the city of Fresno. I want to get into the comparison of that. I don't think we could hear you. You were kind of robotic. And I think you're sounding robotic. I'm not sure what's wrong with the system.
Yeah, give it a second. Because not everybody can be hardwired.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Jim, can you hear us clearly?
The good thing is that Jim and staff are in the building, so you might just want to walk to Chambers, Jim, and come in person.
Councilmember Chavez, can you hear us clearly?
I can hear you.
Hi there, can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so I know we had some technical difficulties, but if it's okay for me to address this slide at this time. Again, it does say why we're going with the PPA versus a cash buyout.
And can you pause for
yeah,
a
I'm sorry.
second? Can you pause for a second? The question is simply, what's the difference between this proposed agreement and the one that came forward 3 years ago?
Right, so again, of course I wasn't here 3 years ago. However, by taking a look at, how that was conducted and the fact that it only resulted in one person coming forward, and that was really for a consultant, Mike, if I remember correctly. It wasn't necessarily to bid the project. That was requesting a consultant to pursue a design build, which was a 2 megawatt. So at that time, it was a 2 megawatt. This is over 20, and that was to do a design build. This is actually, like I said, the RFP process was quite extensive that the JPA had conducted. So the difference there is they were looking to hire a consultant to look at doing a 2 megawatt. In this particular case, Forefront has done quite a bit of extensive work, ahead of it. And the reason we were able to secure all that work ahead of actually making a commitment was because of the JPA and the way that this has set up for us. So hopefully that answers the question. And is it okay if I go to the next slide? No, I'm sorry. Let's go back to the purchase power agreement. I'm sorry, Aldi. So on this, just to cover quickly again, what the purchase power agreement does offer to us. The advantages are there's no out-of-pocket cost to the city, meaning we don't have to consume our capital budget, and then we also don't have to carry the debt of a loan for purchasing the system. Also, I cannot say enough about the zero rate escalator for 20 years. That's not very common in PPAs, so we are ecstatic about that because it really provides us utility rate stability and protection. And again, like I said, over the course of the next 20 years, yes, PG&E rates are going to steadily go up in the curve. They're going to notice quite increases. The good news is for 64% of the power that we buy out there at these three facilities will be at this low locked-in rate. And then also this advantage is federal tax credit. Well, City of Fresno, of course, that doesn't mean much to us, right, for a federal tax credit. But by partnering with Forefront, they are eligible for the tax credit, and they're going to take it, and then they share the savings and pass it on to us. And then also the operation and maintenance is included. That is so critical in any system to have it operated, cleaned, and maintained. And it really motivates Forefront to keep the system up and running because we have a 95% performance guarantee, which is also significant because if the performance of the system drops below that, they end up paying for it or writing us a check. So that works to our advantage as well. And then also in the event that conditions change, there has an opportunity like 6 years down the road if we did want to buy out the system ourselves. Again, not a good idea to do that at this time, but if conditions change, then that can happen. And then Mike and I are both here for questions, but he'll go ahead and finish up on the next steps.
Thank you, staff. Councilman, do you have any other questions?
One other question. So in terms of those cost savings, are those cost savings simply for the Department of Public Utilities? Or are there going to be any cost savings to our general fund as a result of the project?
So this proposal does not include savings to the general fund. These savings will offset the energy demands to operate the 3 treatment facilities. So these savings will be realized within the enterprise funds.
So the savings there could help us ensure that we don't go back too early to raise folks' fees for water and sewer and so forth?
So we will continue to include these savings in our future rate planning as we look at future rate increases going forward.
And that's, you know, that's what I want to make sure that folks are clear that this type of project, and I'm supportive, and I think I've been supportive of mostly all the energy efficiency of solar projects that have come through this dais. I do believe in our city moving in a more sustainable direction. I think we're probably a lot more behind than other big cities, but I'm proud that we're moving forward. And I just want to make sure that in future projects that we are consistent in the way that that we select who's going to do the projects and so forth, and that every single project like this does have a local workforce component. In particular, if we look at our unemployment rate today, given COVID and the recession we are in, I think that it's going to be important that we focus on making sure that whoever's going to come and do business in the city of Fresno gives priority to our Fresno residents, especially those that live in disadvantaged areas. So I'm looking forward to seeing language specific to that in these future RFPs or these whatever agreements that we bring forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman, is that a motion to approve? Is there a motion to approve this item? Motion by Member Carbasi. I will second it. Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Is Ann still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Ann. It's Mike. My office received a letter from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Local 100. By any chance, do you have that letter?
I don't have it on me, but it's in our email.
But you are familiar with the letter we received. So the reason why I ask, I'm just going to read a few lines from that letter for the record, because I think it gets to the heart of my concern in the wake of COVID, the economic challenges, not just Fresno, but the Central Valley region is going to face. And these are their words. The COVID-19 pandemic has left us with some economic challenges that we all need to work together to overcome. It's projects like these that will put the residents of Fresno back to work by providing hundreds of jobs. These projects are vital to the economic recovery of Fresno and its surrounding communities. And furthermore, they also write, I believe the project by Forefront Power will bring great benefit to our city. Forefront Power has completed other projects in the Fresno area and has hired locally, which provided job opportunities for our union halls, local apprenticeships, and local journeymen like the gentleman, Ronnie, the business manager who wrote this letter. And the reason why I mention that is this was important before, but it's even more important now that we have upward economic mobility in our community, including communities of color that have been left behind. And workforce development is so important, and I'm really encouraged that you brought this forward to the council, and the motion has been made, and I'm proud to do that.
Any other council member comments on this item? All right, before we go to the public on it, I do want to point out, staff, that I'm in complete agreement with Councilman Soria's assessment that staff has been picking and choosing when they go for an RFQ versus an RFP versus using somebody who already did it. And we tend to get competing arguments for why you chose to use that process from one day to the next. So it'd be nice if we picked a process and then stuck to it so that we can understand what consistency to expect as these items could come forward. With that, I'll go to the public. Is there anybody from the public wishing to address the council on this item?
Councilor Reyes, there's no one on
Thank
Zoom.
you. All right, roll call, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Arias?
Yes. All right, council, I would ask you, Councilmember Soria, to speak into the mic as you have your mask on, because it's really hard to hear you. Especially when we vote. Right, council, with that, we'll go to the next contested consent item, item 4B. Councilmember Fairfield, you pulled the item, you have the floor.
Excuse me. I need to get something into the record before it's taken up.
Yes, City Clerk, can you speak up to the mic so we can all hear you? City Clerk, we need to record this item before we take it.
Unfortunately, on this item, I ran the system, did not have page 2 or 3, and that has been fixed, and document is now available to the public.
All right, so the public can get get the full document on the online portal for this item. We apologize for the mistake. Councilmember Berta, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to have some discussion about this effort, not put any further annexation and see have a fair tax sharing agreement in place. I'm concerned about not allowing annexations to continue, and also concerned about the possibility of going to litigation, and really want to propose perhaps before we go down that road, seeing if there's some way that the council can be more engaged and see if we can get to some conversation and dialogue. I know it's been going on, but it hasn't reached a successful conclusion. Some dialogue where we can come to some agreement before we end up in a place where there's litigation or we're not doing annexations which impede growth, cause problems for people who have projects that they want to move forward. So I'd like to ask the city staff if you have any comments on that. And then I see that Mr. Rousseau is here from the county, and perhaps he would like to express some thoughts too.
If you'd like to invite the CAO to address the council?
Sure.
City manager, do you have
did you want to?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is just to reiterate staff's position from a few meetings ago.
City manager, can you speak to the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm okay, thank you. The only comment I was going to make is that staff's recommendation is still the same as it was a few weeks ago, is that we just wanted a continuation of this item and an amendment for another year to allow us to continue working with the county on those development standards and the tax sharing agreement. And I know Gene Rousseau is here and he can speak to our progress as well. And that's what staff brought forward a few weeks ago, and our position has not changed. And I'm happy to have council at that table.
Okay, so but we've extended this how many years now?
I understand, council member, but
What that answer is what? How many years?
It's been a few years.
Yeah, it's been a number of years.
But
17 years for the record.
okay.
Okay.
We were
important.
making, but there are new folks in place now in terms of Steve White at the county, the counterparts here at the city, and we were making progress on development standards and rewriting the entire document. Then COVID hit. And so, and Gene can speak to those conversations.
We will go ahead and give our counterpart, Chief Administrative Officer, the floor, but just before you go there, Gene, let me have our legal counsel weigh in a little, because we have had some closed session discussions. Okay. So I'd like some guidance on making sure that we don't cross any legal boundaries. Counsel, can we have a full discussion on the matter, including the stuff that was discussed in confidence in closed session, or do we have limits?
The council, unless the council votes to waive the confidentiality of the discussion in closed session, all of the discussions in closed session are confidential and may not be discussed here. If you have knowledge independent of the closed session discussion, then that's fair game to be discussed now.
Okay. All right, Chief Administrative Officer Gene Rousseau, I hope you came with a big bag of money. If not, you can still have the floor.
Council President, can we break for 1 minute? We're having audio issues again.
Sure. Give us a couple minutes, Chief Administrative Officer. Let's do a 5-minute restroom break and we'll be back. Turn over the floor to you. As a reminder, Councilor Bertafield still has the floor. So we will allow him to roast our friend. Hey, Councilor Bertafield, you have the floor.
Yeah, please, Mr. Rousseau, you can address the whole issue.
Thank you for asking me up here
Sure.
and pulling this from consent. Gene Rousseau, County.
Gene, can you do me a favor and just speak louder into the mic?
Okay. Thank you for pulling this off consent. Since we do have a splatter guard, I'll take my mask off. Gene Rousseau, County Administrative Officer. Last time I was in front of a city council, I was the finance director, controller, doing a presentation on debt capacity, and my own city council member at the time, Calhoun, took me to task and said a few things that I thought were a little bit aggressive. Anyway, I'm glad to be here to talk about the city-county MOU. Before we started negotiating with the city of Fresno, we negotiated with the city of Clovis and extended their agreement for 10 years with a 5-year renewal option. And the thought at that time was to take a look at the tax sharing mechanism at the end of that 10-year period. We started discussions with the city in 2017. And I was looking at my notes. We had a number of meetings that were the ad hoc meetings with the city administration, I believe city council members at the time. We had 5 meetings in 2017 on a number of different issues, including the MOU. 1 meeting in 18 and 1 meeting in 19. And from my perspective, being a lifelong resident of Fresno that recently moved to Clovis about 5 years ago, is the city-county relationship is as good as it's been in a while, and we don't want to put that in jeopardy. The county, this agreement really cements the city's ability to grow, and the county is essentially is out of the development business. We measure success in the county in terms of how much business and growth we push into the cities, because we have very little to no growth in the county. So that's important. This also settled a number of lawsuits that took place over the decades in the 70s and 80s, and really put that on the sideline. If you look at the agreement itself, outside of the tax sharing of both the base taxes and the ongoing growth in property taxes, there's a sales tax provision, but most of the agreement talks about different growth areas that the city wanted to pursue and how the county could help the city with that process. It also envisioned joint workshops and other things that clearly never happened. So what I would suggest is that we, I would recommend or back the city manager's recommendation to extend this for the year. Let's get back to the table and have discussions. I know Public Works, we as a county have been waiting for the city to rewrite the MOU, which the city offered to do early on, and I think in mid-2017. And I remember at the time we thought, boy, why would you want to do that? This has been hammered out. This is a second iteration of the original agreement. But the city wanted to update it, and we've still not seen an updated MOU to date. And that would help with the discussion. Secondly, our Public Works Director, Steve White, thinks big picture and has had a number of meetings with different department heads from the city to try to have a more collaborative partnership approach to doing business. And so, for instance, we share a lot of roads on the outskirts of the city, and it just makes a lot of sense. If the city's going to plan on doing improvements to one of those roads that we share, why not have the county at the table and leverage our resources? So I think there's a lot more good can come out of extending this for a year. And really, I think the city, our folks in Public Works made a comment this morning. The city really needs to think about what do they want outside of the tax sharing percentages that have been in place for over 30 years. Those have not changed. But other aspects of our partnership, the city really needs to think of what do you want in the agreement. We've not really heard that. We've suggested collaboration, sharing of impact fees, because we recognize some of the development that's been done over the years has not been in your interest and our interest. So a strong tax sharing agreement that requires the county to push developers to the city. And then if we do have any growth in the sphere, it's consistent with development standards in the city. That's what we all want, so we don't make the same mistakes of the past. And this is even more important with the SGMA issue, with the water becoming more and more important relative to development. And we want to be attractive to businesses outside the region. And if businesses see that that the most recent large development was caught up in litigation, and now the city's considering litigation with the county over a tax sharing agreement, I don't think that does any of us any good. So I think to extend this a year, have the city council perhaps participate more in those conversations. The county welcomes it. Last thing we want to do is sue over something and go back in time that none of us want to revisit. I think we can get a lot more done. We're partnering on the homelessness. That's been a tremendous success. There's still more to do, more to talk about in terms of permanent solutions. We've talked about other projects and things, and I think we need to maybe go back to these ad hoc meetings, because I think the more we get to know each other and understand what each other wants, I think we'll all be in better shape. So that's really why I'm here, is out of as a feeling of collaboration. Has this taken too long? Yeah, it has taken too long. We are going to be approaching the city of Sanger and the remaining cities to extend their agreements to additional 10, 15 years. And we're not, and if you look at the Clovis agreement, the changes to it really freed up the city to grow in areas that they were kind of hamstrung in the past. So those are the type of things you need to think about. There are provisions in here that limit the city's ability to develop in certain areas if they don't develop in other areas above a certain threshold. And we took some of that language out of our agreement with the city, because why would we hamstring you when really the county is only as healthy from a fiscal standpoint as the cities are? So it's really, and another thing, in the LAFCO process, because every annexation has to go through LAFCO, we've not contested any annexations under my watch. And we won't, and we're not going to going forward. We might have comments about the impact to the county, but we've never gone to LAFCO and actively fought your annexation. So I think, again, we've collaborated on a number of different issues. There's more to do. That we recently met on COVID and talked about, sharing testing costs, which we're trying to work with the state to hurry up and grant us additional sites and contact tracing. So there's been a great deal of collaboration up to this point, and I would hate to see this fall by the wayside if the city decides to enter into litigation. So that's really why I'm here.
Can I ask a city attorney question? So if we don't extend this, and let's say it just expires, but we proceed, what happens legally? Can you still do annexations and things of that sort?
Yes, but once it expires, then annexations can still proceed, assuming that the city and the county can agree upon a tax sharing percentage. Okay. If we're unable to agree, we have to negotiate in good faith, and it can go to non-binding arbitration. But ultimately, without an agreement, an annexation cannot take place.
Okay. So, but we can still, even though there may not be an agreement, we can still sit down on a development and work out whatever we agree upon.
On a case-by-case basis.
Case by case. Yeah. So I appreciate, Gene, everything you said, because I agree with it. I mean, we have the homeless task force. We've been working with you. I think, we agree, we disagree, but we work it out. We hash it out. Yeah. I think we've been together and collaborative with COVID-19. We're all in this together, and I think everybody has approached it that way. Again, can have disagreements, but I think we work together. And I remember when I was on the council before, we were in litigation over the tax sharing agreement. It was not a good situation for anybody. I don't think that's the course we want to go, but obviously, as Councilmember Soria said, 17 years extending this, I mean, it's not getting done, and we need to get it done. And we have a perspective on what the numbers should be. I've talked to supervisors over the last couple of days. They have a perspective too, and feel like there are services that don't get in the equation that we're contemplating, which is fair. Again, we can talk about it, disagree, see, but I'd like to see those numbers, and I'd like to see exactly what is a fair, equitable city, county tax sharing in relation to what other cities and counties do throughout the state. And I think that for me, as I've talked to the council, I think that's an important piece of information. I'd like to know how we compare. So I think we should have a committee that works on this with you, and perhaps with two supervisors if they'd be willing to participate, and with staff, and see if we can work this out, hammer this out in the spirit of collaboration and trying to get this resolved, knowing that we have very different perspectives and very different constituencies. So that would be my recommendation. Certainly not to go to litigation. I'm opposed to that. And I think we should continue with our annexations. We don't necessarily, if I'm hearing it right, need to extend this for a year. I mean, I'm open to that possibility, perhaps even on a shorter period of time to allow us to negotiate and see if we can come up with something long-term. But I think we should form a committee, and I think we should form it in the spirit of working together like we've done on Homeless Task Force on COVID-19.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we do form a three-member committee to begin that process and have two supervisors be a part of that as well, along with our staff, to work that out.
All right, there's a motion, there's second. I would just ask for a friendly amendment that legal counsel be part of the negotiating team and that the districts who are most impacted by the annexation that subsidizes the county's treasury be on that committee to negotiate this agreement. Is there any other council members wishing to address this item? Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, sure thing. So I would definitely be in support of the committee. I think there's, again, a spirit of collaboration, as Councilmember Bredefield noted. But I do like this resolution. I'd like to keep this resolution going, right, in tandem with the committee. It certainly doesn't hurt to kind of continue to hold that collateral as we proceed.
All right, we'll go to Councilmember Chavez. Your hand's up.
Yep, thank you, President. Yeah, no, I'm going to echo some of the sentiments in there. I've worked at the county, worked at the city. I have a little deeper understanding of kind of the mindset and how things are approached. And here's what I will say publicly, though, and I think this is what that Nexus study will show, that the city of Fresno disproportionately is incurring a lot of the cost that's been happening. And I can tell you that as a representative of the Sunnyside area, I see the difference between the county islands and the city. Now, in the county's defense, and this is to credit of Supervisor Quintero, we've worked on a couple of dual projects along Orange Avenue, along Minnewawa, and making sure that we can actually invest in infrastructure in those areas. And that's what we're trying to get to here, Gene. And I think you can appreciate the situation as a manager of how it's difficult to keep up with a lot of the costs of the infrastructure in our city. So in that spirit, I'd like to nominate President Arias, Councilmember Soria, and Councilmember Bredefield for that committee. If they would be agreeable.
All right, Councilmember. As always, thank you for assigning everybody additional work while you take a nap.
I'd also, Council President.
Council City Manager, you have the floor.
We'd also like the mayor's office represented on that committee, and my office will help coordinate as well.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Carbasa, you have the floor.
If we're going to do that, maybe the mayor-elect should be included as well.
Well, we have one chief at a time, so let's work with the mayor that we have. Yeah.
It's going to be 17 years of negotiation. It's going to affect the future. The next mayor who was elected overwhelmingly by the public should be on there.
I understand your point. Your point is heard. Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilwoman Soria?
I will say that publicly, I'm uncomfortable really extending this agreement one more year. I think that time is of the essence. This council over the last few weeks has been having some very tough discussions, and the mayor and the administration has made it very clear that we're going to have a shortfall. Our community has also been strong on their comments and their desire to see us invest more in certain areas like parks, infrastructure. And when we're looking at annexation and what it's costing us, we only get 38% of the property tax, but we're bearing the burden of 68% of all the services that we are providing to this area. In my area, the west of the 99, which for a long time was Forgotten Fresno or coined as Forgotten Fresno, has been impacted by the failure of previous administrations, previous leaders of not coming to the table in a timely fashion to have a fair negotiation. I'm tired of seeing the hodgepodge of annexations that have happened in the last years that I have to answer to constantly because traffic flow, because folks from West Fresno have to travel to East Fresno to get their services, and the connectivity is horrible. And so if we continue this, going in the same path, we're going to continue to see the center of the city be left behind, our residents in the center of the city subsidizing essentially the growth that is happening in the outlying communities. At some point, this council also has to be strong about where we stand, and we need the county to step up and give us a fair, more power to Clovis if you guys had an agreement with them. But guess what? Clovis has higher property values than we do, so they can afford that. They have higher income, so that they can afford maybe to have that type of agreement. The city of Fresno can't. We have some of the poorest neighborhoods in this city that needs a bigger share of that property tax, not just 38%. And so I'm happy to serve on the committee, but I'm not comfortable extending it for one more year. We need to get to work because our residents in the center of the city are the ones being impacted the most. And guess who those are? Those are the neighborhoods that for a long time have been left behind, that now in this budget, through COVID, we want to now throw in a bunch of money because of the failure of negotiating for the last 17 years a fair agreement. And so I get it that, it pisses people off that, we may have some annexations that we may want to say no to. I just tabled an annexation that's going to have tremendous impact because it's over 200 acres in my area. I've already gotten complaints about, the traffic congestion and the safety of the roads and the lack of infrastructure. And so I'm very, very just upset that it's taken this long and that we continue to just say, give us 90 more days, give us a year. We can't continue to do the same, CAO, and we need you guys. We need you to convince your Board of Supervisors to do the right thing for the City of Fresno residents that they too represent, so that you guys don't just represent the county folks, you guys represent the City of Fresno residents, and you guys are giving them the short end of the stick by not providing this city its fair tax share. So I would like to amend the motion to shorten the 1 year. I don't want the 1 year, I think.
Councilwoman, just for the record, the tax sharing agreement is not on the agenda today. This is simply the resolution expressing our intent not to continue to extend as in its current form. So the tax sharing agreement is not on the agenda today.
I thought the motion, though, included.
The motion is to establish a committee to help negotiate a new agreement.
So the 1 year is not on the table?
No.
Okay. I thought I had heard that the 1 year was on the table. If the 1 year is not on the table, I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make sure that the message is heard and that we are serious about getting this worked out.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Council, for your comments. Just a couple of things I'd like to point out to our Chief Administrative Officer. I know you speak to the work around the homeless and the COVID collaboration, but let me tell you that it's like pulling teeth in those conversations. To this day, we still don't have a testing station for COVID in South Fresno, and we've been talking about it for months. So the city had to put up its own millions of dollars to do the work. When it came to the homeless conversations, the county was always a roadblock to try and get us to identify new shelter space. To this day, the county doesn't operate a homeless shelter, even though the county has a significant responsibility in serving the homeless. It continues to default its responsibilities to the city. Your reference to the Clovis agreement, I want to be crystal clear. I have no interest in adopting an agreement similar to Clovis. In Clovis, the county keeps 63% of all the tax revenue. Now, Clovis can afford to do that because their property hires, as Councilman Soria noted, are much higher, and because they're depending on growth to fuel their engine of economy. In Fresno, we've seen that we cannot afford to continue to sprawl and to subsidize that sprawl. And it's quite frankly horrendous, the kind of conditions that we absorb these annexed areas into, where we have to put in the sidewalks, the streets, the gutters, because understandably, the county doesn't require those things, which I understand. It's also my feeling that the county's approach to not charging development impact fees allows it to be the best friends of developers and business, but then turns around and rapes and pillages city coffers in these tax sharing agreements to make up for that difference. So frankly, I'm not that highly, impressed by some of my counterparts in the county. I appreciate that they make six figures and that they get lifetime pensions for their service and that they approve a budget with an hour public hearing. But in the city, we can't continue to engage in the same process for 17 years, knowing that each time we annex a parcel, we are further creating a financial gap for the city. No fault of your own, CAO, but I need you to understand that if we're going to go to the negotiating table, we're going to negotiating table to negotiate something different than what's been in place for 17 years. And it's because we can't afford to do the same thing without having to raise taxes on our own residents. As a reminder to the public, 53% of the city of Fresno residents are county residents. So, we're already paying for libraries to remain open through the Measure B. We're paying for roads to be done through Measure C. We're paying for the zoo to be operated for everyone in the county. So those are big expenditures that any other county would be fully responsible for. But in Fresno, half of that money comes from Fresno residents. And it's been a good value and return on investment for Fresno and county residents, but it should also be honored when we're negotiating a tax sharing agreement. And I want to be crystal clear, whatever agreement, as I recognize you all have Me Too clauses, and you have to look at us as one of 15 cities, but we are the elephant in the room, and we have been subsidizing that growth. And I'm willing, as a council member, to say to developers, no more sprawl if we can't afford to provide police and fire and road infrastructure. Because all that does is create residents who are completely at the whim of a public health and safety system that is collapsing on its own weight. So we have a motion today to appoint a committee of the council with legal counsel and the mayor's office to help negotiate a new agreement with the County of Fresno in a tax sharing MOU. Is there any comments from the public? I see Mr. Mayor is online. So let me go to Councilmember Carbalsi, and then we'll go to our Mayor Lee Brand before we go to the public for public comment. And Jean, thank you for withstanding all our frustrations today.
So I appreciate the discussion and listening to, reading the media reports out there about this and hearing the comments of my colleagues, and that does weigh on me. So this essentially is a business decision, but I worry that politics is going to weigh in on that. If there's a nexus study out there, if that nexus study is accurate, it's going to look, it does look like it's a bad deal for Fresno, and it would be incumbent on us to negotiate a better deal, not just for today, but 20 years from now for the residents of this city. But this is a very technical subject. It's very dense, and we need to take the emotion out of it. I'm not like, Gary, hold on. I'm not like Trump where I insult my opponent before I go into negotiations. So I think this council, though, does want to know there is hope with the county that if we go to the negotiating table, there will be a friendly conversation, but also a productive conversation, because I know the cost of a lawsuit and a moratorium. Everyone assumes, oh, developers are they can deal with it. No, it's the workers that build those homes that lose their jobs. It's the people that can't afford to have starter homes. We have communities of color that have home ownership at rates of 25%. That's unacceptable in the national conversation we're having right now about equity. So a long drawn out war won't help, but I see it coming. And what I want to say to my counterparts on the board, please pay attention, please listen, please come to the table willing to negotiate. If we can prove and make a good case that we do provide a majority of the services, then we really should get that funding. But if there's not going to be any reasonable, and I think there will be, but if no one's willing to meet us halfway, the negotiations go nowhere. City Attorney, I have a clarifying question. How long potentially can a lawsuit take? Is there any idea?
Well, at first I would suggest we enter into mediation discussions. Then the current agreement goes to the end of August. And then we'll be looking at negotiation of annexations as they come along on a case-by-case basis. For each particular one, if we're unable to reach an agreement through negotiation, then it can go to non-binding arbitration. That process, given the circumstances right now, could take a year for each one, is what I would expect.
Okay. Mr. Rousseau, this happened, there was a situation once before where essentially there was no annexation for how long the last time? I've heard it was 2 years, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And then what was the result of that? It was kind of like playing chicken. Who ended up blinking in that one?
You know, I don't know. If you've read the MOU and the staff report, it talks about the various projects that were the subject of the lawsuit. Most likely copper, I would guess. The southeast growth, desire to go southeast certainly was covered quite a bit in this document, and none of that happened. Collaboration, meetings, joint workshops, the whole 9 yards. It's kind of interesting to go back in history.
Okay. I'm just really, really worried about the recession right now that we're in.
I am too.
But I want to know, and if you can provide us insight, if my colleagues, and I'm confident they're going to go there and they're going to be able to negotiate, do you believe that the board is going to, in good faith, negotiate with them as well? If we find metrics that's mutually agreeable, that show just the cost breakdown of how much service is provided, not just today, but years from now between the city and the county, that that we can adopt a mutual formula that's more beneficial.
We will negotiate in good faith. Again, these agreements with all 15 cities have been in place for over 30 years. And the one that we're talking about expired in December 2017. So, yeah, we will negotiate in good faith. We will review the report that was done, that city had done in order to determine the cost to each agency. And most likely, we'll prepare our own report. And we will. There's so much more involved in this document aside from just the tax percentages. That's why I think it's an opportunity to address other issues. Joint development issues, road improvements, infrastructure improvements of that nature. I think a tremendous opportunity with just the dialogue we're having now. And so I would expect us to negotiate in faith because we all want the same thing. We are just coming at it from different.
Thank you.
All right, council members. I would ask that we get some clarity. So I know Councilmember Bredefeld, you had floor, made a motion to appoint a committee. There's been some members recommend Member Chavez, and there's still in this the conversation on whether we make it access to the public. I would prefer that we do that so that the public is fully aware of what is the current cost of services versus what we were receiving in the agreement. Would you like to clarify your motion that we're clear about what action we're considering?
Yes, that we are going to form a committee, and I'm certainly fine with Councilmember Chavez's request, and that we are not going to extend it at this point. We're going to leave it open and unextended. We are going to continue with annexations at this point. We're not going to stop annexations if they have to be done on a case-by-case basis until we get an agreement. We will do that, and then we'll proceed and hopefully get this accomplished as opposed to another 18th year.
All right, Councilwoman Soria, you seconded the council member's motion originally. Are you okay with that amended motion? The motion is to appoint a committee of Soria, Chavez, Bredefeld to help negotiate the agreement with the city attorney and the mayor's office,
yes.
And to, if the agreement expires, to proceed with annexations on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
That was Soria, and Bredefeld.
Yeah.
Correct. And making the Nexus study public.
Is that part of the motion?
Yeah,
also?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Then, just for clarification, City Attorney, the current agreement already says if we don't extend, we would be negotiating every annexation one-on-one.
Once the agreement expires, state law would require that we negotiate each one on a case-by-case.
So the motion is consistent with that?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay,
All right, you agreeable to second?
yes.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Before we go out to the public for any comment on this item, I'd like to give the mayor the opportunity to address the council on this item if you wish. Mayor, I know your hand's up. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council. I can put some perspective on this. Going back to my days in the council where we had a very acrimonious relationship with the county. And so when I started in 2017, I did was reach out to Supervisor Pacheco about improving the relationship. Because of that, we did a lot of stuff over the last couple of years, including we had the first joint meeting between the City Council and the board back in 2017, probably the first one in over 2 years. We established quarterly meetings that until probably the COVID days were pretty much attended. We did make progress on streets and how we maintain streets or separating between a county and the city. We did development standards was still done, but it's been done. And the roadblock we always hit, of course, was the revenue sharing agreement. But I can tell you, I sat on several meetings. We pushed as hard as we could, and to my point of view, the county didn't seem to be that motivated. But I think we need to go forward. I agree on mediation. I agree that we go on a case-by-case basis. And we cannot continue to grow, as you've mentioned, and Councilmember Soria, when we're subsidizing the development. I'm all for development that pays for itself, but over the years, we've paid for it at a price in the city of Fresno. So we need to get this thing going. I hope that the supervisors and Gene, we can work together and find an equitable situation. We can't continue status quo. So those are my comments, and I hope we're going the right direction.
All right, thank you, Mayor. With that, is there any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item?
Yes, currently there's 5. Lisa Flores, you're going to be the first to be unmuted.
Lisa Flores, you have a minute to address the council. Thank you, Jean.
Hi, as a taxpayer from District 1, I support Esmeralda and her view on this item. Only a fool extends an agreement for 17 years and gets nothing out of it. Only a fool would allow us to get the short end of the stick. You know, use the recession to your negotiating advantage and get what the city is due. We're due sidewalks, we're due roads, we're due tax dollars. We're getting shortchanged by the county, and that shouldn't happen. So go after our money, bring it home, improve our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mike Prandini.
Mike Prandini, please identify yourself, and you have a minute to address the council. Mr. Prandini?
Sorry, I didn't hit unmute. I've got it unmuted now. Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association. We fully agree with the effort to create the committee to continue to negotiate with the county, but to not extend the agreement and leave it on a case-by-case basis creates real issues for the development community and extends the timeline for getting development done and will add considerable uncertainty to the process and will make projects more difficult to bring to fruition.
Thank you, Mr. Prandini. Next person is DeAngelique Jackson. You have the floor.
Hello, good morning, and thank you all for your time. My name is DeAngelique Jackson. I am representing as a community member as well as the president for the Fresno State chapter of the NAACP. And I would just once again urge all the council members and anyone else who is involved in this process to think about how important this is for building up our community, especially when we're talking about issues of police brutality and just police reform and things like that. The first thing that your citizens are asking for is to instead invest the money back into our neighborhoods, back into the areas that have systemically been left out of the conversation. And this is not just falling on our council members, this is as well falling on our county. So I really hope that the county representatives that are here will take the time to not only listen to our council members, but will take the time to listen to what the community is coming say to you here today, which is that we need new resources and we can't do it alone. If we've been calling and asking for change at least for the last 3 years since we've been in this negotiation, then I feel like at this point it should be a no-brainer. If the people need bigger streets, if they need better sidewalks, if we need updated infrastructure for our buildings in order to deter crime, I don't understand why the county wouldn't be willing to support that. So with that, I yield the rest of my time, and I thank you all for giving me this platform to speak to you here today.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next speaker is Dee Barnes. You have the floor for a minute. Dee Barnes?
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, this is Dee Barnes, and I'm speaking on this issue because I have a very, very vested interest in this, and I encourage you to please do not extend this agreement until a more fair and equitable agreement is reached. I live in the Mayfair County Island, which is at First and between First and Cedar, Clinton and McKinley. And we are surrounded by city, we have city water, we have city sewer, but we have no say in any of the decisions made by the city because we don't get to vote on any of the city issues. And I tried a couple of years ago, I worked with LAFCO and was going to pursue trying to get this area annexed. And former city manager Bruce Rudd was not at all interested, was not at all supportive, and basically tried to stop it because if they annex poor areas like the Mayfair area, the city does not get enough money from us. So they are not interested in annexing this area because of the terribly unfair tax sharing agreement with the county. And yet they continue to allow the developers to go out there and hodgepodge, get areas annexed. The roads are not continuous. I know when my daughter, they owned a house out at Jensen and Peach area, and the area between city limits and where this new city development was horrible. So please, this has to be fixed. The developers are already not sharing all the burden of expanding our sphere just further and further out, having to provide fire and police and roads and sewer. So please, I support Miguel and Esmeralda in their efforts to get this changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Next person is Jennifer Gallegos. You have the floor for a minute.
Hi, good morning, council members and council president Arias. So I'm a part of District 3, and my name is Jennifer, and I'm a concerned resident of the city of Fresno. I'm calling to ask you to vote yes on the motion to allocate $300,000 from Fresno PD recycling salary saving to the Advanced Peace Program, to vote yes on the motion to remove Fresno police officers from mental health calls, and to vote yes on evaluating the effectiveness and return of investment of all special units. As someone who has a master's in social work, I can safely inform you that we would handle and de-escalate mental health crises. On Friday of last week, there was a mental health crisis in downtown, and it took the paramedics and law enforcement to address the crisis in about an hour. That hour could have saved their life. Research shows that most people go to the ER for concerns of a heart attack, when in reality they are having panic attacks. Imagine all of the money we can save if we have social workers who de-escalate the situation.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, next person is Daniel. Again, this portion of the public comment is for the tax sharing agreement with the city and the county. If you'd like to speak to this, Daniel, you will be given a minute to address the council.
Hey, good morning, Council President Arias and Council. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hey, just on this item, I just wanted to echo all the points that have generally been discussed by the council, and the importance of having new development pay fair share, and making sure that new development in Fresno isn't not just like an issue of divestment, but handicapped from the start. For context, I'm on the District 1 Plan Implementation Review Committee, and I'm also on the General Plan Review Committee. The fiscal impact analysis and nexus study are things that my colleague Keith Berkbold has continuously advocated for, and frankly, it'd be really informative to the discussions we're having in that meeting to have that kind of information, which we haven't had, and it would be more enlightening, for that, not just for forming this, for this tax sharing agreement. I grew up west of 99, and, from the 90s when I lived out there until now, I'm still constantly baffled by how long it's taken to see improvements happen on Clinton, on Ashland, these major city-county thoroughfares that serve both jurisdictions. And they're hodgepodge and piecemeal, because there's been an impasse. I'm encouraged by what everybody's saying, including on the county side, that people are on the on the same page, and things that have happened in the past, we're trying to work them together. So that's I'm sure is my time, but I thank you guys for that discussion. Just want to let you know that it's not just people out here trolling you online. We're watching, and we're appreciative of the discussion and the effort.
Thank you, Daniel. Next person is Brandy. You have a minute to address the council on the tax sharing agreement.
I actually want to echo what the person before said. I want to just express my appreciation that you guys are looking into and recognizing ways that the city has shouldered a burden that the county needs to be shouldering, and wanting to continue that discussion to make decisions that would benefit our residents, like the ones that have spoken earlier and spoke about their needs that live in county islands, that live in areas that have been affected by this. So I want to agree and express my appreciation for everyone who's in this conversation that is wanting to look, that is basically what was said by
Thank you, Brandy. All right, the last speaker on this item is Lilia Becerril. Lilia, you have the floor. Lilia, can we unmute her?
¿Me escuchan?
Ahora sí, Lilia.
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, buenos días a todos.
Buenos días, Lilia.
Espero que sí me estén escuchando. Ok, Miguel, buenos días a todos, saludos de la mesa de la ciudad. Yo estoy a favor de lo que están proponiendo en este momento ustedes, porque como persona que estoy capacitada para hacer cuenta lo que las personas que tienen capacidad, ya sean sillas de ruedas o en maderas. Yo quisiera apoyarlos a ustedes en este momento, miembros de la mesa, de la ciudad de Fresno, de la comunidad, perdón, estoy nerviosa. La ciudad de Fresno, del distrito 5, apoyo lo que están proponiendo, en realidad apoyo lo que está proponiendo al presidente de la ciudad. Por favor, apoyen esto, ya que necesitamos las carreteras en buenas condiciones y necesitamos las aceras y banquetas para nuestras personas incapacitadas. Gracias.
Gracias, Lilia. That concludes our public comment. Council, there's a motion to appoint a committee of Arias, Soria, and Butterfield, and to allow the MOU to expire on August 29th, and as required by law, negotiate individual annexations if we don't have a renewed agreement by then, and to make the Nexus study public so the public sees the transparency of the current MOU conditions. With that, we'll call for roll call.
Council President, I had a clarification.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
So we originally came in here with a resolution that we would intend to halt the annexations, and that's no longer the case.
The motion is to allow the MOU to expire, and as required by law to negotiate individual annexations if necessary.
Okay, well, I mean, no part of the city is hurt more by these inequitable agreements, right? Even if it's on a case-by-case basis than my area of the city. So if that's going to be the case, I can't support this. And I actually, I'll go ahead and throw it out there to see, because I do support the other components of releasing the Nexus study of the committee. So I'll throw it out here one more time. Offer an amendment to, again, bring back the original language in addition to the amendments that have been made that would halt the annexations.
Council Member Esparza, I appreciate your comments, but legal counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, but state law requires us, if there's no agreement, to negotiate annexations individually.
Correct, and either way, whether it's the motion or the resolution, they're both consistent with the law.
Okay.
So, legal counsel, you're saying that even if we had passed this language as is, that we still would be negotiating on a case-by-case basis?
Yes, we're required to.
Okay.
All right, council, just a closing comment. This is no small matter. I know it's simply a resolution today, but it's taken so much time because a fair agreement with the county could represent up to $100 million ongoing for the city of Fresno in property revenue. And as you see from this budget hearings, we are essentially all fighting for crumbs in a $1 billion budget, and it's important for us to ensure the long-term sustainability of the city and to provide the services that our residents are demanding. With that, council, there's a motion, it's a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Arias?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
All right, Councilwoman, you've been warned 10 times. Need to hear your voice.
My mic was off.
Yes. All right, Council, thank you for that robust conversation. Chief Administrative Officer Russo, thank you for coming by and offering us, somebody to be mad at today. So, thank you all. With that, let's go to the 1010 item. As a note for the public, the hearing on the 10 o'clock has been tabled to July 16th. We now proceed with the 1010 public hearing on the adoption of the vehicle miles traveled thresholds pursuant to Senate Bill 743, which requires local jurisdictions in California to adopt such a threshold by July 1st. City staff, do you have a presentation on this item?
Let's see. Good morning, Council President Arias and members of the council. We do have about a 10 to 15 minute presentation if you would like to hear that.
Can you make it a 5-minute presentation?
I can do my best.
All right, we're going to hold you to it. Proceed.
Okay, next slide. Thank you. This is what you're being asked to do today, adopting guidelines, CEQA guidelines for vehicle miles traveled thresholds, and directing staff to pursue a mitigation program that includes creation of a citywide mitigation bank, exchange, or other mechanism to allow more options for VMT mitigation. Next. We'll be talking about background thresholds, mitigation, and public comment. Next. Next. So, as Council President Arias stated, Senate Bill 743 was signed into law in 2013, and it requires that a new metric, vehicle miles traveled, be used to identify transportation-related impacts under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, starting July 1st. Vehicle miles traveled is the number of trips generated by a project multiplied by the distance of each trip in miles. And VMT differs from the existing CEQA metric of level of service, which has been used over the last more than a decade or two, which measures traffic congestion. Next. Why VMT? The state of California has greenhouse gas reduction goals, and transportation is the largest generator of greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a direct tie between reducing GHGs and reducing VMTs. Next. In addition, vehicle miles traveled is increasing at a faster rate than population growth. Next. Benefits of reducing vehicle miles traveled include reduced GHG emissions, of course, public health benefits, improved air quality, fewer crash fatalities, and more walkable, bikeable, and connected neighborhoods. Next. So how does level of service fit into the picture? It's something that's been used in CEQA transportation analysis for decades, as I mentioned. It will no longer be part of CEQA, but the city will still use it for its transportation planning. Next. And now we'll get down to brass tacks, looking at thresholds. Thank you. Next. There are three types. The most talked about are the development project thresholds for new development. Next. And we'll just go on to the next one. Before a threshold needs to be applied, there's screening criteria that actually exempt a number of projects from even having to do VMT analysis or do mitigation because of their features that make them reduce VMT. The first of those types of screening criteria is if the project is within a half a mile of a transit priority area or a high-quality transit corridor. You can see what those are on the map here. It's our Blackstone and Kings Canyon BRT corridors and our high-frequency corridors along Shaw and Cedar and into the downtown. Next. Local serving retail is also a type of project that would likely be exempt from VMT analysis. Next. Projects generating less than 500 average daily trips will likely be screened out. And you can see what quantities of or sizes of projects that would exempt essentially. Next. Public facilities are also exempt from VMT analysis. Next. And projects will have less of a mitigation burden if they're in areas with low vehicle miles traveled. So as part of the city's effort in developing these thresholds, and I'll talk more about the process in a moment, vehicle miles traveled at the county level was modeled, and the city's vehicle miles traveled was compared to the county average. The green areas are areas with low VMT that are below 13% of today's average, and then the red and yellow areas have higher VMT and would have a higher mitigation burden. So projects that are in the green area are going to have, again, less of a mitigation burden, less of an impact. Next. So where did we get our starting point for these thresholds? Well, the state of California Office of Planning and Research issued a technical advisory that has guided this whole process of development of thresholds. And the statewide greenhouse gas reduction goal and VMT reduction goal is 15%. Regions and jurisdictions throughout California can either opt to adopt the state's threshold or they can develop their own as long as it's based on substantial evidence. So staff is proposing a 13% vehicle miles traveled reduction goal consistent with the Fresno County Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. The state California Air Resources Board has already approved that level of GHG reduction for this county, so we think it makes perfect sense. Next. You can see that different regions have different greenhouse gas reduction targets. I'm just showing you Fresno there so you can see in the context, some are higher, some are lower. Next. And again, when we talk about Fresno's vehicle miles traveled, we're comparing to a county average. So the county total vehicle miles traveled was calculated with a traffic model. It's a COG, the activity-based model. And then per capita and per employee averages are developed to establish the thresholds. Next. Next. We're just going to get right down to the development project thresholds here. So for residential development, the threshold, and that is the point at which a significant impact would result under CEQA and mitigation would be necessary. So that's why thresholds are important. It would be 13% below existing regional VMT per capita for residential development. For office or office within industrial uses, 13% below existing regional VMT per employee would be the proposed threshold. And again, the state for these is proposing 15% reduction. For retail, the threshold is not quite as demanding. It's just any net increase in total VMT. So the idea is just reduce VMT. Mixed use, you would apply the thresholds that I just mentioned, and public facilities are normally screened out. Next. So again, just bringing you back to the map. What does this mean? This means that projects that are proposed, again, in the green areas, which are already meeting the threshold of 13%, would likely have less mitigation burden because they're already in an area, there's already a better mix of commercial, office, and residential uses in that green area, and so the driving and the trips that people need to make are fewer. So that's for the residential projects. Next. The map looks a little different when we model it per employee for office-related uses. Next. And finally, just a note that thresholds not only apply to development projects, but they will also apply to transportation projects that the city or county would take on as capital improvement projects or Caltrans. Next. And for those, basically projects that don't increase vehicle capacity would be screened out. Next. But projects that do increase vehicle capacity would incur a VMT impact, and those would need to be mitigated. Next. And that's just showing how a future year would have a significant impact for a transportation project if the VMT increases. Next. And finally, land use plans also are subject to VMT thresholds. Next. Basically, any net increase in per capita VMT when comparing the horizon or future year to the base year, which is today. So if we have a general plan and it is the future year would have more vehicle miles traveled than today, then there would be an impact. Next. Important to note that our vehicle miles traveled behaviors and thresholds will change over time. As mitigation is implemented, it may lower or raise the region's vehicle miles traveled. We hope it lowers it, and thresholds would probably need to be updated. We expect that will happen on some kind of a repeating cycle, maybe every 4 years. Next. And finally, mitigation. So, thresholds don't have much meaning without knowing what the consequences of applying those are, and that would be the mitigation that is required. These are different types of mitigation than what we're typically used to with level of service. Those typically would increase capacity. These are looking to reduce overall vehicle miles traveled and to provide other transportation options. Next. So and all of these mitigation strategies are consistent with our current general plan. Next. And I'm just going to mention quickly 4 different types of mitigation strategies. The first is location, design, and urban form. Next. And those types of strategies are all about where the project is located, how it's designed, if it's designed with a mix of uses, office, residential, retail. If it has a variety of densities, it's going to be much more likely to have a very low VMT footprint. Next. Public works improvements are another type of mitigation strategy. Of course, we already do those, but this would be sort of at a higher level. Next. Potential examples could include active transportation options to school, providing higher level bike and pedestrian facilities such as Class 1 trails or mid-block crossings, providing more traffic calming measures, dedicating and constructing trails that connect the project with designated bicycle commuting routes.
Thank you, staff.
And possibly upgrading Class 2 bike lanes to Class 4.
Thank you,
Next.
staff.
Yes.
Thank you. I think we're fully briefed on the matter, and this has been something that has been on our plates to do for several months, and I know I've gotten quite a bit of briefing on it. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation before we go to public comment. Is there a second? Second by Member Esparza. Anybody in the public wishing to address the council on the adoption of the local VMT?
Yes, the first person is Lisa Flores.
All right, Lisa Flores, you have the floor. You'll have a minute to address the council.
As a retired environmental and transportation planner, I was looking forward to hearing this presentation, but I didn't hear a single thing from the time that you signed off to Sophie until you got it back. All I saw was slides, that's it. I was holding up a sign that said, can't hear audio. So I don't know what you're voting on, and so that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
We'll work on, see if that's working properly from our end. Next person is Ivanka Saunders. You have the floor, Ivanka. Ivanka, would you like to address the council?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, proceed.
All right. Good morning, and thank you, Council Member, President, and council members for the opportunity to comment. My comments today reflect a letter we submitted in collaboration from Leadership Council and other organizations, along with a few additional concerns we have regarding the draft CEQA guidelines for VMT analysis as required by Senate Bill 743, which do not relieve the city from studying air quality, noise, safety, or other impacts associated with transportation in exchange for the VMT analysis. We are disappointed to see that such an important process did not have nearly any public process as it was developed, and we really only became aware of where the city was on this process when it was put on the council agenda a few weeks ago. We were told that there was one meeting that only a few individuals were invited to and was largely attended by developers. There was also notice to the American Planning Association, which requires a paid membership. So there was some level of outreach. However, the outreach was not meant for those who would be impacted by these guidelines. In the draft guidelines, the city makes several exemptions for which projects are presumed to be less than significant or not require an individual travel analysis. Though the Office of Planning and Research developed guidance that permits a certain level exemption, recognizing that some projects will not significantly impact the environment or communities, the draft guidelines take their guidance and go beyond what may be exempt. For instance, OPR suggests projects with average daily trips of 110 are exempt, but the draft exempt projects with only 500. Additionally, there are several exemptions for roadways that will be expanded, though it is widely known that whenever roadways are expanded, it is to the number of vehicles that travel on it. The draft also fails to identify any meaningful mitigation measures. These mitigation measures should go through a public process to assess which of the measures would have the greatest impact on neighborhoods. There are also regional fees being proposed. However, there is no mention of how these fees would work, where they would be spent, and how they'd be spent. Additionally, these fees do not supplant actual VMT reduction. An increase in VMT leads to an increase in exposure to diesel exhaust along with other toxic pollutants that directly impact the health and quality of residents.
Thank you, Ivanka. The next person is Denise. You have the floor for a minute to address the council on the adoption of the VMT ordinance.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Denise Rogers-Height. I am the Fresno State NAACP Political Action Chair. I just wanted to mention that I had noticed that there in the routes, the transit routes provided during the presentation, I recognized that there were none specified in the West Fresno area, and it is heavily located in the Northwest Fresno area, which is already highly funded with like sidewalks and fully capable of people getting around and connecting to communities, whereas our communities of color seem to be, again, not addressed. And it, again, reflects our maps of redlining that we've already addressed. So I'd like that to be taken into consideration, as well as language that the community can understand, because throughout this meeting, it's been pretty difficult to understand what is being said and being able to interpret it. And I can't imagine community members being able to stay engaged and not being able to understand what you guys are voting on. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Denise. Next person, Jaleel Jackson. Ms. Jackson.
Hi, this is DeAngelique Jackson from the Fresno State NAACP. I would just once again like to echo a lot of the comments that have been made just about understanding what is being talked about here. There does not seem to be a lot of what am I trying to say? There doesn't seem to be a lot of interest given to West Fresno in this presentation, or a lot of focus on this area, especially when we think about that triangle of CO2 emissions that rest there. The language within the presentation absolutely was not clear, and it happened way too fast for community members to keep up with and actively engage and provide feedback. So I just would like for everybody to take that into account just as we move forward with this.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Last speaker is Grecia on this item.
Good morning, council members and council president. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Grecia Elenes. I'm with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'll briefly like to echo what Denise and Angelique just mentioned of the complexity of what was just described. I know I myself, who does this for a living, had a great difficulty understanding this, and the fact that, as my colleague Ivanka mentioned, the public process for this was absolutely minimal. That is no excuse as to why the community should not be engaged in this process, a project that will really impact decades to come of how we develop, what mitigation measures are proposed. I appreciate the council, the staff's time and effort, and the consultants' time and effort into what was developed. However, it was evident to me as I was reading the draft guidelines that it is not in alignment overall with the general plan goals of, further incentivizing infill development. As was mentioned, there are a great deal of exemptions in what can be excluded out of doing a BMT analysis, which ultimately supersedes the goal of what Senate Bill 743 is meant to do. As such, the council should really move forward to, delay the adoption and proceed with the state's guidelines in the meantime, as it incorporates the community's input into this, and further looks into how is it that we can actually align the draft guidelines with the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, staff, we're done with public comment on this item. Staff, I do have one question. Why did our VMT exemption go to 500 trips when the state outlines 110?
Thank you, Council President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. We actually did our own analysis. The consultant LSA, by the way, was assisting us with this and aligned the air quality and greenhouse gas emission, did a air quality GHG analysis to justify that threshold, and that's why that is included.
So you did the research to justify a number that you picked out from, the air, or the analysis determined that 500 was the exception that was appropriate for Fresno?
The analysis showed that 500 was still within the guidelines.
What's the impact if the city was to adhere to state guidelines on the exemptions?
Well, there would be fewer projects that would screen out automatically.
Let me ask you this. For layman's terms, what kind of development generates 500 trips?
If we look, that was actually on a slide, but I can just tell you that.
Just give me some examples so that the public understands what kind of developments would be exempted.
It's on slide 15, if Aldi can get that there. But for example, 53 single-family units. Let's see, let me get my glasses on here. That's not helping. 60 to 90 multifamily units. Let's see, we're almost there. There you go, the table there. That's it. So 13,000 square feet of retail, 51,000 square feet of office, and 100,000 square feet of light industrial. So that would be exempt from VMT analysis, but certainly all the other areas of CEQA would apply.
So 100,000 square foot light industrial warehouse would be exempted from the vehicle miles trips?
From the VMT analysis, yes. It would still be subject to air quality analysis and all of the other things that are in CEQA.
I understand the first four examples, but I'm struggling with why we would include light industrial, which would be in South Fresno concentrated. 100,000 square foot warehouse is pretty large and would generate significant amount of diesel truck trips and car trips for the employees. How we would rationalize exempting them from the analysis?
Well, actually, the state law does not, this law does not cover freight travel. It does not cover heavy-duty trucks. All of those regulations are regulated separately by the California Air Resources Board. So the state's guidance doesn't include that. So when we're talking about a light industrial exemption here, it only relates to the office or employees that would be associated with that amount of square feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I have no other further questions on this item. There's a motion to approve and a second. Any council members wishing to speak to this item or ask questions? Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
I want to thank staff for meeting with me a couple days ago. I was pretty tough on VMT last meeting, and my reasoning and my frustration still stands with how the bill was created and how it really couldn't muster the support of a standalone bill, and it had to be tied on to a happy-go-lucky bill in order to pass in Sacramento, and how they decided to wait 7 years to implement it so that the people that were responsible for this terrible policy won't be held accountable. I think the intent is good for certain parts of the state. I worry about Fresno. I think that the council president made a good point last meeting. This kind of comes down to local control versus state control. But I want to specifically thank our staff. I know, Sophia, you worked very, very hard on this, and you've done your job very well, and you're very informed, which is very valuable. And my frustration with VMT in Sacramento does not reflect on you in any shape or form. I have a couple of questions, just for clarification. So the governor's goal, we've discussed before, I mentioned last time, was because of the housing shortage, 3 million more homes in 10 years, which is about 300,000 more homes a year statewide. And so we can have more affordable housing, increased supply, and unfortunately, we're just over 100,000 per year in the state, so we're pretty short of our goal. I want to know the implications of how I vote for this and how it's going to affect the housing market, but specifically home ownership for people. We had a fun discussion today about the city-county tax sharing agreement, and let's just assume that never happened. Let's assume that's going to work out. If you go to the map you provided that has the different regions and the different thresholds, the different VMT, I was wondering, so you have green areas, which are infill. You have, I mean, a lot of them are in the infill areas as well. And then you have a lot of areas in my district that some of them are green, some of them are in the yellow, and quite a few are in the red. So west of the 99, which partially is my district, correct that a lot of people rightfully are frustrated because they don't have the infrastructure. Now, your team did a fantastic job with the West Area Steering Committee to come up with a plan for the folks there, and they have a lot of buy-in, and I know they're expecting us to deliver. I'm trying to understand something because I feel like VMT kind of mandates how we build in this community. And if we don't get people to invest in master plan communities in that area, we're not going to get the investments in infrastructure. We're not going to get the commercial that follows residential. So I'm going to ask you so I can understand like a scenario. So if I'm a little guy and I want to go in and buy a piece of land, maybe it's ag land right now, and I want to build 60 homes. And let's say right now it's in the red area because it's west of 99. And they're going to be nice homes at a good price point. So people, hardworking middle class or lower income families that are trying to move up, they want that equity. They want to be able to own their first home. If I want to develop current unentitled land after July 1st from ag to residential, is it going to cost me more? And if you believe in economics, that cost is going to be passed on to the consumer. Will it cost me more to develop that property and build those homes and create those jobs and that opportunity for people to have more homes?
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I would say that it is true that this VMT metric that's being incorporated into the California Environmental Quality Act will result in some additional mitigation for projects beyond just the level of service, congestion planning that we currently do. Now, it depends on design. If the project is able to design itself so that it incorporates a mix of densities, affordable housing, if it can incorporate some other non-residential uses, it could very well screen out and not have a high mitigation burden. But it just depends on the design.
Understood. So let's say I'm a little developer, but I put mixed use. So you can work, live, and play. I understand, and that's a good concept. It's just it makes sense for the big guys to do that, but if I don't have those resources and I just want to build 60 homes, starter level homes, I'm trying to understand, is this actually going to cost more then? Well, because I want to know if my vote is going to lead to increasing the cost of housing in this community. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Right. It could cost more.
Okay.
It could.
Okay, that's fair. But on the flip side, I also understand that the state standard is 15%. And we've adopted a standard at a little bit lower, 13%, based on the COGS regional transportation plan. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of between a rock and a hard place. If I don't vote and I stand against Sacramento because they're passing this mandate, you know, I can stand on my principles, but if at the same time, if I do that, it's going to go from 15, instead of 13%, it's 15%. So it's just, I hope you can appreciate the frustration I have because, you know, we have, your report had plans for mitigation measures. We don't have solid ones in place, but I know you're working on that. Here's what I want to do. I want to make some friendly amendments then to the motion, if the motion maker will accept them. I'd like staff to come back before the end of the year in 6 months and provide us with a report on the impact of the implementation of VMT on the housing market and the cost to housing. This assumes that there's no county city issues at the time. That's one motion I'd like to make. The other is if you can come back, how long would it take to have a solid mitigation plan for mitigation measures?
Currently, we're working on a case-by-case basis, but I would say it would probably take about till the end of the year to get, you know, a program all worked out.
So if
your second action today relates to you directing us to also look at a citywide or regional program that would include some kind of a mitigation bank or fees as an option. So,
would you feel comfortable if I made the request for 6 months? Would that be realistic?
for the cost implications?
Yeah, and mitigation measures.
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so that's the second part. And the other part is I'd like, if we can get reports every 6 months, but if we can also get, if staff can also look into a threshold that is below 13%. I know that we have to have some legal basis, but if we as a region can find a lower threshold, I'd like that to be explored to the greatest extent possible and come back to us with a possible option. Those are my three requests. Are the motion makers amenable to that?
So, Member Carbasi, let me go to Councilmember Esparza, and then I'll come back to you with your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor. And then Councilmember Chavez, who also raised his hand.
Okay, got it. Well, I think I was one of the second. I was the second on the motion, so I mean, I'll go ahead and express my desire to move forward with the language as written. I think reading through this, we've sort of locally here diluted the VMT just a little bit, lowered the threshold, made a number of exceptions to adjust for our region. And I'm comfortable going forward with the 13% and these exemptions right now. I don't see too much of a reason to prolong this process. Just like we sort of alluded to in the last item, my district, right? I represent the inner city of Fresno, the only landlocked district here in the city, and this form of measuring emissions, measuring impact, is much more equitable to the existing residents of the city of Fresno. There are not a lot of existing residents who this would harm. We're talking about potentially higher pricing on sprawl housing. Again, which we've seen in the last item on the backs of my constituents. And it infuriates me to hear these very ignorant comments about how VMT is harming communities of color Because let me tell you about communities of color. I represent one, and housing prices, right, are not the only thing keeping folks from climbing the socioeconomic ladder here in Fresno and throughout California. There are a number of other factors. We got to invest in education. We got to invest in good jobs and training. There's just a lot that needs to be done. And so it's very disingenuous, I think, to make the statement that passing VMT is going to hurt communities of color. It's going to help communities of color. It's going to help, center redevelopment in the core of our city and help uplift the existing neighborhoods in Central and South Fresno. That's kind of implicit, right? Just based on these maps. And I know there was some public comment about how there wasn't a focus on West Fresno, but those are exactly the type of neighborhoods in Central and Southwest Fresno that a policy like this is going to help. And so if we don't pass it today, I think my understanding is that we just default to the higher thresholds, which is even more beneficial, I think, to inner city neighborhoods. But again, I'm comfortable with staff's recommendation of 13% and carving out some of these exemptions to continue to make development here in Fresno a feasible process. So those conclude my comments for now. But I would say where I'm at right now, I'm not amenable to the amendments. I'd like to pass this thing as is.
Mr. President, I'd like to comment, if that's okay.
Let me go to Councilmember Chavez for questions, and we'll come back to you.
If you can forgive me, if I'm being called ignorant, I'd like to comment on that, if that's okay.
Oh, no, it wasn't a target towards you directly, just all folks kind of making that narrative.
Councilmember, I really do appreciate your comments. I actually think we're on the same page. I'm trying to find a way for me to comfortably vote to pass the 13% target while doing it in good faith to my district, because your district, and you make very valid points, your district's in the green zone, and it would serve your district. But in my district, it is a problem. I'm the one that has to face higher costs of housing if we do this. So I need to be able to look at my residents in the eye and explain why I voted this way. And I want to make sure we do have that equity. When cost of housing goes up, unfortunately, that does hurt people, and it tends to hurt people that are in poverty more than people that have means. And I'm more concerned about that segment of the population. I'm also concerned about the governor's goal to increase the housing supply and doing anything that's going to hurt our goal of 3 million more homes in 10 years in this state. So I think that we're trying to get on the same page, but I have a question for legal counsel real quick. What happens today, let's say we don't vote on this threshold. If we were to come back, let's say the 30th, or we were to come back July 1st, I know there may be some limbo in that time, but we can always establish a lower threshold later on by adopting this report. Would that be correct?
Good morning, Council. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, the question is what happens if this council does not take action on this item today and defers that action to either the 30th or the 1st? So if the council were to defer this action and instead adopt the threshold on, say, the 30th, that would fit within the timeline that is set by the state of California. If we wait until the 1st, the state's threshold becomes effective on the 1st as well, but I don't see a legal prohibition to voting on it on the 1st. Functionally, if the council does not take action on adopting an individual threshold, the state threshold automatically applies. But I will defer to planning if they have anything to add on that matter.
Okay. Those are my only comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, I'll second Councilmember Carbassi's amendments as a competing motion if we don't have that. But I do have a couple of questions and some comments. And I appreciate the comments and I totally understand, Councilmember Esparza that represents District 7, or as we call it, the island of District 7. But we all represent very diverse districts. So before we start representing people of color, I think Southeast is a great example where the majority of those property homeowners in Southeast, especially the newer neighborhoods, are people of color that actually work downtown, work at our school district, the county, the city, and have good paying jobs. So I think that's a model that we can replicate elsewhere. I'm very familiar with these conversations that have been evolving from, 10, 15 years ago. And I think Councilmember Carbasi is right. I think we're essentially saying the same thing where we want housing. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. And the last thing we want to do is add additional burden. But at the same time, we want to make sure we grow, but we grow smart, right? So we're trying to find that balance, so to speak, with District 5, with District 2, District 3 too. But I do have some questions for staff. I'm looking at slide 13, and I'm trying to get a little better idea. Are these projects going to be evaluated by their proximity to the corridors? Is that what I heard you say earlier?
Well, that is just one screening criteria. So if a project is within a half a mile of what are considered either transit priority areas or high quality transit corridors, and those were shown on slide 13, then that project is automatically screened out for all intents and purposes. It would be considered exempt because it's near transit. So there's that added, real choice of using an alternative mode of transportation.
So you see kind of the logic behind that, where they want to concentrate a lot of the mixed use developments, right? They want people to live, work, play, and shop in the same area and cut down on VMTs. But you look at an area like Southwest Fresno that doesn't have a shopping center, and they have, I think, one major grocery store. What does that do for development along that area over there? How does that community incentivize for a shopping center to come there when they don't have a lot of that infrastructure? I think that's the challenge that we're going to have to work through, because everybody knows that we need rooftops in order to attract that retail. But you need rooftops with people with discretionary spending, right? We have this big experiment going on downtown on how to attract people with money there, and that's always been the intent. And I want to just caution my colleagues too, where we've had some, with the G word, right, gentrification go on in certain communities. And so I think we got to be cognizant about how we adopt these measures. And, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think everybody knows that Sacramento develops laws and tries this one size fits all. But at the end of the day, I think with this, we're going to have to choose the lesser of two very difficult decisions, so to speak. And so I'm supportive of the 13%, and I'm supportive of having a report brought back to the council to kind of see the effects and maybe some areas that we can help mitigate a lot of the requirements that we're going to have. Thank you.
Can I ask a question from Councilmember Carbasi? I kind of an issue. Did he request to 6 months or report every 6 months?
My request for the time being is every 6 months. I think hopefully for 6 months. Also, we'll have the mitigation and the understanding of the housing effect cost of new these communities. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you.
All right. I can't remember the other part. Just a couple of questions. So, VMT, this is new regulations coming down from China.
Yes.
Okay. Do we know the impact in terms of economic financially to a developer who has to utilize the additional costs to houses will be?
We don't have those figures right now.
Okay.
We do know that 5 major cities in California have been using this VMT metric for years now.
Okay, so but we're implementing a new regulation. We don't know what the cost will be to the developer, which will ultimately be passed on to a prospective homeowner.
That's right.
And yet we're adopting these regulations, which, I don't know, seems like we're moving in the blind, which is troublesome to me. Is there any particular reason why we don't have that analysis as part of this VMT?
I think right now the law is so new that mitigation measures are taking all kinds of different forms. some of them with very different, costs. So one of the goals of our implementation is to gather the cost data and to be able to, provide that to you as we move forward.
Okay. Well, I mean, Council, we are moving in the blind here. We don't know what these regulations will be in terms of the economic impact to prospective homeowners, because we know those costs will be passed on to them. To suggest that this doesn't impact everybody, I don't care where you live in the city, in terms of being a prospective home buyer, that somehow one group is not going to be impacted any more than anyone else is simply not true. When you raise fees on homes, it makes it more difficult to buy that home for everybody. That's what Sacramento does. They create regulations. We don't know what the impacts of those regulations will be. We know that 13% is better than 15%. It's less of an impact, but it's a major impact, and yet we have no idea what the economic impacts will be. That's very unfortunate. It's what local government has to do with policies that come down from Sacramento. This is the latest example, but I want everyone to understand that we are potentially implementing a policy that we have no idea what the impact will be for prospective home buyers. And that's very, very troublesome, and I would encourage staff to find out those impacts as quickly as possible so the council has that information and so that we know what the impact will be on our residents as we move forward with this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Before we consider your friendly amendment, Councilmember Carbasi, I want to be very clear about what your request is. So your request is to amend the motion to approve and give direction to staff to come back in 6 months with a draft mitigation plan and with updates every 6 months on the implementation of the VMT, as well as have staff pursue a lower threshold than 13%?
Explore lower thresholds if there's any evidentiary way of doing that, just to explore it.
I'm okay with your first two. I have difficulty with the third, because if we're going to explore a lower threshold, then we should also explore a higher threshold. I want the analysis to lead to whether it's higher or lower. I don't want to just presume that we should be lowering it, because we just had a full debate about the cost of development. We had a full discussion and argument with the county office, with the county of Fresno, on how they're not giving us back our fair share. I don't want to just add to the burden of subsidizing sprawl without knowing fully well what the analysis does.
I think that it's just a difference of opinion. We can call it subsidizing sprawl, we can call it access to affordable starter homes for people, and that's a difference of opinion. But why would we explore a threshold higher than the state and further burden our housing market and go against the goal of the governor? I mean, if you want to take that off, that's fine. I just think it's good to have that option on the table, because if we can, in an evidentiary-based way, justify a lower threshold the same way we did with 13%, I would think it would be possible to do it with a lower percent. If we can't, we can't. But
what I'm open to, council member, is in 6 months in these reports that come forward, if there's a recommendation to go either way, then of course we look at the recommendation at that time. But I just don't want this council to presume that to give direction to staff to pursue a lower threshold when we don't have any evidence to support that yet.
if that makes you comfortable, that's fine. But I just, as a fair declaration, I think approving a higher threshold than the state is going to really hamper us during a recession. But that's fine. Understood. Thank you for that.
I just want the staff report to lead our thinking.
I heard two slightly different versions of the second part of that motion. Could we get?
Yes, let me try and clarify, and Councilmember Carbasi can confirm if this is accurate. The motion is to approve the recommendation as submitted by staff with direction to staff to come back in 6 months with a draft mitigation plan and to provide the council updates on the implementation of the VMTs every 6 months and any recommendation to revisit the threshold.
Updates on the impact, is that correct?
Correct.
And any if we can evaluate costs and the effect on cost of housing, correct.
Okay.
All right. My motion was initially seconded by Councilmember Esparza, so we would have to get his consent to proceed.
That's fine.
All right, he's agreeable to the amendment.
Quick question. So that will also include the economic analysis I heard you say at the end?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, we're not making any changes to the plan as is. It's come back with a report on its implications. All right, Council. I just have a couple of comments on this item. You know, a few months ago or weeks ago, they reached out to us on this, what I think is a farce, this false narrative that VMTs hurt communities of color, and they represented that position based on some Bay Area lawyers that I'm sure are making a killing at challenging the VMTs across the state. What I want to be clear is we all represent communities of color. We all represent lower income, middle income, and higher income residents in our respective parts of town. And before we start having outsiders dictate what hurts people of color and poor people in our respective city, I would ask and frankly demand that those individuals bother to drive down to Fresno and actually meet with our neighbors and with the public and see the full impact of what they perceive is a negative impact on people of color and folks in poverty. Because I can tell you that in the past, there's been this narrative that any job, no matter how dirty the job in the industry is good for poor people because it's a job. And too many times, the pollution that that job creates is fully burdened by those communities in which they reside in. Amazon has not been a great job creator for West Fresno, but it has been a great polluter in West Fresno with the thousands of truck trips, and yet nobody was guaranteed a job in West Fresno in that facility, and not one additional square footage of grass or park was planted to mitigate the pollution of Amazon. So to those folks who portray themselves from the Bay Area to speak on behalf of the communities of color and the poor folks in Fresno, please do us a favor and actually come to Fresno and speak to our residents and show up to our community centers and talk to them directly before you suggest that you speak on their economic interest. Because I can tell you, in my personal experience, 7 council members in this city are far better positioned and qualified to speak on their behalf than some Bay Area lawyer who is getting paid to make a false narrative. With that, there's a motion. It's been seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Arias?
Yes. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Member Carbasi, for your willingness to compromise and find a path forward on this additional regulation that will create additional cost and implications to our city. With that, we're going to move to the redevelopment budget before we break for lunch, Council. So hopefully it'll be a quick budget. Marlene, you have the floor to present your budget. And then after that, Council will break for lunch and return to discuss, receive a budget presentation from staff, and then vote on the budget motions.
Doing closed session after?
We will do closed session as a final item of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Marlene, it's the RDA budget. All right, Council, Legal Counsel, City Manager, do we need a motion to approve the RDA budget? Or do we do that as part of the full budget?
It's separate.
Separate. I'll consider a motion to approve the RDA budget. Is there a motion to approve? It's been motion by Member Soria. I'll second it. Council, would you like to hear a presentation from Marlene on her budget, or would you like to proceed with the vote? All right. Is there any public comment on the RDA budget? Seeing none, we'll go back to the Council for a roll call vote on the RDA budget. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. It's all right.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Chavez? He's frozen. Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Arias?
Yes.
Yes.
Chavez
Thank
is a
you,
yes for the
Chavez.
record.
Thank you, okay.
Thank you. And as a reminder to the public, all the budget motions are posted online. City Manager, can we have all your budget memos that you've given us also posted on that budget website if it isn't already? Yes, I just want to make sure everybody gets to read all the responses that this council requested and that staff has been working overtime to get to us. So thank you, staff, and we'll see you back at
Council President?
1:30. Yes.
Council, just a quick question. Are we getting an updated motion? Did you say?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All
Council
right.
President, did we hear motion, item 4A, or is that after?
4 is after. We didn't get to that.
Thank you.
Is the item on the mask. It's called the Councilmember Bredefeld ordinance. All right, folks, we'll see you back at 1:30. Item 4A as an apple, sponsored by Councilmember Esparza. We will then proceed with a brief presentation on the budget from our Assistant City Manager, after which we will take on the votes on the 53 motions related to the budget before us. I will take public comment before the budget motions, and then we'll proceed with up or down votes on each of the respective motions. Council, I'm going to ask for the benefit of staff and the discussion as we all try to seek clarity, that when we get to the motions, I'm just going to announce the motion by the number and not do a full description, so that we'll keep it short. So you should have the most updated spreadsheet from staff that has the 53 motions in total, and we will take them one at a time when we get to that portion of the council meeting. I will also limit public comments on all the motions to a minute each, as I know we have a lot of folks, but we also have to get back to our families before it gets too late, especially since I'm supposed to be cooking dinner for my kids tonight. With that, council, we're going to reconvene officially at 1:35. City Clerk, do we need a roll call to reconvene, or are we good to start? We're good to start. Another quick notice, council, we're going to table closed session to the following meeting. There isn't a lot of pressing items, so we'll continue the closed session for the next meeting. With that, Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor on your agenda item 4A, a bill for introduction and adoption amending section 2-514 of the Fresno Municipal Code in response to the COVID pandemic.
Can I ask just a point of order before we get started? On the motions, how would the public know? If we just do the number, how will the public know what they are?
Good point. What we'll do is we'll pop up the spreadsheet on video,
Okay.
and we'll go one by one. So we'll do the shared screen on Zoom and let everybody see what motion we're discussing.
And you said closed session on the 30th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, Council, let's get the show on the road. Councilman Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this is a continuation of the item we postponed from last week. This item seeks to do is amend our current emergency order, specifically or primarily with respect to our policy on masks here citywide. So, immediately following our last meeting from last week, we discovered that the governor did end up mandating the mask statewide. So I still wanted to bring this forward, despite that sort of widespread action across California. And I want to recap exactly what is in here, what the changes are being proposed. So number one, right now, the masks are only required indoors for businesses and government. And what this amendment does is require it just in the regular course of business when you're interacting with other people, even if that does happen to be outside. We had a discussion about how there is less of a probability of contracting and transmitting the disease outside. However, we learned that their primary method of transmission is person-to-person contact. And so even if you are outside and interacting with somebody, we would like to see, again, masks worn in the regular course of business, covering the mouth and covering the nose. This also seeks to ban masks that have the exhale valves. Those types of masks were not created with COVID-19 in mind, and having the exhale valve to some degree sort of defeats the purpose of wearing a mask in the first place, because you're continuing to exhale your droplets with the exhale valves. And so we would not be the first municipality in California to do that. There are several others. Additionally, the kind of moving away from the mask and looking at some other provisions, this legislation would establish a anonymous reporting line in code enforcement for customers or employees that feel that they are placed in an unsafe environment by an employer. Again, we already have that ability with code enforcement for folks to call in, but this would this would be specifically for that purpose, and we would allow them to remain anonymous. And if there were egregious violations found upon further investigation, then they would be subject to the citations that we have listed already. Lastly, the last measure that's being proposed here is that upon positive confirmation of a positive COVID-19 case, either by an employee, partner, or agent of an establishment, or a customer entering, and the contact is traced back to that establishment, the employer would have to notify all employees within 24 hours of that exposure, and of course take appropriate measure to sanitize the workplace. So we've got a handful of different proposals being proposed here to sort of tighten our rules, and all of this in light of record numbers and surges in COVID-19 cases, in hospitalizations, and occupancy of ICU beds here locally and in California. And I'll make a motion to approve the amendments.
There's a motion to approve the item. There's a second by Councilwoman Soria. Allow me to go to the public first before we come back to the dais. Is there anybody from the public wishing to address the council on the revised mask ordinance? I see Lisa Flores. You will be unmuted and you have a minute to address the council, followed by Brandy. Proceed, Lisa.
First off, I want to thank you for adding the food line. Because recently, as Tuesday, I went out for a doctor's appointment and thought, oh, I'm going to go pick up some food on my way home. Got up to the drive-through window. The person had a mask half on. And if I can see your nose hair, there's a possibility I'm getting COVID. I literally had to drive off. So, I look at my public safety and my health, very intensely. And I really do appreciate the ability to report places that I see when I'm rarely out, of who isn't basically behaving, because, I just thank you very much for that motion. It's going to mean a lot to me and those that are at high risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next person up is Brandy. Brandy, you may proceed.
Sorry about that, I forgot to unmute. I want to echo what Lisa says and thank you for this, and recognize that there are a lot of people that are looking for places that are, keeping an eye out for places that are safe to go to shop. There's a thread on one of our Facebook pages for COVID resources of businesses and places that are being attentive to making sure people have masks. And there's been times where I've thank you guys through email that I've been in cities outside of Fresno, and they have not been minding that, and have gone through a drive-through and someone wasn't wearing a mask, or gone to it, tried to go to a grocery store and people weren't wearing masks, and I've had to leave because of the people I'd be putting at risk. So I appreciate that we are keeping everyone's safety in mind and giving a way for us to make sure that we and other people are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council. I see Councilmember Chavez wishing to speak. You have the floor.
Yep, just a couple quick questions. With regards to the mask requirement now that the state came down with, when we're unwinding this, what would be the process for us unwinding? Would this be included with the emergency order where once we lift that, this is all null and void?
So, I mean, all of these changes are proposed amendments to our current emergency order. So, I mean, if there are similarities to the statewide order, I mean, we are essentially doing what we've done in the past and codifying it here locally.
Good. And then with regards to the call-in number, don't we have that already with code enforcement, or would this be a separate number?
Councilor Doug, would you want to chime in? I mean, my understanding is we have the ability to, but I'm not sure we have sort of a designated line of encouragement, anonymous encouragement to customers and employees.
Yeah, my understanding is that this would provide for a separate line.
Okay. So it'd be an additional line that people would call in and report non-compliance with this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then with regards to the outdoor piece, I want to hone in a little bit closer on that. So for example, people that are out on a walk with their family, they're not required to wear a mask. It's only when you're interacting in a business setting. Is that correct?
Yes. So this is specifically designed around employers. And City Attorney just pointed out that I think the current language only says businesses and government. I probably will amend that. I want to amend that to say employers throughout the city. So this is in the regular course of business. This has nothing to do with you and in your own individual capacity on your own time.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I had.
All right. Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this administrative citation, what are the, and I'm asking the city attorney on this, what are the administrative citations for violation of this subsection?
Yes, as far as a business not enforcing the mask order within their business, it would be subject to the normal code structure, which is $250, $500, $1,000 progressive fines.
Okay. And this reporting hotline number, I mean, I tend to call it a snitch hotline. So we're creating a snitch hotline for people to snitch on people who aren't wearing masks. Is that right? That's what we're creating now.
It would be a hotline for that purpose, yes.
Okay. I think that's terrible. I think that's terrible that that's what we're proposing to do here. We have now dog park police. We have police at dog parks to make sure dogs don't interact with dogs from different from different residences. And we actually have police at dog parks now doing that. I believe in Crime Stoppers, not Mass Stoppers, and I guess we now have Mass Stoppers here. I mean, this is insane. Where does this end? I mean, we all agree that COVID-19 is serious. We want to reduce the spread, but now we're going to create hotlines and snitch lines so Fresnans can snitch on other Fresnans. I'm not going to support this. This is insane, and I would hope the council would take this out and not have something where we're encouraging people to rat out other people who aren't wearing a mask in a business. I mean, it's gotten insane.
Council members wishing to speak to this item? Councilmember Carbasi.
Just a clarifying question for legal counsel. So do we currently, with the protocols in place, has code enforcement gone out to businesses? Have there been reports of people not wearing masks and has code enforcement gone out to businesses?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ensure, with the current system we have in place, do the people of the city, if someone's at risk and chooses to go out and they want to report a complaint, do they have a means right now of being able to do that and having us follow through.
They can call,
Is it
they can use
621?
Fresco or the 621-8400.
Okay, okay. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. And so I've had some time to think about, the proposal. I've also heard a number of businesses come to me because what they have been finding hard is to enforce the mask issue. So a lot of businesses are complying. They have their signs that are saying, do not enter without a mask or wear your mask. But what is happening is that folks from the community are choosing not to wear the mask and then are putting the business owner in a predicament. So I know that we have a mechanism to enforce those business owners, but sometimes it's about self-accountability. And if we don't have a deterrent for those folks that are choosing to not follow the order of using a mask, and as we know today, the numbers continue to increase in a dramatic way. And I think that, a week ago, I was kind of so-so about it. Seeing kind of the increase in numbers is making me more concerned, and seeing more and more people not wear the mask concerns me. So I think that if we have to use this mechanism to encourage folks to do the right thing, that, this is a starting point. And so I want to make sure that the onus is not just on the business owner, but that folks can also be accountable for their own actions and for following the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor before my questions.
Yeah, so just to respond to some of the comments and the feedback that I've heard. So first of all, I will make the amendment to apply this to employers across the city. Is that an acceptable amendment to you, Councilmember Soria? Thank you. These proposed changes are more with respect to folks who do not have a choice. We as a city, we as a state, as a nation have moved towards a reopening, and we can't have our cake and eat it. You can't have a reopening of the economy and folks going out and about and not have safety measures in place. And again, we can't stress this enough, what the evidence shows so far is that this is transmitted person to person, breathing each other's droplets. With respect to choice, a lot of our workers, a lot of people in my district who are essential workers don't have a choice of whether to go out or not. They have to go, they're forced to work, they have to make a living, they have to pay rent, put food on the table. Customers, other folks, to some degree have some choice, but for all the employees out there who don't, that's who this is for. And by protecting them, we are in turn protecting the customers as well. So I just wanted to put that out there as a comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. If there's any other questions from the council before I ask my questions, we can proceed. Seeing none. I have a couple of comments, Councilmember, and then maybe a friendly amendment if you're open to it. One, I want to be very clear to the public. The reason we're here today discussing a local mask ordinance is because we chose as a council to reopen up the economy. And we also chose to ensure that everybody was going to self-regulate and self-discipline themselves to honor the facial mask. What we've seen since then is a record infection rate across the city and the county, a record amount of folks being hospitalized in our hospitals. So I see this as two clear options for the city. Either we turn back the reopening of the economy, or we enforce the facial mask that some people have chosen to make a false symbol of some kind of political freedom ideology rhetoric. I was in this break listening to one of our supervisors, who I think is attempting to be a doctor now by making and presenting his arguments on facial masks. The reason the governor had to put an order statewide is because too many of our businesses were being completely irresponsible. We opened the bars and restaurants with the expectation that they would honor safety precautions. We know of several bars in Northeast, in Tower District, in Northwest, that are not honoring social distancing, much less any facial mask. And as a result of those and other small gatherings, we're seeing a record level of infection rates. Either we take some responsible action and force employers and give them the tools to require facial masks, or we have a conversation of turning back the reopening of the economy, which I believe should be the last resort, given the economic impact we all understand it would cause locally. But I'm not prepared to sit idly, watch people continue to make facial masks something as common sense and scientific as wearing a facial mask while you're indoors shopping and doing business so you protect those essential employees, which, by the way, a lot of them live in our city, or we turn back the key, and as we said, we turn the switch back on the reopening of the economy. What I would ask Councilmember Esparza is not to create additional confusion and add additional challenges to our limited staffing and create an additional hotline, but simply use a code enforcement hotline of 621-8400 to allow residents to report any significant infractions where they feel that the safety and the health of a city is being put at risk. If you're open to that amendment, I'm open to taking this step with the council so that we avoid having to turn back the key and reopening our economy just the way the state of Texas had to do today. The state of Texas, the pioneers of conservative values in our country, the pioneers of reopening up the economy with very little rules, expecting people to self-regulate, today had to press pause on the reopening of the economy because people blatantly disregarded basic common sense scientific practices like those that you're seeing today in this chamber and by every responsible employer that employs folks in our community. So either we take this reasonable step forward, give our residents an ability to notify us, give our employers and businesses the authority to keep people out of their businesses who choose not to honor this very common sense rule, or we consider turning back the reopening of the economy, because the alternative is to sit idly by and watch our residents die and fill up the hospital beds, because we're choosing to be sucked into an ideological conversation that is completely false in its foundation. So I would ask that you consider using a 621-8400 as the number to call and have folks report out and ensure that they have a place where they know that they're going to get a response.
I'm open to that, but I do want to ask, so on the record, the city attorney who heads our code enforcement. I mean, what are there any particular issues with this? I think we had discussed some privacy concerns previously.
Yeah, there are really two aspects of this proposed ordinance. One is making it more universal among businesses and government agencies, but the other is for employees to have to report if they've got a fellow employee that may have COVID, and so that it gets reported to the right people so that the appropriate action is taken. And if an employee is going to be calling in, identifying a particular other person that may have the disease, then there's more of a privacy issue. I think that was the rationale for the separate number.
So is it a significant sort of bureaucratic burden on your office to create an additional line, or is that something you think you can execute?
I'm not sure about the creation of the line. I mean, alternatively, we could simply make sure that the 311 people and the 621-8400 people that receive those calls are very careful with that information.
Okay, well, I'm looking to you for your preference. You'll be the sort of you'll be the one executing the policy, but that aspect of the policy.
From the code end, I can say we could train people to make sure it's done right, and then the 311 people will be under the manager, and they would have to do the same thing.
We're happy to help set up the line and work with Doug and 311 to make this happen.
Sorry, city manager, you said you were happy to set up a line?
I'm happy to have ISD work with the attorney's office to set up the phone line, if that's what council desires, and then have our Fresco 311 folks work with the city attorney's office as well.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm looking to your expertise as to whether we roll with Councilmember Arias' suggested amendment of keeping it at 8,400 or establishing a new phone number?
It may be simpler for the public if there's just one number. We
Okay.
can go that way. We'll just have to ensure our employees are trained to keep that information private.
Okay. Well, in that case, I am amenable to that amendment.
All right. Council, we've had public comment. We've had a public discussion amongst ourselves. Is there any questions or comments from the rest of the council before we ask for a roll call? Councilmember Garbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. And again, I do appreciate the discussion. It looks like this item's going to pass. I just can't vote for it, only because there's a lot of qualifying statements that have been made today. This city has been very, very progressive in actively trying to prevent the curve of COVID-19. And I don't want anyone to forget that. We have staff that has been working around the clock for months now to do that. We've instituted so many requirements to ensure that we can reduce our infection rates and keep people safe. And I don't want anyone taking that away from us. That needs to be recognized. We have to be very diligent moving forward, but we already have a process in place for the public to be able to report concerns. And at some point, you have to have faith the public's going to do the right thing. Now, we can pick and choose. I can't tell you. I wear my mask, and it frustrates me too. Like when you have a mask on, and then I go to the stores and someone, it's like this, or it's like this, or maybe it's even like this. I mean, yeah, it's frustrating. I get that. But most people are cooperating. Most people are doing the right thing. And I wonder if this is just a little bit too intrusive when we already have enough measures in place. And to say that if we don't do this, it's going to affect opening the economy, you know, I think that you can, you know, then you use statements like we're going to force employers to do something. That doesn't add up. So I appreciate the intent. I think the intent is good, but I think we have enough in place right now to continue being safe in this community.
Appreciate your comments, Councilmember Garbasi. Councilmember Bedford, you have the floor.
Yeah, and I just want to say something similar to that. You know, the problem for me is the heavy hand of government. And that's what this is. That's what it is with police at dog parks. That's what it is when we shut down an entire economy for 3 months and throw people out of work. They lose their businesses. They lose their livelihoods. Some people lose their lives over it. And now we're trying to deal with the impacts from the decisions that have been made by government. Many people, I think, Monday Morning Quarterback recognized that probably wasn't the best approach, that it could have been done differently. And so that's my concern. Do masks help prevent the transmission? Some people say yes, some people say no. It makes sense, but I think there are also other consequences, perhaps, of being required to wear masks all the time, all day long. I mean, I've seen people express positive sentiments for it. I've seen people express negative sentiments for it. And I think people have, who are scientists, who are doctors, have had inconclusive and different points of view. Certainly the CDC initially said no, then they said yes. And I'm open to it. I mean, we want to do everything we can to prevent the spread of any illness, any disease. But my hesitation always, my problem always is with the heavy hand of government. And I think the heavy hand of government from the state to the local has created more harm as well as we've locked down people, put people under house arrest. We call it shelter in place, but healthy people who have been put in place and lost livelihoods, and kids who are not in school, child abuse that has been unreported now. Lord knows what's happened to those kids, domestic violence that has increased, letting out criminals and inmates out of jail, lots of unintended consequences to decisions by government. And so I'm always very hesitant of the heavy hand of government. Recommending to people that they wear masks, I have no problem with recommendations. Mandates, I have lots of problems with mandates and orders and edicts from people who are not scientists, who are not doctors, from the state down to the local level. And this is more of the same. And that's my problem with it. So I won't support it. And again, you know, comments of, you know, if we don't do this, we'll start locking people down again. No, I don't think that's going to fly this time, because I don't think people are going to be like they were last time. We'll see. Hopefully we won't see the numbers rise. Hopefully we'll get this, at some point, we're going to get this illness under control. We do with every pandemic through history. So we'll see how it goes, but I support this.
Councilmember Garbasi. Councilman Osorio and then Councilmember Chavez.
what I'll just say will be that I'd rather be proactive in this instance. We are looking at the numbers don't lie. The numbers are going up every single day, and I don't want to later say, in hindsight, we should have been much more proactive in requiring folks to do something that is simple: wear a mask. I don't think it takes much effort, and it's not as costly maybe as it was, a few months ago. I think that it is important for us to be proactive to ensure that we can keep our economy open rather than, have to be like Texas, who is now, really hitting the brakes so that their numbers don't continue to spike up like they have. So I want to be conscious, and that's why I'm able to support this today. I also believe in making sure that employees do also have the protections. I think that as employees, as our residents are going out there and working and providing essential services and trying to feed their families, I'd rather them be safe so that they can go back home and not give it to their family members. And then it becomes a much more economic burden to them. So I think we are asking little for a great return in our community, which is the public health of residents in the city of Fresno.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, no, I think, just lastly, I appreciate the conversation with all of my colleagues. I think everybody is making really great points, but what I'll just say is, and, since we started this difficult conversation about, how do we prevent and mitigate the COVID pandemic impact, and now we're at the point where we are opening back up, we've opened back up, but there are still businesses that are at 35, 40% because people are just genuinely scared of this virus. And, I'll share with my colleagues that, I've talked to some of my, fellow elected officials in counties like Tulare and Kings and Kern, and not too far from us here across the street, literally another county. They only have right now about 12 to 13 beds available left. And so they're going to be reaching out to surrounding counties and asking for help, and how do they accommodate those folks that they need to provide medical care for. And I just don't want us to be in that situation where what work we did initially has now essentially been evaporating by the day. The last 2 days, we've had over 200 positive cases. And, the rule of thumb is you multiply that by 3, that's over 600 folks that could potentially have been infected. And, God forbid any of those folks needs an ICU bed, but that's really my concern here. And I got to be honest, I see a lot of irresponsible people out there that think this has gone by and, everything's great and we don't have to go too far. We've had a local doctor that's very healthy, some would say, very athletic, and he's struggling with it. And this is somebody that's healthy. So, we don't want to see that in our community. And if all it takes is a mask to reduce, because nothing's going to eliminate it, then I think that's a small ask to have for our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Carbasi?
Again, with more comments that come in, I think it does really help. And I think people can see with the discourse how much we are really considering all the factors here. I think that, we've done a great job being proactive as a city. I just don't want us to be reactive. I hear what's happening in Texas, and I don't think they've taken COVID very seriously, but we did here. And we're not Texas, we're Fresno, and I want us to make sure we follow local data, and which we are, but here's the other concern. Masks do help. I firmly believe that data shows masks do help in combination with hand washing, social distancing, but what really works best is if you're at risk, staying at home. We're still not finished with the pandemic. It is still a risk to so many folks. Now, it's difficult for folks because you want to provide a living for your family. If you're a small business owner, if you are a worker, please go to FresnoCOVIDHelp.com. It's a resource we put together so you can get the help you need. As a taxpayer, I'm proud of the fact that my tax dollars go to providing aid so people can stay home if they're elderly or have an underlying medical condition so they can stay safe. But for those of us that are able and willing. When you leave your home, it's always a risk. It is always going to be a risk. And there are so many people I see that are with the program, are doing the right thing. I don't want us to be too reactive to where we are going to, inhibit our very fragile economy right now, because that provides income for the folks that are able to provide those that are staying at home as well. So I appreciate the intent of this bill. I think there's a lot of things in place already. And, maybe we'll revisit this later on, but at this time, I just don't think it's the right time to approve this. And that masks, I don't want to mislead people and think if we do this, COVID numbers are going to go down. There's a lot of factors that come into this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I'll just finish with these comments. In my experience, the city took some of the most aggressive action early on to shelter in place and provide the county weeks of time to build up the healthcare capacity in our community. And we did that painfully, knowing that it was going to have a huge economic impact in our city. And it just feels like that goodwill and that difficult and tragic impact that we had to impose on ourselves and in our community has been completely erased in recent weeks by decisions by a Board of Supervisors, especially when they overturned the public health officer's decision from requiring a mandated facial mask to making it optional. And since then, we've seen nightclubs, Vioxx and others, completely violated. And to Councilmember Carbasi's point, a lot of us have the ability to come to work with plexiglass and surrounded in facial masks and plastics, but some of our folks don't have the ability not to go to work, nor to tell their employer, you're not keeping me safe, therefore I'm not coming to work. They're having to be in nightclubs with hundreds of people inside in a complete violation of the public health order, and there's nowhere for them to turn. And I think as a city, we have a responsibility to give them a venue for that. And as much as we'd like to call it the snitch hotline, the biggest snitch hotline we have in the city is 911. And we all know that people call 911 hundreds of thousands of times for non-emergencies. But yet, we keep it open, we staff it, and we answer the phone calls because we know that anybody who has a concern and feels unsafe in our city, whether it's because of crime, violence, or folks being completely irresponsible during this pandemic, have a right to be able to tell somebody in a position to do something about it. And that's where my head is. It's for those workers who have no other choice but to walk away and go into the unemployment line, which, by the way, still takes weeks before you get any benefits from. So with that, let's call for a roll call. You may have the floor.
You actually inspired a good point. I want to ask you. So, yeah, if the goal is to prevent the spread of COVID, which I think is correct, you mentioned like nightclubs or certain maybe phase 3 businesses where people congregate and it's more high risk. Why not apply this policy? And I'd be very open to that. Apply a policy like this to high risk areas rather than blanketly across the city.
Because they're not the only violators.
Yeah, but what about the supermajority of people that are cooperating? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It doesn't matter if the majority of people are complying. It just takes a few folks, and you don't know when you're infected. It's an asymptomatic type of disease. So, I mean, we can leave here right now. We can take a drive across the city. We can visit 10 places where social distancing and masks are very easy to apply. And we're gonna find a number of violations on our own. I'm not saying they'll be egregious, but there are plenty of people who are just not complying across the whole entire city, not just these high-risk areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last thing I would add before we call a vote, right? This is not necessarily a comment, but just sort of an introspective question to all of us, not just us here on the dais, but also our friends at the County Board of Supervisors and our friends up in Sacramento and in DC. But I mean, as things progress, and if we don't get it under control, I mean, what is our level of tolerance? I mean, how close do you want to flirt with running out of ICU beds before we have to take drastic action? Because you don't want to see a situation like we had in Italy. You don't want it to be you or your family member or anybody you love, right, without an ICU bed when you really need one. And I think when you sort through all the layers of this, that's really going to be a metric that we're looking at. So I don't want anybody to answer that right now, but just sort of an introspective question, right? What's our level of tolerance before we step up and have the spine to vote for the measures that are going to save lives?
Thank you. And as just a closing point, I know we're always very thoughtful in not being the heavy hand of government, but if I might remind my colleagues that the heavy hand of government, that was a whole bunch of non-doctors, determined that cannabis, marijuana was an illegal substance and criminalized a whole generation of folks. So it's our job as a governing policy to make those policies, and the vast majority of the time, none of us are legal and medical experts in those specific fields, but our job is to do the best we can with the information that we have. So with that, let's call for a vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brettefeld,
No.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
No.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. As a reminder, this is subject to a mayor veto and it requires a second adoption, so this will return on June 30th as an item on the consent calendar for a second vote. Thank you all for the conversation.
Actually,
No, it's not?
Council, it was proposed as an emergency ordinance, which would mean it's, if passed, it would be effective immediately.
Perfect.
That would require 5 positive votes and would not be subject to veto. If you want to treat it as a regular ordinance, then 4 votes could approve it. It has to come back at least 6 days later for adoption, and then would be effective 30 days after that.
Understood. So it looks like we'll bring it back in 6 days.
Bring it back in 6 days?
It's a minimum of 6 days.
Yes.
Mr. President?
Give me 1 second. Councilmember Carbasi.
I'd like to instruct or give some direction to the city attorney's office that to make sure we can communicate with all the businesses and employers and small businesses are going to be affected by this. I don't want them getting fined because they don't know about this.
But in a point of order, so did this require 5 votes because it was an emergency?
To be approved as an emergency ordinance to be effective immediately, it would take 5 votes.
So it did, and it came as that today?
It had 4 votes today.
So
But
it
it
did
could be
not-
treated as a regular ordinance, which would take 4 votes, but it has to come back for adoption, and then that would be effective 30 days after that.
Okay, so this did not pass today?
Correct.
Okay, and it has to be brought back if it's to come as a regular ordinance?
So to summarize for the public, this initial vote will require a secondary vote at least 6 days from now for it to be effective in 30 days. Or it can be brought back at the next council meeting, and if it captures 5 votes, it would be effective immediately.
I don't think that's what it said.
Additionally, an ordinance can only be approved at a regular meeting, not a special meeting.
I stand corrected. Is the 30th a regular meeting?
I don't believe it's scheduled as a regular meeting.
All right.
A regular meeting would be those that are on the council calendar.
So
July
we're
16th.
so we're looking at July 16th as the next date.
Yes, and this is not going into effect at this point in relation to what Councilmember Carbasi was saying.
Correct. If approved as a regular ordinance, it requires introduction, adoption, and then effective 30 days after that. It could be brought back on the 16th as an emergency ordinance, and if there were 5 votes then, it could be approved.
Okay.
All right, thanks for clarification.
City Attorney, quick question. Can the mayor's office, by way of under the emergency order, authorize this immediately?
Yes, I would think the bulk of this could be included in an emergency order, unless the council directed otherwise.
All right, folks, so to clarify for the whole world, the motion passed, but the approval will be put on pause until we can bring it back on July 16th for adoption under emergency order by 5 votes of the council, or the city manager may execute this with her emergency authorities prior to that.
Yep.
Okay. All right, this concludes this item. Thank you for the great conversation, a little bit of confusion. Now, council, we're going to move on to the budget presentation by staff. We'll start off with a brief presentation by our Assistant City Manager, James Sempner, after which we will take any questions that we may have of her, and then get to the motions that will be shown on the screen, and we'll take in order of a motion. Assistant City Manager Sumter, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just giving you a brief update on where we are before you go through the motions and start voting. As has been stated to the council earlier this month, we do have a substantial economic effect by the COVID-19 pandemic. and the effect on our revenues. The current estimates project a potential total combined deficit of $36.7 million for FY20 and 21. Excuse me, that should be 21. This estimate, however, will continue to be revised over the next 60 to 90 days as actual data keeps being received by both the state and local entities. Part of the deficit that we have been addressing with the council could be addressed by using some of the CARES funding, and I believe that is part of the CARES plan that the council will also be considering for salary offsets. The administration continues to monitor the additional federal funding to offset revenue losses and believes that that relief will be forthcoming. And due to this uncertainty, this is why the administration proposed an interim budget or a continuing resolution for more time to pass so that better information could be known. This interim budget, which is in essence the FY20 amended city budget, contains currently a 10% contingency holdback and is balanced. The administration is also preparing a series of steps should additional funding not be received. And this budget will be changed, will be revised when we come back to council in 60 to 90 days. There are notes on the revenue estimates just to give some additional detail as to why that deficit is what it is. It happens primarily in the areas of sales tax, room tax, charges for services, business license, and franchise fees. The largest of these is sales tax. As you can see, the pre-COVID estimate was for FY20 was $97.6 million. The FY20 estimate now after COVID is now $84.5. You can see there that it is at least a $13 million difference. Likewise, we have an $11 million difference anticipated for FY21. As you go down that table, you have room tax also under by $2.2 million for 20 and $1.8 million for 21. The totals for FY20 as far as revenue loss total almost $19 million for FY20 and almost $18 million for FY21. The total revenue loss, therefore, is currently estimated at $36.7 million. Next slide, please, Brianna. Thank you. As you can see here, these are summarized. This is the pre-COVID shutdown on your left of where we anticipated the general fund was going to be. Pre-COVID shutdown, we anticipated that we would end FY20 with a positive net balance of $13.8, almost $13.9 million. And taking that into next year with minimal and in fact no additional positions, no additional programs, and no additional raises except those necessitated by closed MOUs, we were anticipating an FY21 carryover of $1.2 million. Post-COVID, we are now anticipating that we will have a net balance of $3 million at the end of FY20. That is assuming that council approves, and we approve the use of $9 million in CARES money for salary offsets for the period of March through June of this fiscal year. FY21, the projection then starting with that $3 million and moving downwards, again with no additional programs, positions under the expenditures, and using $16 million of salary offset encompassing the time from July 1st through December 30th, would leave us with a negative carryover or a negative ending balance of $11.7 million. Thank you, Brianna. The 5-year forecast, then taking that on and extrapolating that out, as you can see in FY22, looking at the beginning carryover is 11.7, as noted on the previous page. The ongoing revenues then are now based upon a lower base because we are assuming that they will have a slow but steady recovery from what has happened over these last few months. But it will be an ongoing climb out of this deficit. You can see then that the net ending balance at the end of 22 with no additional revenue and with standardized increases in expenditures, $40 million. Cumulatively speaking, we would have a net ending balance at the end of the 5-year period, as shown there, of $84.5 million. If we took the negative carryovers out of that equation, The total deficit at the end of the forecast would be $72.8 million. And the slow recovery is anticipated, and the lower revenues will necessitate very difficult decisions to balance the general fund over the course of the next 5 years. Brianna, thank you. There are two scenarios that we have been developing to address this deficit. The first assumes that additional federal assistance will be received, and that should be known within the next 60 to 90 days. If that is received, the funds will immediately be applied to the deficit. It will not address the structural imbalance that the city still has, but it will help to eliminate the current deficit and the deficit that you saw on the previous slides. If there is no federal relief received within the next 60 to 90 days, then scenario 2 comes into play. And then we start looking at across-the-board reductions in operations and maintenance, which should achieve savings anywhere between 1.5 to 1.7 million, depending on how severe they are, and to what extent, whether it's a 5% cut, a 10% cut, etc. We also start looking at furloughs. We have put on there a number of 1.1 million since we are excluding police and fire sworn, which has difficulties in implementing. We also have to eliminate some temp staff. We are anticipating that could save as much as $3.4 million, excluding council and CAO temps. And we could try to reassign permanent staff to cover some of that work, which may mitigate the next option, which is layoffs. And of course, the savings of that would depend upon the positions cut and how many were cut. And also, a limited use of the emergency reserve is also part of scenario 2. And that, go ahead, Brianna. I think that's it. Yeah, that concludes my presentation. So to give you an idea, that is where we are starting before the vote on the motions. And I would point out, Council, that any additional items that are passed that cost the general fund money could potentially increase that $11.7 million deficit. So that concludes my presentation. Votes can now take place.
Assistant City Manager, can you repeat the last part? I didn't catch it.
Just to point out, council members, that there are several motions that are currently on the list to be voted on, and some of those have a general fund impact. And if that general fund impact is to increase the cost, and if those are maintained, and if they are implemented even after the revision, and if we don't get any more funding from the federal government, that could potentially increase the deficit.
All right. The existing structural deficit,
The
right?
existing structural deficit, correct.
Perfect. Thank you, Assistant City Manager. We will now go to public comment before we take on the motions one at a time. Anybody in the public wishing to address the council on the budget motions? Michael, you have the floor for a minute to address the council.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay. And just to check, this is okay to offer public comment not directly related to what was just presented, but also for the motion as well, for the motions that I'll be voting on?
Yes, continue.
Okay. City council members, all week you've heard and read calls from the community to fund the Advanced Peace Program. And as you know, 5 votes in favor makes this motion veto-proof. That being said, I want to reiterate a few points before you decide to either authorize or not authorize funding for the program. Reiterating that Fresno budgets roughly $2 million a year for legal settlements related to police brutality and officer-involved shootings. A fraction of that could fully fund the Advanced Peace Program. A study by the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform found that each gun homicide in Fresno cost taxpayers $2.4 million, and each injury shooting cost Fresno $864,000. The 5-year commitment that the city's talking about is easily paid for by this program, preventing even a single gun homicide. Now, even with COVID-related deficit estimates that we heard about, funding for this program will amount to significantly less than even 0.5% of the projected fiscal year 2021 budget. And last thing I want to mention is if your vote hinges on this misguided notion that the program pays gang members to follow the law, then you obviously haven't done the research that you said you've done. Nor do you care about the youth in our community if you're reducing them down to nothing more than a label labels that have commonly been used throughout American history to justify systemic oppression of people of color. Stop overlooking the potential in our youth and the value of investing in them. Please vote to authorize Advance Peace for Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next person is Ivanka Sanders. You have a minute.
Yes, thank you. This is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Regarding the motions for parks, while all the motions made are great support to focus on parks, there is still a need to actually increase the funding for parks from the general fund, especially to be able to support maintenance costs. For instance, while motioning that $3,700 towards fees for Kawa Park is a nice offer, and reappropriating salary savings can help for reseeding one park, this is still not the same as increasing the overall percentage of funding from the general fund to the Parks Department. Please consider a motion to increase the appropriation of general funds to the parks by 10%. Also, we support the motion to allocate $300,000 for the Advance Peace Initiative. If the funds cannot sufficiently be covered by the revolving salary savings of the police department, then we still need to ask that this initiative be funded through general funds dollars. And also, Council Member President, could you please, regarding all motions made today, clarify for the public, will these motions stand for the full duration of the upcoming fiscal year's budget? Or if you pass the continuance resolution, will these motions need to be restated and made again come September when the budget hearings start over?
Thank you. We'll address that when we get to that point. Next person is Michael Washburn. Let's move on to Sarah. Sarah, you have...
To yourself.
Sarah?
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, thank you. So I wanted to respond to a particular comment I heard last week during the police budget hearing. I know one council member expressed concern that with the proposed cuts to the Fresno PD budget, we might lose components of what was called the apparatus that protects victims and survivors during the criminal justice process. I just wanted to point out to the council and to the community that Fresno PD actually has a very minimal role in the protection of victims, survivors, and witnesses during that process. In the criminal justice process, all the other parties come from the county or the state. So obviously Fresno PD would be responsible for the response, investigation, report writing, any arrest, and submission of charges. But after that, they're essentially not involved in that process as far as victims and survivors go. You know, the DA's office, that's the county. The correctional officers at the jail, that's county. The victim notification system, that's county or state. If a client wants a restraining order that lasts more than a week, that's the client gonna have to go to civil court on their own. Safety escorts to court, those would be a county sheriff's deputy or a county DA investigator. The deputies running security at the courthouse, that's county. The bailiffs inside the courtroom, that's county. The advocates that help the victims and witnesses, those are county. The probation officers writing the sentencing recommendations, those are county. The CDCR victim notification system, that's state. And so there are very few places in the criminal justice system where the city budget or the Fresno PD budget would be concerned as far as victims and survivors go. So I just wanted to point that out to folks. And I did agree with that council member's assertion that poverty is one of the roots of many of the issues we're discussing. And what's not going to help alleviate that poverty is continuing to invest over half of our budget in police because police can't arrest poverty. So that would require investing in the actual community, investing in affordable housing and a housing first approach, investing in jobs for our youth, and investing in a program like Advance Peace.
Thank you, Sarah. Next person is James Mendez.
Hello, my name is James Mendez. I'm a resident of District 2, and I would like to express my support of the City of for the Advance Peace program. I spoke last year in support of Advance Peace. Since then, studies are now available that show the benefit of the Advance Peace program in decreasing homicides. There are some people concerned that the program would use city funds to pay gang members to not commit crimes. And I'd like to advise the City Council that city funds are not used to pay gang members to not commit crimes. Funds from a foundation are used to pay people who have successfully completed 6 months of the program. In addition, the city funds should be considered an investment rather than an expense. It's mentioned that one homicide cost Fresno County $2.4 million, but the actual societal cost, the total societal cost of a single homicide actually may be as high as $15 to $20 million when all costs are considered. So again, I would like to ask that the small amount of money that the city invests in advanced peace is quite beneficial to the city overall. And we are unable to put a price on life, but saving one life would save considerable amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Sher Mua.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Sher Mua, and I am with the Youth Leadership Institute. We support the motion to allocate $300 towards advanced peace and to remove police officers from mental health calls. Our youth leaders also support the actions of council to secure dollars for youth jobs, as Councilmember Soria has supported through motion 23. Today, we also ask for clarity and transparency around when and how the council will discuss the allocation of CARES Act dollars prior to their disbursement by December 2020. Our ask is that a portion of CARES Act funding be allocated towards supporting our young people through investment in holistic mental wellness programs and youth jobs. As you look to spend down CARES dollars, please take seriously the youth-researched and youth-led joint proposal by the Mental Health and Youth Jobs Initiative efforts of the Fresno Youth Commission and Fresno Boys and Men of Color. We humbly request your support on securing CARES Act funding for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is identified as a number 930-4092. You have the floor for a minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Rout. I've had the privilege of serving as a police officer for the past 15 years. I say privilege because I'm aware that the power to serve as a peace officer has been granted to me by the state, and I'm respectful of that. For many years, I worked the midnight patrol. I remember one night as I was driving to work on the freeway, I had a bird's eye view of the city, and I could see red and blue lights scattered throughout the city. Each one of those lights represented officers proactively policing or responding to a call for help in the city. And I thought to myself, the people have no idea about the battle that goes on daily, the battle to protect the innocent against those who would damage and destroy, whether it be by robbery or burglary or roaming the streets as a drunk driver. Sometimes it's not a person. Sometimes the battle is against death itself as we rush to provide life-saving steps to someone who is literally fighting to stay alive because of a gunshot wound or other medical emergency. I say the people have no idea, and God willing, if we do our jobs right, most will never know. It's our life's work to make sure the hand of evil never touches the lives of the people we protect, and I pride myself in dedicating my life to that purpose. I had the honor of meeting with members of the community to talk about being a police officer at one time, and I learned that the police department receives about 4,000 911 calls on a daily basis. Each one of those calls is from someone who is probably experiencing the worst day of their lives. We struggle at it to answer each of those calls for help. If our resources are diminished even further, I can only imagine what the damage may be. How many of those cries for help will go unanswered? As a man of faith and integrity, I truly believe that if as a police officer I was part of the problem, I would gladly turn in my badge if I knew it would bring peace and tranquility to the city. But sadly, I know far too well that that's not the case. There are those who would like nothing more than to prey on the weak and rule over those who don't know violence. They would like nothing more than to be able to do it with no fear of being held accountable by the police. And I beg you not to give them what they want. It's been said that the people are the police and the police are the people. Basically, that means we're all responsible for protecting one another. And I'm very aware that right now there's some in the city who are crying for help, but not from the traditional criminal, but from the police themselves. And as I have always done, I'm speaking today because I want to answer that call. My 15 years of experience in law enforcement has taught me that the answer does not lie in defunding the police. Our goal is to make sure that no citizen of the city feels left behind or ignored. And this is something that shouldn't be done without the police, but together with them in a true collaborative effort where every concern is heard.
We're going to move on to the next caller. Thank you. Next is Kimberly McCoy.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Kimberly McCoy, Fresno Building Healthy Communities Project Director. When we talk about defunding the police, we're not talking about getting rid of the police. We're just talking about not allocating 53% of the city's budget to the police department. I do appreciate all the motions for the park. However, we know that the motions are piecemeal approaches. I echo my colleague asking for 10% to be allocated to the parks budget. I also ask that the council do allocate the $300,000 to the advanced peace. And I also ask for more investment in our youth and South Fresno communities. This is the time for the council to stand up and take a stand and show that they are hearing residents and they are listening to residents. And it's time for us to stop allocating 53% of our budget to the police department and start allocating the money to the areas where it's most needed, such as parks, infrastructure, and investment in our youth and our communities that have been overlooked in investment for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next is Brandy. You have a minute. Begin. Brandy, proceed. All right, we're going to move on to...
Sorry about that. I keep forgetting I have to unmute. Thank you for the ways that you're looking to more effectively address issues in the community. Thank you, Esmeralda, for adding the motion about getting graffiti artists involved in dealing with graffiti and these creative responses. I want to, again, support the motion to no longer use a Fresno Police Department to staff the homeless task force. In this, you have the opportunity to resolve current issues and more effectively address the issues concerning homelessness in Fresno and allow the police department to do what they are trained for. But I ask you to not only pass this motion, but reiterate that you include those who are homeless on the task force and involve the homeless community in coming up with new solutions and include advocates like We Are Not Invisible to help you identify leaders and other people who work with the homeless. This has been recognized as part of effective action in social issues. Years ago, when we were trying to deal with challenges of human trafficking and the fact that, including the fact that people, some survivors of sex trafficking would return to their traffickers, they realized they need to have survivors of trafficking involved in
Thank you, Brandy.
policy.
Next person is identified as UUCF Zoom 3. Please identify yourself and address the council.
Yes, hi, this is Reverend Tim Kutzmark, minister at the Unitarian Universalist Church here in Fresno. I'd like to address my comments to my council member, Mr. Bredefeld. If you were moving this year into your own district, a house would cost at least $300,000, probably much more. I'm asking you, sir, to spend less than you would pay for a new house in your neighborhood to save the lives of young Black men at risk here in the city of Fresno. Last week, I was so delighted to see you vote to support the motion for Black Lives Matter Day. Your support of Advanced Peace would show that you are willing to put that intention into action to show Fresno that you really do believe that Black Lives Matter. Thank you for supporting Advanced Peace.
Thank you. Next person is Ome Lopez. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ome Lopez. I am in District 1 and I am part of Dulce Up Front. I would like to say, speaking of putting action into motion, in regards to the motion to move the graffiti abatement division from the police department to code enforcement and creating the pilot program to work with Dulce Up Front Art Collective to create community mural projects. As we can see, in just the last 15 days, there's been an avalanche of support with the creation of 6 murals that are now being moved into 9 mural sites here in the Fresno area, led by Dulce Up Front and DJ K. Rich in support. With that, we have several council members, including the mayor, on what just occurred in front of City Hall. But for Dulce Up Front, our whole work is about building community through art and culture and utilizing art as a vehicle for social change. We feel that art is a way for people to connect to each other and to also people feel through the connections of art. And when we see murals in our communities, which I think has been long overdue, we do have a long history of muralism in the San Joaquin Valley, a very rich history of that. This is a great way for putting that action into motion of supporting the shift with the graffiti abatement to bring work opportunities to artists so that they don't leave our community, and also for people in our community to walk past these murals and feel a strong sense of connection to their city.
Thank you, Ome. Next person is Jonathan. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Dr. Jonathan Fuchs, and I'm here to offer my support for item 34, the Dawn proposal to invest the Darling relocation funds. I'm a professor of medicine at UCSF, and I help to lead the UCSF California Preterm Birth Initiative, or PTBI. The PTBI is a 10-year philanthropically funded research program that is committed to addressing racism as a root cause of the racial disparities we see in premature or preterm birth. Fresno County, and West Fresno specifically, has some of the highest rates of preterm birth and infant mortality in the state of California, and this burden disproportionately falls on the African American community. The PTBI has worked in close partnership with the EOC and leaders of the Dawn proposal to create a Best Baby Zone in West Fresno that strives to achieve community transformation to turn the curve on African American preterm birth and infant mortality. And if Dawn is funded, we pledge to harness the full support of the PTBI to work closely with this extraordinary coalition of partners to implement the transformative workforce, environmental, and clinical programs proposed and evaluate them for success. I'll close by just saying, in the words of Dr. King, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And with the Dawn proposal towards environmental justice for the African American community of West Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Josh. You have a minute. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Josh Cruzat. I'm a District 6 resident, and I'm here representing Fresno Bodies Unidos. I'm here to advocate for many different proposals that have been sent to this council, aiming not only to uplift our local community, but begin to heal decades of systemic inequities within this city. I'm asking council to pass a proposal of $2 million to reallocate funds from Fresno Police Department and the FACT Safety Fleet and reinvest that into youth development, such as partnering up with CBOs to create youth jobs that prioritize system-impacted transitional age youth, and to also reinvest in bus passes for all students within the city of Fresno from K through 12 to city to state, and also to reinvest in the Public Works Department for completing neighborhood projects south of Shields. There are many proposals that have been forwarded to council that I also support, such as Fresno Boys and Men of Color, CARES relief funding, reinvestment into mental health and wellness, youth paid internships. I recommend the council to take up this proposal from DMOC that will expand holistic mental health programs and provide paid relief to our young people across all districts. Young people in this city need to be provided with a proper chance to grow, to move around, and to thrive in a city that cares about them. I yield my time.
Thank you, Josh. Next person is the number 313-2368. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council President. I send Council members Anthony Molina, City of Fresno, BPAC District 2 representative and chair of the BPAC Slow Streets Task Force. I'd like to thank all of the council members for your support for the efforts of the BPAC and Councilmember Chavez, Soria, and Esparza for making the motion to create Slow Streets Initiative in Fresno in order to use CARES Act funding to repurpose public space for safe biking and walking during the COVID pandemic emergency. I would ask all the council members for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Cesar Casamayor. You have a minute to address the council. We'll move on to the next person. Chris, you can address the council. Chris?
Oh, I just wanted to say kill all niggers and faggots. Thank you.
All right. Our apologies for that inappropriate jerk. Next person is Vance Walker.
Hello?
Proceed with addressing the council.
Yeah, I would like to start off by saying we should.
All right. Next person is Jackson. You have the floor to address the council on the budget motions.
I'd just like to say fuck all niggers.
Let's scroll down. IT, scroll down so I can see the rest of the list there. All right. Let's go with Heather Brown. And council, I am identifying folks that we are familiar with and are hopeful they're going to be respectful to the council as they address the motions. Heather Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I appreciate the floor. My name is Heather Brown, and I'm the Chief Administrative Officer of EOC. And we're lending our support today to new initiatives. We are looking for the appropriation of $300,000 for the Advanced Peace Project. We're also supporting the reallocation funds, Darling plant for the Dawn proposal. ESC believes that both initiatives mirror our organization's values and mission, and we're prepared to provide resources and support to the cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person will be Carolina Garza de Luna.
Yes, thank you. And just wrapping up, I want to say that I feel a lot better about being a part of this community. I'm happy with a lot of the things that we have seen. However, there are some really serious follow-ups we need. We need justice for Isaiah, and we need you guys to really understand that if our police department supports that kind of execution and hunting of our children, we have come nowhere. So please, you hear the shaking in my voice. That is a mother shaking for the children that have lost their lives. Please think of him and act. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next person is going to be Booker Lewis.
Hello, Council. Thank you for this time. My name is Pastor B.T. Lewis, Rising Star Missionary Baptist Church. I am calling to voice my support and the African American clergy task force's support of both Advanced Peace and in particular the Dawn Project. I think both of those programs will be a great asset to our community at large. And so I'm asking you to please remember those projects in a positive way as you consider voting on today. Thank you.
Next person will be Kyle Lopez-Smits.
Thank you, Council, and thank you for this thorough review of the budget process. I think we're making some really good moves as a city. Lots of work still to be done. Wanted to speak in support of $300 allocation for the Advanced Peace Project that is going to return to our city many times in the life that it saves and in the expenses that it saves our city. So I want to support that. I've been very involved in trying to fund the relocation of Darling, and seeing that is finally going to close and happen. Support the relocation of the funds from that project to the Dawn project. And then related to the parks projects, I think it's always important to reflect on, are we out equitably distributing parks funding throughout the city? And so whenever parks motions are put forward, would recommend this city council and staff look at how many acres per 1,000 residents that neighborhood already has, and if it's more or less than where other neighborhoods are at in the community, and that we make those resources equitably allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Dr. Venice Curry.
Hi, thank you, Council President Arias, and to the other city council members. I am supporting the Dawn proposal because I believe it is a preventive act that we can take at this point to actually prevent further death from infant to our older generation. It is an investment in an area that has not been invested in, and we have significant support from community, from faith-based leaders, from our educational community to say that this is a proposal that they can support. I also support the Advanced Peace Project because I see both of these as being both proactive and preventive. I do recognize that that it is uncomfortable for people to view these connections between COVID and environmental justice and poverty and lack of opportunity, but they actually are all related. And it is, although it is a challenge, I think that people can make that leap. The religious beliefs that so many of us espouse to, many are still uncomfortable with really looking at the way that we express our religious beliefs. And so that question in the Bible about are we our brother's keeper is certainly something we can think about and consider at this point. We are asking for reinvestment in areas that are underfunded, underinvested, and that actually affect more people of color. But the city of Fresno benefits when all of the city does well. And so I would just say that we can stop this violence, and this violence that is poverty, this violence that is COVID unchecked. We have an opportunity to stop all of that with being proactive and being fiscally preventive in the ways that we can prevent further economic disasters by investing in situations early and addressing issues early. So again, I ask for your support for the Dawn proposal as well as the Advanced Peace. They are proactive and they are preventive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last speaker will be Des Martinez, and then we'll commence with council votes on the motions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, Des.
Okay, I want to say thank you, President Council Miguel Arias and Soria, for bringing to light the cleaning on Santa Clara and also the homeless task force. I would like to put out there that it would be great to use some of that funding that I want it all, the funding that goes to the Fresno Police Department for the homeless task force for some type of safe lots. We just had another one of our street family members that was brutally attacked. She does have mental illness, and she was attacked from another street family member that has mental illness. She's in her 70s, and I want everybody to send their prayers for them. But also, if we can put on the table to discuss jobs, not just going down there and sending everybody down there to clean up, but make a job program for the street family members, because I think we've proven over the past 3 months that we can do it ourselves. So it'd be great to utilize some of those funds to hire the street family members to give them dignity back, and so they can respect themselves and want better in their lives. But also safe lots. We need them. It's an emergency out here. People are dying. People are hot. And there's not enough food resources that are going out due to COVID still. We need a lot more waters out here. So if you guys have water programs, or if the city can donate masks so I can continuously hand out, because with the lack of food, the street family members are not allowed to go into stores without masks. So if we can do something with that funding also, but I'm glad that we're getting rid of the homeless task force. Can we please use that money for something permanent?
Thank you, Des. All right, council and the public, we're going to go ahead and complete about 30 minutes of public comment. We do recognize there's more people, and some may not be folks who are generally interested in providing public feedback on the budget. But I ask that you continue to communicate with us. We are receiving all your emails, and you can always provide comment through the electronic comment system in our city clerk website, or email council members directly. The final vote on the budget will not occur to June 30th, so there's still time for us to receive public comment for those who want to provide us input on the budget development process. With that, council, I'm going to try and have this document pulled up on the screen so the public can follow what motions we'll be voting on. And I do recognize that when it shows up on the screen, the text might be pretty small, so I will read a brief description of each motion and the number of the motion. And I'm going to look to the maker of the original motion, default to you, and ask for you to make a motion. And I'm hoping you guys will follow along and confirm those that second the original motion. If you continue to second the motion, then we will do a roll call in each of the votes. Keep in mind, it will be roll call because we have Councilmember Chavez participating virtually. So, for example, we will seek a motion from Councilwoman Soria on item 1. I will have to confirm that I continue to second the item, and then we would proceed with roll call. Is that fair? That work? All right, let's try this. We only have 53 attempts today, so we're going to try and make this work. To the answer of the public, the motions that are approved today and not vetoed would be part of the full year budget, correct, City Manager? They wouldn't have to be re-voted on in September? Is my understanding correct?
If these were put, say, into abeyance until such time as the revision came forward, then yes, they would be brought back in September.
Okay, so we would have to re-vote on each motion again in September? Or would they be part of the budget that we approved?
They would.
I'll let you guys think about that for a moment.
They would probably,
Council.
yeah, let me think about it for a minute.
Council, from a legal perspective, you are amending the mayor's proposed budget right now.
Yeah.
If you approve these motions and they become part of what's finally voted on next Tuesday, that becomes the budget for this next year unless and until it's changed.
So we don't have to take another 53 votes in September?
No.
You would not, but understand that all the motions that you approve that have a cost, then throw that continuing resolution out of balance.
Correct.
And so something will have to be done to bring the budget back into balance, because right now it is balanced.
Correct. And we do that exercise each time after motions are made. The mayor will veto some motions that he feels are too expensive. Then we have an opportunity to override and find the balance.
Okay.
Correct?
And Council President, can you go over how you're handling each motion again?
Yes, I'm going to identify the motion by the number, a brief description, and ask the maker of the motion that's on this list on whether they make a motion to continue to support this item going forward. It will be seconded by the member who seconded the motion, and then we will do roll call for each motion.
So no staff discussion, interruption, or anything?
No.
Okay, just clarifying.
I'm hoping we'll have a minimum of that because we have 53 opportunities. Of course, there'll be some motions that are withdrawn and some motions where council members have clarified amendments or questions. So we'll try and I was hoping to do the easy ones first, but I don't think any of them are going to be easy. So we'll take them by number.
Would you mind if staff commented on a few right now based upon salary savings? Just to make sure that we give our canned statement for the record today on the attrition savings?
If you can just identify the numbers of the motions.
There are a handful.
Okay.
And I just wanted Jane to kind of speak to how we're already relying on there's already $6.9 million.
No, I'll just make a blanket statement
Yeah.
that if there are any motions here that mention using salary savings, that salary savings has already been taken into consideration to come to that $11.7 million deficit. So there aren't any salary savings just kind of floating around out there. Those have already been taken into account to try to get that deficit down as far as we possibly can.
Okay. I think that's the principle, reminding us that there's a limited amount of resources, and I think the children today will reorganize the chairs and see what we come up with. Right, Councilmember Butterfield?
Let's go.
Absolutely. All right.
Councilmember Arias, really
Yes.
quickly, did you want to take any comments from Mayor's office? Tim Orman has raised his hand.
Okay, Tim, you have one shot before you take us off track.
I just wanted to clarify your earlier statement. The mayor does not veto budget motions. He can veto line item, veto parts of a past budget.
All right. I think there's a
Like what you
technical
said a few minutes ago, Miguel.
difference of opinion, but we recognize your position on it.
Point of order. I
Yes.
wanted to ask, just based on the conversation that occurred about how we're voting on motions now and potentially coming back in September, City Attorney, so when we come back in September to sort of reconcile with, updated projections, is that technically all a budget amendment? Will that all require 5 votes to pass budget at that point in September?
Yes, everything that happens after June 30th would require five votes, whether it's a veto override or amending the budget.
Fun times, all right.
All right. Are we confused enough? It looks like we are, so we're fully prepared to engage in the motions. On the first motion, related to general fund overview, it's a motion to change a continuing resolution to convert $750,000 in small business loan program from the general fund to the small business grant program funded by the COVID CARES Act. The maker of the motion was Councilwoman Soria, seconded by me. Do you still support the motion?
Yes, and we essentially already did this, so.
Yes, and this is an easy one because the council approved this action early this morning. But let's still take a formal vote to practice. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. The second motion was originated by me, a motion to eliminate all consultant and service contracts agreements citywide. I continue to support the motion, and except for one amendment that is contingent on there being resources in September when we bring back the final adjustments.
Clarifying point on your motion. So if money has been allocated toward it, would that eliminate that as well?
Correct. So the way I see it is, if we had an option 1 or 2, if we have an option 2 where there is no revenue replacement and we have cuts, the motion would come back into effect.
Okay. Does this also include the non-general fund consulting contract?
Correct.
Okay, includes everything.
Correct. Citywide.
Yeah, so I have a contract with the economic development consultants for the Fresno EIFD. we're in the process of formation. Most of the monies have been extended already. There's a small fraction left on the contract. Recently extended 5,000. So I'd like to see about carving that out, or I'm not sure how that would how this would impact that.
Legal counsel, how would we amend to allow the last, couple of thousand to be expended in that contract?
Well, first of all, I'm not clear. Is this to eliminate even existing contracts or no new additional contracts?
Additional contracts.
Okay. I think that's an existing contract?
It's an existing contract, yes.
Right. So this is only eliminating additional new contracts, right?
Correct.
This motion?
Okay, so then this would not be impacted. Okay.
All right,
That's
so
fine.
again, the motion is to eliminate new consultant and service contracts agreements if there is no revenue replacement, and we have to go with option 2 in September.
Question for you. All right, so this is all the existing ones that we voted on today, that they're all in place. This is all new general or non-general fund consultants. Okay.
Yep, we're essentially pressing pause on consulting contracts if there is no money that requires layoffs, furloughs, reserve access of the fund. With that, there's a motion, there's a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
No.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Arias?
Yes.
Next.
All right, is that a 5-1 that I hear?
5-1, yes.
5-1, oh. All right, the next one is it's item number 3. No changes to the budget line items without council approval. No movement of money within departments. That's the motion. I made it. I continue to support the motion that if there's any significant changes within the budget department line items, that they come back for council approval.
Well, significant, because there can be minor movements of money, $100, $150, $200, to take care of an unanticipated expenditure that's done frequently within a department. But
City Manager, I would look to you for a recommendation on what amount levels you're comfortable with. I just don't want to see you transferring $10 million in the overtime budget to pay for.
Since I'm the second to your motion, I would say 25,000.
25,000?
There's 50? 50, yeah, her existing authority.
All right, while the existing authority is 50,000, the second of the motion is comfortable with 25,000. I will accept that amendment. So it would be to limit any transfers within departments to $25,000. Anything above 25,000 between now and September would have to come back for council approval.
And council, to clarify, we would alter the language of the AAR itself to reflect this.
Correct. All right, roll call on the motion to limit transfers of budget lines within departments above 25,000 without council approval.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
No.
Soria?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes.
5-1.
And that is from now until September when the
September.
version comes back. Got it.
Yes, contingent on us coming back in September. All right, motion number 5. I'm sorry, motion number 4. Motion to use the police department staff on the homeless task force as amended. The motion would create a working group with the homeless advocates and behavioral health county reps, and within 60 days, come back to the council with an alternative plan to respond to homeless encampments. The maker of the motion was Councilwoman Soria, seconded by me. Let's do a roll call.
I have a question.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
All right, so this is amended to create a working group, including the homeless task force?
Yes.
The homeless advocates and okay, in the meantime, the homeless task force will continue?
Yes.
Okay, but in 60 days, we'll get a report back. Nothing is being disbanded at this point?
Correct.
60 days we'll have, in 60 days, the working group will come with recommendations to see how to best essentially answer to those types of calls.
Okay, so it'll be a report coming back within 60 days, but nothing is being
With
disbanded?
recommendations at that point.
It's hard to hear.
The goal is to have recommendations come to the council.
Right. I just want to ensure that nothing's being disbanded. 'Cause that's
So for clarity, the homeless task force will remain as is. and staff will come back within 60 days with that working group with recommendations on how to repurpose that work.
Or not.
Or not.
Correct.
And I assume that Councilmember Soria's office is taking the lead on creating the working group? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
But we want to make sure that we have the ability to work with the homeless task force. Yeah, so we'll do that.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thanks. Nine, I said before, I actually look forward to the conversation. And I think at the very least, we have to have that to know if there are other options we can put on the table. Because, and this is something that I've heard from, Chief Hall, homelessness isn't a crime. And I think we all know that. But I also have concerns for safety as well. How is the committee going to be comprised? Do we know yet? Are there going to be representatives of the fire department and PD? Because I know there's other options on the table.
Well, right now, the working group is identified on the motion, the homeless task force, the homeless advocates, and behavioral health and county reps from behavioral
But
health.
who are the homeless advocates?
There have not been identified.
Oh, okay,
yet.
all right. Okay, that's my only question.
Okay. With that, we'll do a roll call on this motion.
I want to be very clear with this motion because I don't want to give anyone a false impression. The end goal is to figure out a better mechanism to respond to homelessness in our community. I have been very vocal about the fact that we have criminalized to a very large degree poverty in our community. And I do believe, and you guys have heard Chief Hall, he would rather have his officers out patrolling. I'm not saying that police would not respond as a secondary, like when there is, risk of some safety, but I do believe that there are better models where we can help make sure that we increase the success rate from 1.6 hopefully to a lot higher to make sure that we get folks that are experiencing homelessness off the streets and into recovery. Thank you.
All right.
And let me just say, I also want to be clear. I don't believe we criminalize homelessness by having a homeless task force, but I'm open to looking at ways that we can do things better, always. I don't know how with many of the homeless, not all of them, that have drug addiction, that have criminal behavior, mental health issues, and potentially dangerous, carry weapons, how you don't have law enforcement be involved. I don't know how you do that. I'm open to hearing how we do that. So my interest is not disbanding the homeless task force, but I'm open to hearing ways we can always do things better.
So I had asked for data from the administration, and they did provide a memo to us very recently from Chief of Police. Last calendar year in 2019, the HTF handled roughly 3,200 Fresco complaints. The team came into contact with 8,186 homeless individuals while clearing 6,500 encampments. So several of those contacts were the same individuals, which is why the number of contacts is a lot higher than our estimated homeless population here in Fresno. But here's the bottom line, that of all those contacts, those 8,186 individuals, 6.2% resulted in either an arrest or a citation, and only not 2%, but just two of those arrests resulted in the homeless task force officer using force. So very, very tiny proportion. This is the data I was looking for before I supported this motion. And your motion, the direction we're headed seems to be validated by some of this data, that there are not a lot of homeless encounters that do require use of force or require an arrest or citation.
One could make that assumption, or one could assume that because a law enforcement officer showed up and it wasn't a social worker who's defenseless and unable to protect themselves, that there wouldn't have been more incidents and weren't incidents because a law enforcement officer showed up. So one can look at data a lot of different ways. Again, I'm open to hearing how it can be done better.
Thank you. With that, I do feel much safer with the fire chief in the chambers. I know there's water sprinklers, but her visual presence does make me feel like if there's a fire, somebody's going to save us from this plastic cage. So thank you, Fire Chief, for your presence. With that, let's do a roll call on this motion before we start interpreting data differently.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Yes.
President?
Yes.
6-0.
The motion on the homeless task force will carry 6-0. The next motion is number 5, motion to set aside $100,000 within the city attorney's budget to support the work of the Commission on Police Reform. It was motioned by me, seconded by Soria. Can we do a roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Esparza.
Aye.
Karbasi.
Yes.
Soria.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 6 is to fund our city clerk's one-time request for digital improvements and ADA compliant changes to the city clerk's office. Motion by myself, seconded by member Karbasi. If those motions and seconds remain, we'll do a roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Esparza.
Aye.
Karbasi.
Aye.
Soria.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, motion 7 was already passed. We're now on to motion 8, which is to, add 3 fire captains as safety officer positions. No funding source identified yet.
Council President, let's skip over to number 9, then come back to number 8. Maybe we get a funding source at number 9, potentially.
Okay. Well, there's a request. All right, I think our fire chief influenced us already. Motion number 9, a motion to remove $1 million from the mayor and city manager's budget and add that to the fire department's budget to fund officers. The motion was made by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Do you continue to have this motion on the floor?
I do, and I think that helps address Councilmember Esparza's concern about the 3 fire captains and safety officer positions and the money that is left over from that. I think we ought to be looking at other ways. I'm open to other council members, but to help our fire department, because the SAFER grant was ignored, and as a result, fire department was ignored. So this is my effort to rectify that, and I fully support moving forward with it.
All right. Any other questions from the council? If not, so we can engage in roll call. Councilmember Karbasi, you have the floor.
I'm going to vote against this. I'm very upset at administration for not applying for that SAFER grant. I've asked multiple times from the dais since I've been on here about the SAFER grant. I'm angry, but this is not only going to impact the administration today, it's going to impact the next administration, set them up to fail. I understand I'm going to lose this vote. The council is going to vote the way it's going to vote, but I think an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, and I don't think this is the way to go, and I'm just going to register that comment. Thank you.
Chief, would you mind telling us these 3 captain positions that we potentially will open up in motion number 8? What is the annual cost of those 3 captain positions? Oh, sorry. Well, administration can tell us that.
The annual cost of that is $519,000.
Councilmember Bredefeld, maybe we meet or maybe we meet them in the middle and kind of decrease the amount down to about $550,000 just to make sure we're funding the firefighters, as opposed to sort of taking the arbitrary $1 million. We're still going to cut, and it'll still be an even cut, $225,000 from city manager, $225,000 from mayors. We fund the firefighters, and it's.
I would certainly accept that.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let's do that. $550,000 to fund the 3
between the 2 departments.
Yes, still split evenly.
All right.
Hopefully, yeah. They're one department according to city attorney, but yes.
Give me a second. So the motion has been amended to decrease the amount from $1 million to $550,000, split evenly between the city manager and the mayor's office. Doug, do you have any clarification for us?
I was just noting that the mayor and manager have a combined budget.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. The motion has been amended. The change has been accepted. Is there any other comments from the council? Councilmember Karbasi?
I'd like an understanding of how this is going to impact the community. Who's going to be let go if this happens?
We don't know.
There will be less buildings on fire.
Yeah, we'll definitely be less responsive to all of your offices. Just heads up on that.
It's not that. I can deal with that. I'm worried about how it's going to impact
more or less
residents.
Responsive.
That's what I'm worried about.
No, there will be layoffs. There will have to be.
All right. I'm sorry. I just think this is.
And just to point out, council members, without any additional money, we are $11.7 million in debt at the end of next year.
I just worry about the precedent this sets. Again, I'm going to say it again. I'm really mad. I'm really mad about the SAFER grant. But this isn't right.
All right, City Manager, my only question is, Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
You know, I have a question. When you're done, sir, Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I get that there's heartache, and I think that we need to figure out how to some degree, make the fire department whole, because I do believe that they were given the short end of the stick, given the fact that essentially we failed to go out for a SAFER grant that I think would have helped increase fire safety in our community. I do, though, see that if we look at some of our, since we are adopting a status quo budget, and there are several like one-time allocated amounts of dollars for certain things, like for example, in our police budget, we have $200,000 one time to acquire a fully outfitted SWAT command truck. So I'm assuming that if we're adopting a status quo budget, that those $200,000 would be, we would be adopting those $200,000. However, we don't need another $200,000 for the SWAT truck. So couldn't we allocate those dollars for this purpose? If you guys don't want your budget cut, we got to figure out where the money is. And so I can point to several of those one-time, upgrades for a helicopter computer system, which is $337,000. I could point to, one-time expenditures here, $110,000 for the Skywatch main rotor gear, $2,100 for an ICO matrix, ice maker, $70,000 for the refurbishment of handguns. Those are one-time expenses. So I'm just trying to find a solution to a problem that we have. And if there is, I think that you guys ought to help us if you don't want your budget to be.
No, I understand that, and that would be possible for the first year, but as you're pointing out, those are one-time expenses, and you're adding 3 full-time permanent positions. And so the cost of those positions is going to be maintained over the course of those 5 years and beyond. And so that will have to be absorbed within the general fund. So could we find one-time savings within the continuing resolution? Yeah, we probably could, but that's not going to take care of anything in 22 or 23 or 24.
But how you guys are presenting the continuing resolution, you're presenting the continuing resolution, with maybe a future gap, hoping that we get some federal relief.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, hey, let's take a little bit of risk here to increase fire safety in our community and hope that the federal government does come and have our back. And at the same time, we have a reserve for this exact purpose. When we have shortfalls and when we have a desire to strongly fund certain things to improve the safety of our community, we're going to dip in. So it's either you guys are willing to sacrifice part of your budget, or we're going to look at one-time opportunities to be able to get this done. I think there's a desire from this council to support our fire department, as we expressed months ago when we said, let's apply for the SAFER grant. So I give you guys the option, because I'm willing to go for either or. So if you guys want to find the one-time savings, and let's move forward and figure out how we get it done, I am all about that. Otherwise, we can go and use part of your guys' budget.
Okay. Well, then I think that if it's acceptable, then, let us go back and take a look and see what we can find in the continuing resolution that might be available. Would that be acceptable to council?
It would be acceptable, but before we go there, let me go to our mayor who's asked to speak on this item.
Yes.
I can't see the videos, so Mayor, you have the floor, and as you heard the council, we want more firefighters, and either we fund them through some 2 small budgets, which is the city manager and the mayor's, or staff looks in the $1.3 billion budget to find the money short-term so that we can improve our fire safety in the city. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. To me, this is a punitive action that is just way out of proportion. I understand the need, and I apologize to the council regarding the SAFER. I still believe fundamentally that was, on a long-term basis, that was the right thing to do. But again, I understand. I think this would send a terrible message. We've been working very well this past year together through a crisis, a series of crises, and came through. This would, I think, would damage the relationship dramatically. I'm willing to look for the savings on a one-time basis, but as Jane said, this is $500,000 every year. These are the obligations that, if you saw the 5 years now, that we can compound that problem. But we can look this year to find funding, but I'd give you the caveat that down the road, you're going to see the real problem. But I don't think this is appropriate. Again, I've had a good relationship with everybody there for the most of the time, and we got to work together. I have 6 months to go, and this is going to not only affect me, it affects my successor. So I'm asking you to not do this. We will do everything we can do to resolve this issue on the firefighters. We all share the same concern about firefighters, and we could go across every department in the city budget and have similar concerns, but we got to work together. Thank you.
And as Councilmember Soria pointed out, there are some one-times in the continuing resolution. So if council is agreeable, we can look at those and see how to fund that $550,000 out of the one-time items that are contained within the continuing resolution.
All right. So let me tell you where my my head is in this conversation. I recognize that the mayor and staff may interpret this as a punitive action for the intentional disregard of the council's direction months ago. But the way I see it is, this council spoke clearly, unanimously, that the fire department would no longer continue being underfunded as it has been since the 1980s, and direct staff to pursue federal money, which turned out to be completely free money, absent of any local match. That decision was made in isolation and kept from the council until it was, pried out of the staff during this budget process. That the even reason we're having these budget hearings is because the council insisted on budget hearings versus simply giving a blank check to continue to spend at the level from last year, even though there was a doom and gloom budget presentation given to us months ago. So as I see it, it's not punitive. It is honoring the commitments that we made months ago, that the fire department will no longer be the stepchild in the public safety apparatus system that we have, which it has been. I think partly because our Mayor-elect Dyer had sway for far too long and was able to step all over any other department's needs for too long in our city. So I'm willing to give the staff and the mayor more time to find that money to fulfill those positions that we committed to months ago, and not have to pull the Band-Aid off today. I would ask the makers of the motion to table these 2 motions to the next meeting. Hopefully that gives staff enough time to figure out a way to find $550,000 in a $1.3 billion budget without having to go into specific budgets. As you guys know, if you leave it up to us, we'll find the money. And you may not like the location and the source, but we will find the money for the priorities of the city. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Butterfield.
I want to echo the same thing. This is not punitive. I've been meeting with the fire department for 3.5 years. They've been underfunded forever. The council made clear policy of a SAFER grant. Since it is not punitive, since Council President, you know it's not punitive, and the rest of the council knows, I don't want to delay this. There's no need to delay this. There's no need to find other pots of money or anything else. The fire department needs these fire captains. They need a safety officer, and as a result of the decisions that were made by this administration, they placed the firefighters at greater risk and our citizens at greater risk. There's no need for any hesitation. We need the money. We need to move forward. This is budget, and they can move forward and figure out how they want to do this. So for me, I want to proceed and move forward. We've already reduced it from $1 million. We had a $1 million SAFER grant, and we were going to be doing some things with the fire department. We've reduced it to $550,000. I think that's more than fair, because frankly, I don't even want to do that, but I'm willing to do that. So I would encourage us to move forward, and if the city manager and the administration have problems figuring out how to cut $550,000, I think you and I can certainly sit down and help them work it out. I have no problem with it. So let's move forward today.
Understand the makers of the motion, they would like an up and down vote on the motion as amended to pull the money from the mayor and city manager's budget today.
Well, let me ask a couple more questions. Sorry, Jane, you said it was 520,000 for these three captains?
The costing that I have is $519,300.
Okay, so if you were to multiply that by 5 years, 5 fiscal years, right, for the duration of our projection,
Yeah.
it's about 2.6 million. Based on Councilmember Soria's suggestions here, could you find 2.6 million in one-time costs in the PD department to cover that over the course of 5 years? I mean,
Just in PD or in the general fund?
Well, in the general fund, I'm sure you could find it pretty easily, but I mean, the example she was using was out of PD. So, I mean, we're looking at one-time costs. I mean, where do you think you could pick that from? Because this is sort of a last measure, if we will, where we're pulling from the mayor manager's office.
Right.
So if we had some assurance, you could pull one-time costs out of this budget and translate that into at least 5 years of these captains, as we barrel towards a recovery, hopefully at that point, that could be an alternative.
I think that we could identify the 2.6 million. I can't do it right this second.
I could get close to that.
Well,
I could
yeah,
give
you
I
probably
could
could.
give you line
Could you get us
items.
close to it, Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, can I?
Mr. President?
Yeah, and for me as well, I have a question for Councilman Esparza.
Sorry.
No, please, yeah, go ahead.
Can I go? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where they're going to come up with $2.6 million, and I would be gravely concerned about where they would do that. And that misses the whole thing. You either feel that it's appropriate to take it out of their budget because they didn't use it for the SAFER grant, and find some other funds that we will decide, we will agree upon. I'm concerned about one-time monies because they can have direct impacts on services to your constituents, my constituents. And so now we're moving in a different direction, which I think is going to confuse the whole issue. And I can't support it because I don't know what we're talking about now in terms of where money's coming from.
Councilmember Bredefeld, so what is before us, the administration is asking us to continue a resolution, right, with the same budget that was last year. In last year's budget, there were a lot of one-time expenses. So if we are really approving a continuing resolution, that means that those one-time expenses are in the continuing resolution. But those one-time expenses were expended this year, so that means that they're still calculated in this continuing resolution. But we don't have an expenditure for them because we've already expended them. So it does free up the money, and I can easily calculate just in the PDs and in other departments over $2 million that were one-time expenditures that we don't need them for this next fiscal year that could actually fund fire. And I believe that that's the real solution, because if we're interested in making sure that we fund fire for the next few years and we don't have to worry about if we're really trying to look at the federal government to help us or we have to tap into our reserve, the money is going to be there for that. I've been looking at the numbers up and down the last 4 weeks, and I will tell you that there are the dollars there.
Well, let's ask the mayor manager's office. I mean, looking at the one-time costs in PD, as we're suggesting here, I mean, are those truly one-time costs? I mean, or do we just kind of categorize them as one-time every fiscal year and pass them every fiscal year?
No, they were identified for one-time projects or one-time purchases.
Well, I think it's a relatively safe bet, Councilmember Bredefeld. You might disagree, but I mean, they were expended. According to the administration, they were not going to be expended again in this upcoming fiscal year. So we're not really missing out on anything if they were one time. If we're talking personnel, right, that definitely is going to have an impact. It's going to shrink the impact on any one of our districts. But I will take the administration at their word that these were one time in this current fiscal year and that we did not have plans for that 2.6 going into this fiscal year.
But again, you don't know where that money is coming from. I don't know what department that one-time money's coming from. You mentioned PD. I mean, that's a concern of mine. I don't want to, cut one-time money. I don't know what it's for, or any other department.
I can tell you what it is for. There's 1.2 for the construction of the Southeast Police Station. It says below is a summary of one-time fiscal year expenditures. It gives you $110,000 for the Skywatch main rotor gear, $2,100 for the isometric, $70,000 for the refurbishment of handguns. That's one-time cost. Again, $337,000 to upgrade 2 aerial helicopter computers. That's a one-time cost. So they're not like annual every year. Those are one-time costs that if you add up, it gets us close to the number that we want.
Councilwoman, if I may just try and get clarity, what you're suggesting is last year's budget had a lot of one-time expenditures. Those things were expended, but the continuing resolution
Includes that.
anticipates the same amount of one-time expenditures for items that have not yet been identified that they need because of the status quo budget, which is available for expenditure and assignment.
But those expenditures that were paid this year, is it possible that those expenditures are going to be needed again for something related to that or something in that department that we're now going to take so they won't have access to? And that's a concern. I mean, we're talking about unknowns.
They're defined as one-time expenditures and
No,
things like...
they were one-time expenditures this fiscal year. If they need something next year, they've had to wait because they weren't given anything next year. They're going to have to wait until we come back in September, October, and revise the budget to actually ask if we have any money at all to give anybody at that point in time.
But now we're taking it. Now we're taking it for the future, and that's not something that I can support.
But it secures our new positions.
I know, but it may be needed in the fire department or the other department that we're now pulling it from. We don't know. I don't know. I don't want to commit dollars that I don't know from another department that has been planning on having those dollars in next year's budget or the year after. And that's what we're doing. So we are now, instead of doing what we had talked about, which was cutting money from the city manager and the mayor's position to fund those firefighters, we're now looking at doing something else. With money, I don't know where it's going to go. So I can't support that.
Tell you what, Councilmember Butterfield, let's go ahead, out of respect for you, we'll have an up or down vote on this motion.
Sure.
And then depending what happens here, we are going to go to number 8 right now. And I may come back with the same suggestion potentially if this is unsuccessful. But I'll continue to support your motion.
Yeah. Okay. Allow me to go to our mayor to address us, see if he can provide us a path forward or add a little more confusion. Mayor?
To keep it clear, and I appreciate the conversation, but this is just unprecedented. We can find on a one-time basis the money. We also have an excellent opportunity, I believe, in getting the next round of federal money to address not only these 3 positions, but other positions in both fire, police, and a multitude of departments, parks. But we need to work together. This is not a message of working together. This is I still believe, a punitive measure. I would appeal to ask everybody, let's get past this. Let's work together. For me, I've got 6 months to go, but you're going to affect my successor. And I've always been fair. I've dealt with. Never did anything deliberately. I've always felt did the best for the city. And sometimes, even though it came at a cost to me. So again, I'm appealing to the council to do the right thing. Let's get past this. Let's work together. Let's balance this budget and let's move forward. Make it a better city.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. All right, let's do this. Unless you have a question, Councilmember Chavez, I'd like to go to a roll call vote on item number 9 first.
Yeah, I do have actually some comments to make. I've been listening very carefully. And I'm not going to support taking the money from the mayor's office. I've heard this conversation before, and I've been staff in the back. And one of the things that I've been trying to prevent, and I know many of you have as well, is we're looking at this in the terms of dollars, but these are people's livelihoods, right? I don't want to be in the position where I'm essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul and have to lay off people, especially when there's a pandemic going. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this motion. I'm definitely open up to the conversation. If I could just put an option on the table for the council where we accept and approve Councilmember Nelson's and Councilmember Butterfield's motion number 8, but have it be contingent upon the returns that we get in September, and keep the conversation going, because I think that'll be a more productive conversation. I just don't want to get into a conversation where we're defunding the mayor's office and then they come back and say that they're going to defund the council district office, right?
All right, there's always a risk to this work. Let's go and up and down vote. Roll call on motion 9 as it reads, a motion to remove $1 million from the mayor and city manager's budget.
550.
I'm sorry, you're right. The amended motion is to remove $550,000 from the city manager and the mayor's budget to fund 3 firefighters in the fire department. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Chavez.
No.
Esparza.
Aye.
Carbasi.
No.
Soria.
No.
President Arias.
No. All right, council, I will entertain a competing motion.
No, we're going to number 8 now.
Number 8? All right, let's go to number 8. You're right, that motion, that item number 9 fails. We will now go to motion number 8. The motion is to add 3 firefighter captains and safety officer positions.
Yeah, so I'd like to, right now there's no funding source identified specifically, so I would like to make the amendment to identify 2.6 million one-time cost out of PD to fund these positions. And that 2.6 million, that should cover the cost for 5 years.
Okay. A motion to add 3 additional firefighters to the fire department and to identify the 5-year cost.
And I think Councilmember Bredefeld already expressed his opposition to that, so if I could get a different second.
There's a second by Councilmember Soria. All right, to confirm, Councilmember Bredefeld, you'd like to withdraw your second on that motion?
Absolutely.
All right. So the motion is to add 3 additional positions in the fire department, identify one-time resources to cover the 5-year cost of those positions.
One-time resources in police department specifically, so we're restricting it to that department. One-time cost only.
Okay. Is there any discussion from the council? Councilmember Carbasi?
To echo off Councilmember Chavez, wow, we really are robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're talking about one of our core departments here. If we're going to take money from PD and defund it, we need to be able to explain to the public how this core service is going to be affected, even with one-time funding. Because you mentioned Skywatch. Look, I don't know if you guys have been on a helicopter before, but you kind of got to maintain that. So
we've already explained to the
public. We're going down a
public
very dangerous path, and we need to know that these decisions have consequences on the people of this community.
I think we've explained to the public about the nature of these. They were expended, these monies, these 2.6 million. They were not going to be expended in this same manner since they were one time in this current fiscal year. So there are currently no plans for those dollars going into fiscal year 21.
But you said you specifically want to target PD and get the money from PD, correct?
Yep.
So what effect is that going to have on the Northwest Police District, the Central Police District, the Northeast, the Southwest, and the Southeast Police Districts? I need to know, if we're going to defund PD, the impact it's going to have on victims.
There's no ongoing expense that was expended this fiscal year that is impacted by this motion. None. No personnel, no ongoing expense. No services.
But why do you say the language that you wanted to specifically target PD? Can you explain that rationale to me? I mean, it could be carryover, but why specifically?
Well,
and I don't know how, a lot of the members of our Local 753, they have family that's in law enforcement. I don't know how they feel about this. And I'd like to hear from them.
Yeah, so they're not taking, we're not taking away anybody's job in PD. And if you ask why PD? Because it's our largest general fund expenditure out of all the different departments.
Sure, and I can see how being large like that's a target, but they also provide a tremendous amount of service. I mean, I'm just trying to understand again. How are we going to explain? You say, okay, it takes money. Let's say it takes money away from a resource they use. that will impact the public. We should understand that. I kind of have to go back to what Gary was saying earlier. We're talking about money that we don't know how it's going to be allocated, or even if we're going to have the money. I'm trying to understand I'm sorry, Councilman, if I'm going to vote on something, I want to know the consequences of that decision. And I'm not going to blindly vote on something to make a political point.
So it's not about making a political point. I think it's about trying to find a solution to a problem that we have. So we have a problem where we want to find resources to make sure that we fund actual positions. I've been through this process. This is my 6th budget. And so I know what the difference is between a one-time expense. It's like you saying, I want a tot lot, project being built in my park, and that tot lot gets built. Well, if it's a status quo budget, that tot lot expense would be still allocated in this budget. So that's what we're doing. And the police budget, you're saying, well, why police? Yes, it's the biggest portion of our general fund. It has some of the bigger one-time expenses. And if they do need something, as was expressed by Jane, they will come in September to let us know what they need. But I think if we are serious about funding the 3 positions, this is our opportunity to find a source of funding, not just for the first year, but for the next 5 years, which is usually what we do in terms of projections. So it's not going to impact services because we are strictly saying one-time funding, unless things change. I don't see how that could impact a service if these are one-time.
Right. I'm doing my best to really actively listen to what you're saying. And, this is my first budget, but that also means that I'm fresh off a campaign trail where I made promises to my residents, and I told them the importance about their safety. I actually like the motion. I can support it, but I don't want to target one department. If we're talking about carryover, let's talk about carryover, and when we know what that money is going to be. I understand what you're saying, but if we're saying with carryover money, we're going to reduce funding from one department, we should be able to explain the effect it's going to have, whether it's PD or Parks or any other department. That's where I'm uncomfortable. I just want to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carbasi, and then we'll go to Councilor Butterfield. I like to just point out one thing. Nobody has a right to money that we haven't appropriated to them yet. In this case, where we're at today, no department has been given one-time money or been promised or guaranteed one-time money for next year. As a matter of fact, the administration has been very fiscally conservative and said nobody's getting anything extra. So press pause on all your requests. So we're not taking something because nothing's been given to anybody yet. We are simply, at this point, trying to identify the priorities we want for the next 3 months that staff needs to work on before they bring back a full year's budget. So we're not stealing from Peter to pay Paul. Peter doesn't have anything to take.
Then why mention
and we're
Peter?
just simply saying that Paul, i.e. the fire department, is as important as any other department, and that they've been more underfunded than any department thus far.
Then why mention Peter? There's no question that Paul or the fire department's important. Absolutely no question of that.
Okay.
But I think politically what we're doing is putting a wedge between police and fire, and I don't want any part of that. It's not playing guys.
So, Council President, to give some context about the budget, I want to get some clarification. I didn't bring my binder with me, but can the administration tell us what the total police department budget was in fiscal year 19 going to fiscal year 20? What was the jump, the increase?
The increase in last year's police department budget was increased by $19,875,000 and some pennies.
And so those $19 million, I would venture to say there were very little ongoing personnel costs, because I made a motion for 5 community service officers, 5 CSOs, 1 for each policing district in last year's budget, which was vetoed by the mayor, I believe. And so that $19 million, I highly doubt much of it was ongoing personnel. There's millions, Mike, that was approved in one-time cost in the PD budget.
I would be guessing, but my assumption is that part of that 19 million had to do with the salary increases, and the other part of it, a large part of it may have had to do with fuel and with the vehicle replacements. So those were part of and those would be ongoing costs that would be paid. I have the details. I don't know where the rest of it was. I would have to go back and take a look at what the detail of 19 million was.
Well, I stand corrected on the majority of it. I mean, so salary.
There must have been one-time cost in there.
It was a $3 million at one time. Who are you? Oh, hey, Chief. Sorry, I don't get your video.
Just to clarify some of that money from 19 to 20, a grant that we got that paid a portion of police salaries for a period of 5 years came to conclusion. I believe that's the 2019-2020 budget. The city had to come up with an additional officer. They were already paid by the police department, but they were paid out of a federal grant money for 5 years that concluded here. So that was a portion of our increase.
If I recall, Chief, some of the officers are placed as school districts, and we're passing on that cost to districts, right?
No, these aren't the school officers, sir. These were cops or grants that were, I think they were community officers. Yeah, they were they were the 15 SNROs that we shared with the school district that came out and were fully funded in 2020.
Correct.
So it was a 3-year grant that paid for a portion of those officers, or fully funded them. And then at the, we're mandated to keep them an additional year, so we can't attrit them out.
Correct. Chief, and can you clarify or have your staff clarify, how much do we charge the school districts who have those officers? I thought our contract with the school district had the school district pay 100% of the cost of those officers.
And that's correct, sir, but we have two different teams. We have SROs, which are assigned full-time to the schools, and that's about 15 officers. We have an additional 15 officers that are assigned to outside and some of the elementary and middle schools, and those are paid at 50%. We share the cost with the school district.
Okay.
Those were fully funded by a grant, which came to an end last year, and now the city had to fully fund them. We share that cost with the school district.
Thank you for the clarification, Chief. And my apologies for not recognizing earlier. I didn't see the video. Councilor Butterfield, do you have the floor?
Thank you. So the question I have on this $2.6 million over 5 years, one-time monies, does that, when we spent money that's been in the police department now, does it ever happen that next year there's an anticipation of one-time monies again, or is it just completely gone and this money that's in the police department budget, we can take it and it's not a problem?
No, because normally what happens during the budget development process, and it was suspended because of the continuing resolution, is that when we start out a new budget process, we strip all the one-time money out of their budget and make them ask for new things again. We don't simply leave it in there. We take it away at the beginning of each budget process. Now, that's not to say that they won't get it back for something else, but they have to ask for it. It isn't simply left in their budget. So say they have a one-time to buy a SWAT bus, and they buy that. All right, the money for that then, if they actually buy it, is taken out of their budget, and then they have to ask for something else. And they do that with when we do that with all departments.
And then usually something like that, you would anticipate they're going to apply for it again because they may need the one-time money.
They may need something else. Yeah, that's not to say they're not going to get some money back again, but they'll have to come and ask for it and ask for a specific purpose.
Okay. And out of the general fund, how many departments, different departments are there in the general fund, approximately?
How many departments are in the general fund?
Yeah.
Let's see, police, fire, parks, finance, city attorney, council.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Police, fire, parks, finance, city attorney, council, city manager, mayor, Public Works has some small amount of general fund, but not much. Henry, planning and development.
Let me make this easy for everybody for the
and
time
personnel.
Okay. And Chief Hall, are you still there? You're not there?
Nope.
Camera.
Chief
Yeah,
Hall?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, so just a question. This one-time monies, I mean, if $2.6 million is stripped from, I don't know where they took it from, Skywatch or wherever it was they were alluding to, over the course of 5 years. I mean, would that have no impact on you if you were planning on your budgeting and one-time monies, and it's now taken from here, for example, in this case, maybe Skywatch or some other things they alluded to? Is that okay with your budget? Does that have no impact on services at all?
Well, it absolutely would have an impact on our budget. Now, I believe what the council member Soria is referring to is if we extend our budget till September and it's continued, then items that we have already spent may be available. And I don't know what the city has plans for that. For example, we've already purchased a SWAT bus, and that was $200,000 out of the general fund and another $100,000 out of community donation. So if that money is reallocated, then we would not need that money. And so those things the one-time money we asked for last year, if it's re-up, then it is available because we've already spent it. Those were needs that we had that we filled. But if this is ongoing for the next 5 years, it would absolutely have an impact on our budget. We only have $7 million of our entire $183 million budget is non-PERS. So when you start eating into that small amount of money, you either have to do it through salary savings, which is bodies, or you have to start cutting things, which is closing down police stations.
Okay. So what I hear you saying, Chief, is yes, it will have an impact on services. It could have an impact on police officers in terms of bodies, not having them there. I mean, obviously, it's just intuitive. If you're planning on taking $2.5 million out of a police budget over the next 5 years, it's going to have an impact. To act like it's not going to have an impact is ludicrous. And I think what's really, really unfortunate, Fire Chief Donis, is we've planned on helping you, and now we have politicized this and we're going to take money from the police department to fund firefighters. How do you feel about that? That feels pretty good, right? So this is all political now. This is a bunch of crap, and it's just really unfortunate that we were focused on the fact that we were getting you a SAFER grant to get you firefighters, and now there's a political agenda to mess with the police department and help defund them for the future over 5 years under the guise that we're helping firefighters. I mean, this is a sad day. It's pathetic. I will not support any of this crap, and it's really disgusting to me.
All right, thank you, Councilmember, for your comments. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I want to clarify just for the record, because I think when you were going through the numbers, you misconstrued what the exact motion is. This is not a motion to take $2.6 million ongoing for 5 years from the police department. If that was the case, we would be talking about 10 point some odd million over 5 years. What this is 2.6 million in one-time costs just for this fiscal year. But what that would translate into is the ongoing services in the fire department for 5 years. That's what the motion was.
I know exactly what it is.
Yeah. So well, it didn't sound like you or the chief had it correct. So I wanted to put that on the record. But let me make this easy, since this is getting out of spinning out of control here. I'll make the motion to give the administration the discretion to pick up one-time costs throughout the budget, and just keep our considerations and priorities in mind as you do that. But I'd like to identify 2.6 million one-time costs throughout the general funds to fund these firefighters for the next 5 years.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, and you'll come back by June 30th with that information
Yes.
as part of the adoption?
Yes.
All right, the motion is to add 3 firefighter positions at a cost of $520,000 a year and direct the administration to identify the money from one-time savings within the current continuing resolution and bring it back for the council's consideration on June 30th. There's a motion. I'll second that motion. All right, let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Thank you. Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Mr. President, I want on the record to thank Councilman Esparza for landing it.
Yeah, it wasn't Councilmember
It was a
Chavez.
bumpy one, but we got it there.
Yes. This should be, the lesson of the day is when the council prioritizes the fire department, we are going to maintain that priority and see it through no matter what hiccups we have to get overcome. So thank you, staff, for helping us through that motion. Now, council, I do plan to go all night, so if you want to continue with long speeches, by all means, know that dinner's not going to be served. So we'll all be hungry and hangry, as they say, throughout the evening. With that, we are done with motion 8, motion 9. The next motion is motion 10 by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Carbasi, to review whether removing the internal policy of automatically towing vehicles continues. Councilmember Chavez, would you like to make a motion to continue that item? To pass it?
Yes, let's float that item for the police commission and some of the recommendations they're going to be working on. And I know the chief had some concerns over who gets vehicle tows and what state law is as well.
All right, so if I understand your motion is to approve the item and refer to the Commission on Police Reform for a recommendation?
Correct.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, are you fine with that?
Absolutely.
All right, let's vote.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Motion 11, to allocate annually a minimum of $125,000, maximum of $300,000 if necessary for the Advanced Peace Program. As I understand it, it's known as the Fresno Advanced Peace Program. The motion was made by Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Are you guys wanting to continue with this motion going forward?
Absolutely.
All right, then before we go there, Mayor, do you have anything to add before we take a vote on this motion?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this last year when this thing was failed, I had HPs study this item with other staff. We felt there was some indication there was a good lot that could be done here. So H led the effort and spent a lot of time working with the same people. And this final version we have right now that Nelson's making the motion on is tied with a partnership with the EOC. It does have a consulting contract with Advanced Peace, but I think it's locally controlled. There's metrics in there in the body of it, and I think it will. You can't arrest your way out of a crime problem. I think it has the promise to be successful. I think we've made the changes that we can all live with, and I'd recommend the council to approve it.
All right, we have the recommendation of the mayor to approve the Advanced Peace allocation. Council, if you bear with me, I'd like to go to roll call.
What?
Councilman Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yes. First of all, I want to recognize the 10 people that I met with, not all of them, with Councilmember Carbasi, I don't know, several weeks ago to discuss Advanced Peace. I think it was very enlightening for me, very educational. I think we had a great dialogue. I think it was very straightforward and honest. People like Aaron Foster and Terrence Frazier and Japal White who were there. And forgive me for forgetting some of the folks that were there. The thing that I expressed very clearly for me to get past my opposition to it, which I expressed the last time we had the vote, was there needed to be accountability, there needed to be transparency. I wanted to make sure that the police had a role in this. And as I've talked with the mayor's staff, this is going to be overseen, I guess, by EOC. And I see H is there. H, is that correct? The money, should it pass, and I expect it will today, will be overseen by EOC as opposed to the city overseeing the funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, which is a problem for me already because I really believe that the city needs to be overseeing these funds. And another point for me was I did not want any of the dollars to be utilized for stipends, stipends that could be as much as $500 to $1,000. For me, I don't think that's an appropriate use of the taxpayer money. Now, I was told that somehow we'd get to a place where that would be the case, but I don't think that is the case, as I've been told. And again, H, you can clarify this, that some of these dollars can be used for expenses for people enrolled in the program. Is that correct? I can hear. Shut up your phone.
Yeah, only one.
Here.
You can only have one device on. So mute the other one.
Let me just address a couple of those items.
Please mute your computer if you're going to use your cell phone. And turn the computer volume down. Or
Muted my computer. How's that?
much better.
Okay, great. Let me just address a couple of the issues that Councilmember Brentfield brought up. Number one, we will be overseeing this project because it will involve a contract. And in fact, not only will we be overseeing the project, but also council will have the opportunity to oversee the project because the contract will come back each year for council oversight, assessment, and reapproval. The other piece is that the police department and Chief Hall have requested not to have direct program oversight, but will be exercising involvement at the front end in the selection of the individuals chosen to be a part of the program, and at the back end, because they will be providing and also assessing any data used for evaluation. In addition to that, no dollars from the city will be used for any form of direct payment to individuals involved in the program.
Okay, when I asked you about that before, H, you could not assure me of that. I mean, you used a phrase, but you said that you really couldn't assure me
Made some
of
changes.
that. What's that?
We've made some adjustments, council member, and the way that this is going to work is that there will be an overall budget, and associated with the contract with EOC, we will have a portion of that, be responsible for a portion of the budget, and that will only be for personnel, the staff personnel that will be implementing the program.
Okay. So the money that goes to Advanced Peace will go to EOC, and they will.
Yes.
Okay, and they will be in charge of how those dollars are expended. Is that correct?
That's correct. Within a contract that you approve.
Okay. So we don't. So once if this moves forward, then you'll bring a contract before the council.
Exactly.
Okay. So I haven't seen any contract. I don't know what the parameters
The
are.
mandate from the mayor to me
Say that again?
was that we wanted something that was locally developed, that involved police department involvement, that it would be locally funded, locally controlled and administered, and locally staffed. And we've achieved those goals.
Okay. But there's no contract. I don't know how this is truly going to be overseen. You're giving money to EOC and you say it'll be a part of a contract. And as I've spoken
That's correct. The
and
contract.
hold on, hang on. And as I spoke to you before, you said you weren't sure that you could, where the dollars would go. Now you're saying you can assure where the dollars go. So I will be very interested to see where that is in terms of the contract that comes before us. And I look forward to that because I'm sure this will pass today. So that is something that I still have concern about, and we shall see. The other thing is, I would like to see, should this program go forward, it can't be approved for more than a year, I believe. Isn't that correct? Because of just budgetary constraints.
That's right.
Okay. So should it be approved and it comes back in a year, they would then have to apply again. And from that point forward, they would have, I would imagine, some data in terms of the success or lack of success from the program. Is that correct?
Yes, and when we approved, the mayor and the chief of police recently signed a support letter for EOC's application to the state Cal VIP proposal. In that proposal are outcome metrics. And everybody, especially the chief, should be noted, believes that those metrics were setting a high bar.
Okay.
Those metrics will be in the contract that you are asked to approve before allocating these resources.
Okay. I will look forward to seeing what those specific metrics are. I'd also be looking forward to what happens in a year, whether those metrics are truly met. Hopefully they will be, and we will see from there. Without having that, I can't still get to that place where I can support it today. I hope in a year from now, when this comes back before the council and there's real data, there's real performance, there's been real oversight, hopefully, I will certainly look at it again. But as of today, I'm not comfortable moving forward. But again, I want to thank everyone who I met with because I appreciate their commitment to this, their honesty about this, and their passion for this. Thank you, H.
Yep, and just to let you know, the timeline on this is that we should know from the state sometime in late July or August in terms of their approval. And after that, we will then start the contract process, which will be, the contract would begin around October 1st.
Are you done, council member? All right. With that, any other questions from the council? Councilmember Carrasco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, okay. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Mr. President. So I spoke about this issue. It came up a lot when I was campaigning for this office, and I was very critical about certain elements of this program. Since then, like Councilmember Redefeld, I met with a group of all local individuals, many of them impacted by neighborhood violence and gang violence in our community. We had a very frank conversation, and what impressed me the most is, one, they're very invested in solving the problem and actually being involved in getting us from A to Z. But they also are willing to meet me halfway. And I can never turn myself away from someone that's coming to the table willing to work with me. I got to meet with Aaron Foster. Aaron and I actually drove through his neighborhood, which is in Southwest Fresno, but we also had to talk about the fact that if you want to see where victims of gun violence are, you don't have to go to Southwest, you can go to Northwest Fresno. There's a neighborhood at Shawn Marks. I'm a member of the West Shawn Neighborhood Association, and we do a lot of events. I know Councilmember Soria has been out there too with her office over the years, events for the neighborhood at the Fairmont and Holt area. There's a lot of good families, a lot of good people there, but unfortunately they've often been victims of violence and gun violence that's led to deaths. Just last month, about 15 days ago, Alyssa Ochoa Fernandez was a mother of several children who lost her life. She was a bystander shot when someone shot into the car and injured the driver, and she passed away. About a month before that, a person was killed in that neighborhood as well. I really, given that testing, given that I'm the council member for Northwest Fresno and this area is in the Northwest Police District, just right next to my district, I can't turn a blind eye to this ongoing problem. And I feel comfortable with the fact that the advanced piece we're looking at today is not the advanced piece we were talking about last year. There have been serious structural changes that make me a lot more comfortable with keeping my promises to the voters and at the same time keeping up with my responsibility to ensure safe neighborhoods in the Northwest Police District and in Northwest Fresno. Some of those changes include very specific performance metrics. I don't know if we want to share those now, but there are 4 that we're going to evaluate. And like Councilmember Redefeld said, we are going to be able every year to evaluate the program. And by the way, Advanced Peace and the local group promoting that was all on board with that because they want to be successful. And as we allocate funding, I want to give them the chance to try. You know, when you look at our huge budget, it really is a small amount of money that can have a very, very large impact. I want to give them a chance to succeed. So I'm ready to move forward. I do have one reservation. I want to thank you for meeting with me and working out some of my concerns, and I think we've gone a long way. I just want to ensure, and this is really important to me, keep my commitment. In the contract, it will specifically state that no direct payments to program participants will be taxpayer funded by the city of Fresno. That's really, really important for me to get on board. I met with the group and they were on board with that. I just want to ensure that's a central part of the discussion as I move forward today.
Yes.
Okay, so we can ensure that's done?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
With that, those are my comments, and I'm ready to move forward.
All right, thank you. Council, if the maker of the motion would allow me, I'd just like to make some comments about advanced peace. Last year, as was noted, we had a very robust conversation, and I'd like just to remind the city that the reason we considered advanced peace last year and this year is because the city had no other solution for the violence in gun violence in our city. Again, the city failed to come up with a better solution that reduces gun violence in our city last year and this year. We have more gun violence this year than we had last year, and the reason we consider a community solution is because we lacked a solution ourselves as a city. And as I heard last year and this year, for the calls for performance metrics, for accountability, for micromanaging, $145,000, those are all things that I have yet to hear when it comes to the $204 million police budget. Not one time did we ask, is the performance metrics for the police department right? Do they even exist? Are they even meeting those performance metrics? Not once did we ask, who are we holding accountable for 911 calls being picked up faster than they are today? Last year, we at least had a conversation about dispatchers not being hired as the council expected and authorized. Not once did we ask, why do we have so many vacancies in the police department that are not going filled? Not once did we ask, why aren't we terminating officers that have violated their duty to protect and serve? And we surely would never attempt to micromanage the $200 million police budget by the police chief. So this is the kind of energy around performance metrics, accountability, strategy that I am hopeful the Commission on Police Reform will actually engage in, because every single council has failed to do that when it comes to the most important department that we have. Let's be clear. We've never had performance metrics for public safety. And I'm glad that we're putting those in this contract. But we should not advocate our responsibility to do the same thing with the elephant in the room, which is the biggest part of our responsibility as a city, the biggest bill that we have as a city, and the most important task that we have as a governing body. It wasn't until recently that this council actually weighed in on policing practices by eliminating the chokehold. For decades, this body has chosen to micromanage how we bid out a contract, who replaces light bulbs in this chamber, who we hire to clean the toilets, but never on how policing practices should reform, improve, or adjust. Never. So I'm hopeful that the same standard for performance and accountability that we have articulated last year and this year for a community solution on police and on gun violence is the same kind of conversation we have on the rest of the departments that we are equally charged with overseeing. Because ultimately, that is the responsibility of this body. And I'll get off my soapbox, but I just want to remind people, these are the right conversations we should be having. And I'm glad we're having them on a $145,000 conversation, but we should also have them on a $200 million conversation. With that, Councilwoman Soria, and then Councilmember Carbasi.
And, I've been kind of quiet on this topic. I am supportive of what is before us, but it's very true what Council President Arias brings up. This morning, if any of you guys noticed, this body, I didn't support it, voted on 1T, which was an approval of a Fourth Amendment to the SPCA, to increase from a 4.8 million to 5.3 million agreement. And guess what, guys? We've had no performance measures for the last however many years we've had with SPCA. Yeah, we're mandated to have that, to provide that service, but no performance measures for over $5 million. That's why I voted no. But when we are criticizing that $125,000 to save lives in our community, to reduce gun violence, to give it a shot, we're beginning to complain about, oh, well, I don't know if it's really going to work and blah, blah, blah. Guys, $5.3 million to the SPCA, and it hasn't resolved the issue that we have with stray dogs in our community. Let's get real.
Rossi, I would say you have the last word, and then we'll take a vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this was a great moment. I think kind of the wind's out of the sails now. This is a really good opportunity to do the right thing for the community. Part of what the group told me when we met with them, which are Paul and Aaron and so many others, was they wanted to make sure there was a commitment from PD, that they would have buy-in, they would provide them with the data and work with them, because the program can't work without that relationship. And Chief Hall is on board, and when I had conversations with him, if you want to comment, Chief, you're welcome to. He was very encouraging of this process, and I believe even former Police Chief Jerry Dyer was involved with this process as well. And now we're doing that, and we've got people at the table to do something we couldn't do last year, and we're blasting them. That's not, if you want to have reform, how we're able to bring people together and get things done, because everyone has to have buy-in. We've reached that moment. I really hope we do have real reform, but we have to be very careful because our words and actions do matter. So with that, I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Chavez, and then we'll do roll call.
Yep, thank you. Just wanted to make a couple of short comments. I supported this last year. I'm going to support it again this year. I think it's worth a shot. I also want to be realistic. I've been in the building for more than 10 years now. I've seen a lot of programs come and go. And I agree with regards to the performance measures. We do need to, make sure that those dollars, taxpayer dollars, are being spent wisely. It's going to be very difficult to ensure that we meet those performance goals because it's hard to quantify prevention, right? How do you quantify in a dollar amount the prevention that a police officer does by just patrolling? How much crime did not happen? Now, with regards to the folks that we're going to work with, how are we going to correlate that these folks did not, revert back to some of the challenges that they've had in their lives? So I just want to make sure that when we talk about performance measures, I've seen conversations like this come and go, but I'm willing to give this a shot because I have confidence in the people that are involved. Aaron Foster has been, a staunch advocate for the program, and he has the credentials to back that up, and not just in Southwest, but in Southeast. And so I'm willing to make sure that we give this, opportunity a good faith effort, and I'm confident that we're going to get some good results. But again, it's going to be hard to quantify and correlate and say we spent X amount of dollars and we prevented a shooting here or a shooting there. That to me is not an expectation that we should have for the participants of the program, and certainly not also for our police department, because like I said, it's hard to quantify prevention. That's the biggest challenge that we have with these types of services. So I just want to put that on the record, make sure we're all on the same page and that we understand that when we're scrutinizing, departments, that there's that perspective to factor into our decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would completely agree with you, and that's why a lot of us like to see, police officers walking our neighborhoods and biking in our neighborhoods, because there is a sense of security that can be quantified in a formula. With that, Councilmember Bredefield, do you have the floor?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. First of all, I look forward to this coming back in a year and it being very successful. I hope it is, and I hope I can get to the place where I will support it the following year. I do want to add one other thing. Something was said about performance measures for the police. I believe there are performance measures for the police. I don't know if Chief Hall, are you there? Can you address anything with performance measures?
Yeah, I'm here, council member. Every year we provide performance measures to the city manager and the mayor. Those are also available to the council. I'm not sure why they're not reading those. But every year we have performance measures. And when we talk about accountability and performance measures, I'm going to bear with me just for a minute, but Fresno is the 34th largest city in the country with 532,000 people. We have 826 allocated positions. We don't have that. We have under 800 right now. When you compare, and we had 45 murders last year. Now compare us to the second largest city above us at 33, Tucson, Arizona. They're just slightly bigger than us, just a couple hundred thousand, or about 10,000 people. They had 53 murders last year. That's 8 more than Fresno. And if I use the advanced peace methodology at $2.4 million per homicide, that's $19.2 million additional cost to the city. They have 870 sworn officers. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 82 homicides, 37 more homicides than Fresno. They're the 32nd largest city in the United States. That would be, those additional 37 homicides would represent $88.8 million for the city. They have 1,000 police officers. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, about 590,000, about 60,000 more than Fresno, about the size of Selma. They had 98 homicides last year, double Fresno's. That's $127 million of additional cost to the city, based on Advanced Peace's own model. They have 1,800 police officers. And then Baltimore, that's the 30th largest city. Again, about 60,000 larger than Fresno. 348 homicides last year. 303 additional murders in that city, representing a cost of $727 million to that city. Again, based on Advanced Peace's own model. How many cops do they have? 3,200 police officers, 3,200 police officers. I think we're doing a very good job in Fresno. And I think we're spending your money very wisely. And I get upset when a council member gets on a soapbox without the facts. So I'll close it with that, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Well, I think that's performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I get upset when the chief of police decides to be selective in what data he shares and where he shares it. So I'm looking forward to you presenting to the Commissioner on Police Reform and being fully transparent on all the information. And I recognize that our officers do good work. I recognize that you guys have your own performance measures, but not one time in this budget hearing or last year's budget hearing did you use performance measures or metrics to justify requests for millions of dollars in new money. With that, let's do roll call.
Councilmember Bredefield?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbazzi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Arias?
Aye.
5-1.
Item carries 5-0.
5-1.
5-1-0 for the record. Thank you, Council. Item 12 is a motion to eliminate recyclable officers task force or unit and reallocate them to the patrol or to something recommended by police chief. I'd like to amend my motion to recognize that this action will be put on pause until it comes back with a plan on the homeless task force and the recycle officers with working with the homeless task force, the police chief, advocates and whatnot. Is that correct, Councilman Soria? Yes. All right. So again, we would approve this, press pause on the implementation until staff can come back with a plan in 60 days and contingent on resources being available in September. Councilman Carbazzi? Yes. Thank you. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefield? Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbazzi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Item 13, motion to remove police officers from mental health calls and pursue a partnership with the County Behavioral Health as a primary responder. Again, this would be amended to indicate that this item is being referred to the Commission on Police Reform to return with a recommendation in 90 days. Councilwoman Soria, are you in agreement with that amendment?
Yes.
All right, with that, roll call.
Well, let me make sure, because I don't want to support removing police officers. Why do we have to vote on this if it's just going to the commission? Can't we just rescind it?
No, because there would be direction for it to be referred to the commission.
Okay, so what is the motion to remove police officers from mental health?
The motion is to give direction to the Police Commission on Reform to review the role of police officers as a primary mental health responders.
Okay, that I can support.
That clear?
Yep.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Chavez.
Aye.
Carbasi.
Yes.
Soria. And President Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 14, motion to not bill the school districts the full cost of the police officers when schools were closed, and instead to use COVID CARES Act money to replenish and backfill the cost of the police officers to the city. City Attorney, is it possible to use CARES Act funds to pay for the officers' cost when schools are closed?
If they were responding to COVID-related calls, yes.
Correct. Which I believe the officers were assigned to do COVID food relief efforts.
I
when
think
schools
the
are closed.
administration would have to explain that.
Yeah, I have Mike in 2125, and Mike Lima, can you tune in, please? My understanding is we are using COVID funds, the CARES dollars to cover for the absences, but I want to remind you that we can only use those funds until December 31st. Mike, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. The City Attorney is absolutely right. The absences can only be funded with CARES dollars if they are related to COVID-related response by the public safety officers.
So, Mike, if I amend my motion,
it's not a blanket.
Yes.
Okay, they're not being paid by the school, so now we can pay it with CARES dollars.
So let me amend my motion, Mike, to a motion to cover the costs of the officer's absence with COVID CARES Act funds as eligible, and not bill the school districts the full cost when schools are closed.
They would have to be doing COVID-related work in order to be eligible for that. So, if you're asking me, is the motion could it be allowed? Right now, I agree with the City Attorney. I don't believe it would be unless it is for COVID-specific work.
I don't believe the city attorney says that it wasn't.
Yes, that's what I said. It's not eligible.
Council, I might offer a different way to put this.
Yes.
To the extent there is savings to the police department general fund based upon reimbursement through CARES dollars, use that to fund the reduction in cost to the school districts. Does that make sense?
Yes. What I want to do, Council, is we know our officers are not interacting with students at schools because they're closed. Most of them are actually doing food relief efforts related to COVID. And I want to make sure that we use a CARES Act money to cover those costs versus simply transferring the cost to the school districts. So would your change be appropriate, Council? Will you restate your motion?
I think that makes it legal, yes. In other words, to the extent there is general fund savings to the police department because it has been reimbursed through CARES dollars, use that savings to the general fund to cover the reduction in charge to the school districts.
Mike, are you okay with that?
Yes, but I will remind council that there's that the of the presentation that Jane made earlier, where there's $9 million of savings in this fiscal year and $16 million in the next fiscal year of CARES savings from public safety that's already programmed in. So I get it. I'm a little nervous that we may be double counting, but assuming there's double counting, then I believe that the plan that has been outlined by the city attorney would be correct.
Okay, and I don't want to double count. What I simply want to do is if we're paying ourselves with federal CARES Act money because they were doing COVID work, then we shouldn't be charging the school districts for something that we already paid ourselves for.
Yeah.
That makes sense? Well, let's do this. I'll withdraw my motion, just because it's going to be far more confusing to amend it. And as long as you guys understand the direction of the council, if we have the ability to pay ourselves through COVID funds for the absence of police officers, don't send a bill to the school districts for, especially since they're not doing school-related work. Will you prefer it in the form of a motion or just direction enough?
If you're withdrawing the motion, would it just be a direction?
Yes.
If no motion, what do you do?
I think a motion would be more clear. And also to clarify, it's not necessarily a one-for-one.
Correct.
That this officer wasn't at his school and this officer did COVID work. It's,
Understood.
yeah, just funding.
All right, so council, help me out with this motion. Let's clarify the motion so that we can vote on this.
I wonder, Miguel, if you can just rescind it and move forward.
That's what I wanted to do and just give direction, but they would like it in the form of a motion.
Can we get Chief Hall up?
It's a finance question, it's not an operation
What are
question.
these officers doing? Are they doing
Well, I believe the
COVID?
officers are still serving the neighborhood surrounding the schools, and they're still benefiting the school district and the children that go to each school site. And the district has kept their budget in its entirety to us. And so, Chief Hall, correct me if I'm wrong, or I'd like your thoughts on this.
What if
Yeah, they're continuing to work around the schools. They provide policing during summer school that are still going on at some of the schools. They also assist at the lunch, food lunch program where people come to the schools to pick up food. They're there for that to ensure that one is there's safe distancing as well as safety for both the school employees and the participants in the food program.
So Chief, let me ask you this. There was a time when schools were completely closed and they weren't providing any food relief efforts. Were the schools still being charged for the officers?
There's two police officers. There's school resource officers, which are funded at 100%. And then there's the school resource officers, or the neighborhood resource officers, and they're funded at 50%. To answer your question, yes, that contract is still intact, and they still report to the schools. So they were still trolling the schools because they were unoccupied. They were subject to burglaries and vandalism. So we were still providing policing services to the schools.
Okay, well, that's sufficient for me. I'll withdraw my motion. Thank you, Chief, for the clarity.
Thank you.
All right, the next motion is 15. Motion is to evaluate the return on investment and effectiveness of all special units in the police department and report to the Commission on Police Reform. I don't think that should be pretty simple. There's no cost to that. Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? President Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
All right, council, we're in motion 17. Motion to have staff work on getting the Slower Street Concept Pilot Program started for the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. Councilmember Chavez and Soria, you made the motion. Would you like an up and down vote?
Yes.
Yeah, call for the vote.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Motion 18 to allocate $90,000 in UGM funds for the application for Prop 68 for the 49-acre park. Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 19 to extend all agreements with the nonprofit organizations operating our community centers and parks.
Council President?
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself from this.
All right, we'll have a recuse of Councilmember Soria on this item. Roll call, please.
Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Motion approves 5-0. Motion number 20, Councilmember Soria, you can return to the dais. Motion to evaluate the Southeast Police Station being provided as a resource for nonprofit organizations. Roll call.
Council President?
Yes.
Just like to modify that briefly to include nonprofits or organizations, just to put a more of a broader term on it.
I agree to the amendment. Roll call?
Can I have a clarifying question?
Yes, City
answer,
Manager.
please. Are we giving a nonprofit the space for free because we do still have overhead with that building?
That's yet to be determined. I mean, we can have that conversation. I
Okay.
just want to put it on the radar. Just look at our options.
Okay.
Cool. I figured any agreement would have to come back in the form of a contract, right?
Correct.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Kobasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Motion number 21, support Cowboy Park District's fees of $3,700. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 22nd, direct staff to submit a Prop 68 grant application for Quigley Master Park Plan. Roll call?
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 27 to reallocate the youth internship
No,
money.
No.
Withdrawing this motion.
All right, the motion is being withdrawn by Councilwoman Soria. Is it agreed to withdraw with Councilmember Esparza?
That's fine. Yeah.
All right, the motion 23 is withdrawn for the record. Motion number 24 to reallocate the Roding Park dog park to a different location within the park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
So-
Motion number 25 to reseed the JSK soccer fields. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes. Council, motion 26, to use staff to ensure that parks are clean and the restrooms are maintained, instead of using them to police the dogs. This is the dog police ordinance.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Can we make sure that those folks that are going to be cleaning the bathrooms are really like sanitizing them? That way, for COVID purposes, we can use our COVID reimbursement dollars?
Yeah, I believe a lot of our park staff have been actually cleaning restrooms twice a day, and they do follow protocols, unless I'm misinformed.
All right, so
City
I
Ma-
think the motion would allow us to go from dog park police to restroom police? Is that what we're looking for?
Restroom sanitation.
Cleaner.
All right, roll call.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredifield?
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait,
Point of order. I'm sorry. What?
I have the Parks Director available if you have specific questions for her.
No, Councilmember Sori just wanted to make sure that we're cleaning for COVID and ensure that's, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes, thank you. Council motion number 27, to, motion to transfer oversight of the 8th council budget to Council President's office. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Karbasi?
Who's the next council president? Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
For the record, it was a request of Council Vice President Chavez. He just didn't want to be public.
I'm only teasing.
Oh.
He's hiding. Council vote, motion number 28, motion to allocate $200,000 for tot lot and ADA improvements in the Toll House Park. Roll call, please. For the record, Council Member Capriolio is absent today as he's sick.
Councilmember Bredifield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
You say it.
Karbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Council motion number 29, motion to facilitate a playground misting system for El Dorado Park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Council motion number 30 to approve additional lighting at the Vinland Park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Council motion 31 to explore adding 7 community service officers. Council Vice President Caprioli made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. In the absence of Member Caprioli, Councilmember Carbasi, I'll look to you. Would you like to continue this motion?
Yes.
Is there a second for the
31.
motion?
Second.
All right. So the motion is to explore adding 7 additional community service officers.
And Council President, point of order, would this be contingent upon the numbers that come back in September?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, it would be.
Okay.
Can you make that part of your motion?
Yes.
All right, the motion is to explore adding 7 additional community service officers, 1 per district, contingent on resources being available in the September annual adoption. Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 32, within 15 business days, at the end of each fiscal quarter, blah, blah, blah. Let's do a roll call on this motion.
Wait, let me.
City Manager, do you have concerns with the motion?
No concerns at all. We're already doing that, so we
Okay.
can easily get that to you. I do want to speak before the next motion, though.
All right. Do we have any questions on this motion, or can we go roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes. Motion 33, City Manager.
Yeah, thank you. So I have Director Clark in the Planning and Development Conference Room upstairs, if we could unmute her. You have a lot of motions ahead that contain CDBG allocations, and I just wanted Director Clark to give a quick overview of CDBG monies and choice limiting decisions that might hinder, that might be problematic with these projects. So Jennifer, do you mind kind of talking about the annual action plan for a second?
Sure, absolutely. So on May, I believe it was 21st, the City Council approved the consolidated plan and the annual action plan, which allocated funding for specific activities which were identified by the public as high need in the consolidated plan. There were specific activities that were identified and have already been approved for the FY21 budget for the City Council, by the City Council. So any changes would require a new process for the annual action plan. So no federal funds can be committed prior to a project following that process. So that includes the publication, review of projects, and the NEPA review. A motion to commit the dollars would be considered a choice limiting action. And so we would need to evaluate each one, and they would need to be compared against the consolidated plan to see if it was identified by the public as a high need or not. Then we would need to publish, and we would need to take away from a project that you have already funded. There are currently, we have just closed the request for proposals for subrecipients for public service activities, for homeless assistance, for rehab of owner-occupied units, and for the development of affordable rental properties. Those projects will be brought back to the City Council in July or August for your determination. At that time, if you'd like to not fund specific activities and for us to restart the annual action plan process through a substantial amendment, we could do that. But there would need to be an evaluation of each project as it came through before the council could make an action that would be considered choice limiting by HUD.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for reminding us that there is still a process that we must follow in the CDBG world of allocating resources. And we do have a CDBG council committee that would have to review these projects. So all these items connected to CDBG are contingent on the CDBG council reviewing them, recommending it to the council, and of course the council ultimately taking the final action to amend the CDBG expenditure plan. So with that, let's do a roll call on item 33.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Garza?
Aye.
Grazi?
Yes.
Soria? Arias?
Yes. Thank you, Director Clark. Motion 34 to reappropriate $1 million from the government relocation fund to develop the West West Neighborhood Initiative. Roll, please.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Grazi? Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes, thank you, Council. Council motion 35, allocate $1 million from the housing fund. There's an amendment by the maker.
Yeah, so the existing resolution has $1 million due for the housing fund, which is a $1 million match to create the actual fund within the next 6 months. And so it is in motion. The money would be from any one of the things like we mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Question.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, could you elaborate on the housing trust fund? Is that general fund money or is that a separate?
The housing trust, or the $1 million that was said in this past fiscal year, is general fund dollars. We've had it there because we want to create a housing trust fund so that we can leverage other state funds to build more affordable housing. And so I've been in conversations with the director. We actually just spoke earlier this week. There is a need for us to create a local housing trust fund so that we can pull additional dollars.
And who did you speak to regarding that? Who did you speak to regarding that?
Jennifer.
Okay.
Jennifer Clark.
Is she available where I could ask her some questions about that?
Jennifer, Director Clark, I apologize. Director Clark, if you're online, Councilmember Bredefield has a question for you related to the Housing Trust Fund.
Right, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, just this housing trust fund, Councilmember Soria was mentioning about developing a local fund to get additional dollars.
Correct. So this morning, as part of the council action, the city will be applying to the state for the local early action planning grant program, which would give us funding to allow us to create a local housing trust fund. So all of the legal entity that would need to be created to comply with the state requirements for a local housing trust fund. To be eligible for the state dollars, we would need to actually fund that housing trust fund in the future. So after it's formed, if we funded it with either local dollars or some other match form, then we could apply next year for additional dollars from the state for the local housing trust fund.
Do we have to fund something locally to apply for those dollars and create a housing trust fund?
To create the fund, no, we don't need a match at this time. In the future, if we wanted to apply to the state for the housing trust fund dollars, we would need to have a local fund already established, and they would match up to a cap, but essentially dollar for dollar.
Okay. And how many dollars does the city get right now, state and federal dollars, for affordable housing and to assist with affordable housing?
Currently, the committed affordable housing dollars are really centered around the home program, and we receive about $3.5 to $4 million annually from the home program from the federal government. The state has recently created a permanent local housing allocation, and we'll be coming to you in July with that 5-year plan. Our first year of the permanent local housing allocation will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.4 million. So combined, probably about $7 to $7.5 million that the city would have locally to develop, create, enhance, incentivize affordable housing.
Okay, so we're getting about 7.5 million for affordable housing. I commend you for your passion on this. I know how you feel strongly about it and using these dollars for affordable housing. However, my problem is it's general fund money. And the general fund money can be used, needs to be used for a myriad of issues that we have, firefighting. I mean, we could have used this money for the firefighters. So, you know, it comes down to what you feel is a priority, and I respect that. I don't want to support this because it is general fund dollars, and because we do get $7.5 million of state and local, federal and state monies for affordable housing. And I just think this money needs to be in the general fund for public safety issues and other issues that we have. Again, respect exactly how you feel about this. You fight hard for it, but I can't support it for that reason.
All right, council, thank you. Those are all the questions. We'll do a roll call. Councilwoman Story, did you have an amendment?
I made my amendment.
Okay. So it's the motion as amended?
Yep.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes. Motion 36 is no longer needed because we have been having quite a bit of budget presentations during this long discussion, so thank you, staff, for that. Motion number 37, to appropriate $30 million of the CARE Act funding to Southwest and Southeast Fresno. Councilmember Bredefeld, Carbasi, would you like to keep the motion on the floor and have a roll call?
Yes.
All right, roll call.
Can I
Councilmember?
Give me 1 second, Councilwoman Soria.
Yeah, I'd like to actually offer a friendly amendment. I would ask the motion makers if you guys would agree for us to include at least 30% of the CARE Act would go to Southwest and Southeast Fresno.
I can't hear the end part.
She's asking if you could insert at least as part of the motion, at least 30 million.
Absolutely.
All right, it's been agreed to. So the motion is to allocate at least $30 million of CARE Act dollars to Southwest and Southeast Fresno. Let's do roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Oh, yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you. I'm sure Councilmember Chavez will send you a gift basket.
I'm waiting.
Council motion number 38, a motion to allocate $10,000 to upgrade the security at the River Bottom Park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes. Council motion 39 to allocate $100,000 for a shade stretcher at Logan Park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes. Council motion 40 to allocate $300,000 in public works budget towards the upgrade of the traffic signal adjacent to Star Elementary School. Roll call, please.
Clarification, this is general fund money?
Says public works budget. I'm not sure if it designates general fund or a different source.
Carbasi, this is from Mike.
Member Carbasi, would you like to limit it to general fund or any source available?
Can I get staff's feedback on that? What do you suggest, Jane? Sorry, you were asking a question?
There are multiple funding sources within Public Works. I don't know which
Right.
fund.
What's that?
So leave it,
I mean, whatever's,
Keep it broad, Councilmember.
yeah, we'll just do any source available.
All right.
Yeah, your
The
discretion.
clarification is from any source that the city staff identifies, especially from D6. Oh, did I say that out loud?
You guys are always doing that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
Council motion 41 to allocate $700,000 split evenly to repair sidewalks in the city. Roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes. All right, Councilmember Carbasi, it's your first budget, but you surely did very well this year.
I learned from Cap.
Council motion 42 to allocate $100,000 CDBG towards the rehabilitation efforts of 4403 Tulare Street. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi, Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Amended motion 43 to identify available funding for the feasibility study and construction of the realignment of Fresno High and Weldon, and explore CDBG funds as a first option. Roll call, please.
Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Carbasi, would you like to vote? Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Motion number 44, which is to use CDBG dollars to acquire street widening, has been amended
This.
to acquisition of right-of-way, not
Phased in.
CDG, say that again.
We said we would phase it.
Okay, so the motion is to identify the resources for the right-of-way acquisition on Gettysburg and Shaw in a phased-in approach, including evaluating CDBG resources. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
So,
Motion 45 to allocate 50,000 to a master plan for Blackstone area McKinley. Would you?
Council President, can I clarify on this? I think the administration, I was working with Tim, they were going to look at to see if this 50,000 could be included in the actual dollars that we're getting for the grade separation. So I don't know if the administration got that information. Is Tim on?
Jim Schott is saying per Scott Mosier, no. Jim, do you want to?
Oh, it is,
It's not eligible under the according to FCTA.
okay. So, yeah, then my motion stays, because I was hoping that I could withdraw it. My motion stays then.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
6-0.
Motion 46 to allocate 100,000 towards exploration of a P bid, which would be paid back if a P bid is established. Roll call, please.
Wait, I'd like to throw a funding source in here, because even though it's up for reimbursement, we do got to pay for it initially. So I'd like to amend this to say that the money that was, the one-time monies that were allocated in this fiscal year for the EIFD contract, 90,000 total, be used in this coming fiscal year to finance this effort. And then, so there's only $10,000 there that is not accounted for, which we sure we can make up in the budget.
So 10,000 elsewhere.
Yeah, so 90,000 would be from the one-time cost of this fiscal year of the EIFD creation contract. It could go towards the P-bid efforts in fiscal year 21.
I accept that.
Awesome.
All right, roll call on the amended motion.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi. Okay, Soria, Arias.
Yes. Motion 47 to allocate 100,000 for a facade improvement program along the Kings Canyon Tower District corridor. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi, Soria, Arias.
Yes. Motion 48 to use 100,000 in CDBG funds or other resources to reseed the Pillables Park. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes. Council motion 49 for a tot lot for a pocket park on Hamilton and Armstrong. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Esparza,
Aye.
Carbasi,
Yes.
Soria,
Yes.
Arias.
Yes. Council motion 50 to move the graffiti abatement division from the police department to code enforcement and create a pilot program of art collectives to create community mural projects that help deter graffiti.
Can I have Jim talk to you a little bit about the procurement process? I just want to make sure that we are doing a competitive, this art club's gonna.
If that's what you're
benefit.
asking us to do, a competitive bid?
Well, I want to make sure we're consistent across the board, right?
Consistent today, or?
Yes, consistent with our discussion earlier.
Okay,
Chair, we're
okay.
asking for competitive bids.
So, Assistant City Manager, what about you save us from the lecture? I think we registered that you'd like to get direction on a competitive bid process. I think we can agree to move in that direction and have the council.
Some type of competitive process.
Yes. Yes. All right, we'll just make sure that Councilmember Chavez doesn't apply for that process. All right, Councilmember Bredefield?
Yeah, I just would like just more information about graffiti abatement division from police to code. If you could explain the rationale behind it.
I think we've been having a conversation. These aren't police officers, I
Mhm.
think, and, you know, the graffiti team has been doing an amazing job. Our code enforcement also has been starting to do abatement stuff, so we want to put them together. And
Okay.
I think it'd be great for the city council to be able to work with them as well. And then the art piece being a good component to pipe.
Now, explain to me, though, to create community mural projects that will help deter graffiti.
So the idea, Councilman, if I may, there's certain walls that get tagged very regularly, and the idea is if those walls and owners are amenable to having a mural painted, murals don't get tagged as often, and it would reduce the amount of having a repaint and graffiti be removed over the long term.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I think it'll be a win-win. It'll be
All right.
great.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you, Councilmember
Thank you.
Bredefield.
you.
Roll call, please. Oh, Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Just for clarification, so, and I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to talk about this first. We're going to move graffiti abatement, then, if there's no officers involved, out of PD. Okay, so I'm going to just give you my thought process. This is actually a service that is used a lot in my district, especially by the folks along the river. There's a lot of areas where it gets tagged often. Now, here's my concern. Growing up in Fresno, graffiti was a really big problem growing up. We didn't have this program. And it came in, and I think it's a really positive thing PD does that people appreciate. And I wouldn't want to take that away from them. I do love the idea of working with the art collective, and that's an important component. But why don't we hold off and allow the Reform Commission, because this is a piece of that puzzle, to look at this issue? I just think it's a valuable program. It's a positive thing PD does clearly, and I just don't know if it's appropriate to take it out of that apparatus. Those are just my thoughts.
Councilmember, if I would just say, I think from my perspective, and we just had a somewhat of a engaging conversation with our police chief on this. For years and years, we've asked our police officers and our police department to do more and more, and it seems that whenever it's something that we want immediate response, we want somebody to be accountable, it's a natural place to put things. And this civilian team and the police department has done a great job. It's one of those things where, for whatever reason, Fresno, even when we're in the school district, we have, we call on the police department abatement team, and within, hours of it going up, it comes down. It is a really good, well-run program, but I don't see it as a core function of our police department. I see that as a really good city asset, and I do believe, at least in my district, we have a lot of walls that are, and unfortunately some of them are churches, are constantly being tagged, and I think this team might be able to take it to a next level with some community support, but it's not a reflection on, in any way, the performance of the police department, because it's been run as a good operation. I just think as the police commission does its work, it's incumbent on us to revisit whether there's low-hanging fruit that we can help them with, so they can focus on the major areas.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I think it's just two different perspectives. Growing up, I've seen the value of the team, and I appreciate the compliments. I know what you're saying. I just come from the line of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I do really like the idea of the community mural, the mural art collective. I think that's essential. I just don't think I'm on board at this point. Just from this morning, just automatically supporting this motion. So I'm going to have to vote no, but I do admire the goal, and I hope we can have that portion of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and so I share the same feeling. The artwork and the mural, I'm all on board. This graffiti abatement program, I think, has been an extremely effective program. I think I've experienced the same thing. When people have called, they come out, it's removed. And I remember many, many years ago when we were inundated with graffiti, and that would be this has rectified it in a significant way. I see Chief Hall. Chief, do you have any thoughts on this? Do you have any concerns if this were to be moved to code enforcement?
Well, I too share again, Chief Hall, Fresno Police Department. I share Councilmember Soria's mission. I think it's admirable to try to get this changed over to a mural type thing. I think that's a great idea. I certainly support that. I just want to give you some stats. The graffiti unit responded to 26,957 calls, most within 24 hours of the complaint being received, and they painted out over about 1.7 million square feet of graffiti last year in 2019. I can agree it's a great program. It's very necessary for our city, and it's been a huge benefit. However, I also agree that it probably isn't a core function of a police department. And as long as it's managed correctly, I believe that there's many departments within our city that could manage that just as well as we could.
And the question then, if this were to move to code, Doug, you're in charge of code. You're going to improve it where it's 98% effective?
Councilmember, I can't tell you that, but if it's working, then we likely wouldn't change that.
You wouldn't change in terms of what's
Working,
being done?
correct.
Yeah. Okay. I just have a question. Would you be willing to separate the two, and we could take a vote on both of them separately? The two motions, this motion just separated into two motions. One, putting the graffiti abatement team into code, and the other one, the mural artwork.
All right. And just a reminder, before it was in the police department, it was in Public Works. So it's had different homes before.
Okay.
Councilmember Carbasi, and it was, to her point, it's always been successful. The team there is good.
And thanks for the historical perspective. That's good to know. Chief, I have a question. Some of the images taken during when there's tagging, is that ever used and communicated with intel for the department?
You know what? When it was a bigger crime, we actually prosecuted for that type of vandalism. It was part of our. It was incorporated into our gang unit because a lot of it was tied to gang activity. That's not so much the issue anymore now. It's pretty much trying to stay ahead of it and paint it out before it takes root. So it used to be a big issue with, we used to take photos and use it for a criminal investigation, but that's not the case anymore. And basically, we're just trying to stay ahead of it by painting it out.
I don't want anyone arrested for tagging. I'm not suggesting that. I was just wondering if the information is known to what signs are being used and whatnot, but I appreciate the answer, and now I understand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council. There is a request to separate the motion as outlined. The maker of the motion was Soria and seconded by Esparza.
So the first motion, did you accept that amendment? The first motion is then to move the graffiti abatement division to code enforcement.
All right. Let's do a roll call.
Council, real quick before you vote, to clarify. This would be moving the funding, which I believe is just over $1 million, the actual personnel, equipment, supplies, and so forth,
Correct.
everything. Okay.
As we did with code enforcement prior. Okay. Thank you. Roll call on relocating the graffiti abatement team into the code enforcement department.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
No.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Arias?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The item
4-2.
passes 4-2. The next motion is to partner with an organization and create collective art in some of the walls that are routinely graffitied. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
I'm sorry, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes, okay, and President Arias?
Yes.
Okay, 6-0.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for splitting it, Councilmember, working with us. We appreciate that.
Sure. We are here to compromise. Council motion 51 to.
Council President, I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting you, but before you vote on this, I'd love Chief Hall to talk to you about the nuances of the grant that goes with these positions. So, Chief Hall? we're going to have to, the motion may need to be modified to make sure we can do this. So Chief, do you mind talking about the grant that you have for these positions and how it's police department centric?
City Manager, if, before the chief begins, if you can just think of the exact modification you want, so we can, when we get to that point, we can try to get through
I
it.
think, and Chief can chime in, but maybe the motion can be modified to say that as long as the granting authority allows the grant monies to be transferred from the police department to parks, and there's appropriate oversight, then. Yeah, see, DOJ gave the money directly to the police department because.
So would you be open to us amending the motion contingent on the funding entities authorization?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Is that
Okay.
fair, Chief? Are you comfortable with that?
I absolutely am. I guess we also just applied for a second grant that's in process, won't be approved for several more months. So that would also have to be switched over to whatever department that was to go to. So I do support it, and I will work with whatever department that we direct it to, if it's parks, to make that work.
Thank you, Chief, for working through it with us. The motion by the maker will be modified and agreed by me that it is contingent on the authorizing funding agency's approval and in alignment with their granting, with the grants that have been received and submitted by the city.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. So that's the new motion. Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Councilmember Soria, the motivation for moving this into parks.
Because it's more, if you see what we're trying to do is create the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement. And when we're talking about parks, that's kind of the natural department where it is about community engagement. And so that's where we thought that it would be most appropriate. In addition to that, I've been talking about the youth jobs, and we've allocated resources. We've even gone matching dollars. The only thing that has happened, there's been a vacuum in having staff. And I think with this team, they can, because they do a combination of things already similar, it would be a great addition to them being able to do that.
Okay.
This specific team also has worked on kind of similar with Advanced Peace, some of the tactics that Advanced Peace does. So that's where we felt that if we combine all these under this office, it would begin to kind of coalesce all the programs and resources that we've been provided and be successful at it.
Okay. And Chief, again, your comfort level in moving this initiative into parks, explain to me why you're okay with this.
Well, I think we are trying to decentralize some of the police functions that are not considered essential police services. This is a community-based crime prevention initiative to remove tattoos and work on getting gang members out of the gang life and back into a normal workforce. And sometimes, trying something different isn't a bad thing. And if we move forward and it works, great. If it doesn't, then I guess we'll be back here discussing it next year and bring it back. But I think it's worth a try, council member. I think it's a good idea maybe to have some other eyes on the ball.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chief. And Chief, you do have our commitment that we'll take whatever time it's necessary to transition things smoothly. They don't have to happen overnight. I know we're all still managing the COVID pandemic and budget adoption. So with that, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Aye.
Soria?
Aye.
Arias?
Aye.
6-0.
All right, thank you, Council. Council Motion 52 to allow the City Attorney to maintain his carryover of unused funds at the end of FY 2020. Roll call, please.
Excuse me, Council President, I just want to point out that the savings that were identified with this motion have been identified in the general fund presentation I gave a little bit earlier. And so if the City Attorney is allowed to keep these, then that potentially makes that problem bigger. Just to let you know.
And Assistant City Manager, is that what we would have to synchronize between now and September?
Yes.
I just wonder, and that's a good point. I just want to know why this is another example. If we discussed this at the meeting when this first came up regarding the Save Our Small Businesses Act, and that was part of the motion. I just want to make sure the council's vote is being continued. So that's just where I stand. I think the council made it clear how we feel about this from before.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Arias?
Yes.
6
And motion 53 is a motion to allocate $250,000 in homeless funds to clean up the Chinatown and Santa Clara Street, given the impact of homeless. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
Yes.
Soria?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. All right, city staff, are we officially done with all the motions?
Council
53?
President,
Well,
point of
motion
order.
54 to adjourn.
I'd like to circle back to number 46. My math was wrong on my motion there. So I had said originally the 90,000 reallocated from EIFD efforts. I did the math wrong, and it looks like we've allocated closer to.
Are you suggesting that the economists on the council got the math wrong?
It was oversight. So we've actually spent 165,000 on total on the EIFD efforts when you include the noticing and all the different components that I brought up at the last amendment a few weeks ago. So if I can amend it to say the full 100,000 towards the PBID effort is initially financed with those dollars. Since there was more than 100,000, that should more than cover this cost.
I'm not sure I'm clear about your motion. If you can just repeat it,
Sure.
so staff and I.
So keep it simple, we spent 165,000 this fiscal year. We allocated 165,000 towards my EIFD effort. I'd want 100,000 of that to go towards the PBID effort in this coming fiscal year. The full cost, the full 100,000. So I'm just saying we're fully financing it as opposed to leaving that $10,000 gap that I had lingering.
City staff, are you clear on the amended motion? Because I think I'm confused.
Let me get my whiteboard.
It's hard to hear.
All right. Well, let's do this. What about if you guys work with the council member, make sure you're clear on his amended motion, and we can just include that.
We can land this right now. All right, one more time. So this fiscal year 20, we spent,
So just tell me what your amended motion is. Don't.
my amended
confuse us.
motion is that we cover the cost of number 46 from, we're using, instead of the one-time dollars that we used on EIFD, we're rolling them over in this fiscal year 21, we're going to use them on PBID efforts instead.
Nelson, nobody can hear you with
You're muffled
All right.
because of your mask.
The mask is coming off.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
First time today.
About time.
All right.
Call it in.
All right. So, council member, just state your motion as you would like us to consider it.
The motion is to utilize the one-time funds that went toward EIFD this current fiscal year, and instead roll that over and utilize those funds towards a PBID effort in fiscal year 21 instead.
Now you get it. All right. Who seconded your motion?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Councilwoman
Soria, are you okay with that amendment? All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Esparza?
Aye.
Carbasi?
I'm confused, but aye.
Soria?
Yes.
Arias?
Yes.
6-0.
All right, council, before we adjourn, I do want to express my sincere thanks to all the staff who's been working overtime to get us all this budget information and the 50,000 memos that we requested, city manager. I know it's a lot of information, and at least some of us read it all, others didn't, like Councilmember Chavez. But thank you all for the time, and thank you to all the staff who were here to allow us to have this meeting in person. And we'll see you on June 30th for a final adoption. Council, my hope is that there's no more new motions between now and June 30th, and we can figure out how to close the gap between now and then.
What time is June 30th?
June 30th is 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in the morning, council. So we will see you back here at 9 o'clock on June 30th. The meeting stands adjourned at 5:21. Thank you all.